I somehow am awake. I got like 6 to 5 hours of sleep last night and I'm a little tired. But we're up. We had breakfast. Wow, earliest breakfast I had. Freshened up some. And am ready for part 2. We spent 6 hours yesterday breaking down the Granblue Fantasy vs. Rising patch. And I mean, like, oh my god. Did I break down at least 12 of the 32 characters in the game. And I still have 20 to go. So I think we're going to dive right into it. We talked a bit about it, so let's start recording. Hello and welcome to part 2 of the Granblue Fantasy vs. Rising patch 1.50 notes breakdown. I'm your host, Raf. And the last bit, we did 12 of the 32 characters. So now we're going to go over the remaining 20, starting with the DLC for Granblue Fantasy Versus, and then moving on to the second season DLC, and then Rising and its DLC. So let's kick it off by taking a peek at our winners and losers as of yesterday. Good job. So I have my list of winners and losers here. Big winners, I have Charlotta and Percival. Charlotta with so much more utility on her normals and her specials. No longer 100% reliant on EXs to exist and play the game. Medium Shining Onslaught, so medium roll is more usable with pressure, as well as at least the light one as well for like doing pressure. The medium one can combo better and get more knockback and more corner carry without having to use EX Shining Onslaught. Ultimate Shining Onslaught, although damage has been nerfed on doing it raw, you get more value actually hitting it mid-screen, so you can continue the combos. And then Ultimate Noble Strategy, her Demon Flip, is better as a counter poke and combo tool because the dive part activates faster, so you can combo off of it off counter pokes and get the full sequence using that as opposed to just using Shining Onslaught. And plus, the Noble Strategy is a bit safer than the Ultimate Shining Onslaught. Well, no, they're both about the same. You have options. I guess that's the biggest thing, is you just have like nice options to work off of, which is always the nice part, end of the day, that you'd want out of it. So that's big, right? And she got like better anti-airs without having to use just Holy Ladder, and yeah, her benefits were huge. Percival, everything got better. Like, oh my god, Ultimate Flame Carpet's crazy. Better Fireball with his Far Fireball. Better pressure after getting clean hits on his basic combos. Damage is going to be stronger. His other options off Lord Strikes, Mocked, the little medium that goes over, is going to be faster and better combo ability if you hit people jumping or have them airborne. Just like as a whole, everything is better. His DPs are better. His Far Heavy is a better button, less with punishable. Like, they gave him a lot of good juice, and there's like no net negatives on him at all. Then you have like regular winners, Grand, just a lot of good quality of life. Things work better corner carry, better mid-screen damage. His unique skills is usable. La Diva, she wins. We'll see. She's kind of like win or potentially the same. They basically did an entire rework of her, like how they did with Rising, where again they turned the dial in Rising to Striker over Grappler, but now in the patch they're turning the dial back to Grappler, where it's less focus on very super long coast to coast combos, and now she gets much more rewards for command grabs when she's able to get in. Matera, net positives all around, better zoning, better damage off of her tools, so her ultimates are all better, and she has better mix-up and pressure potential using Butterfly as well as her jumping arrow shot. Lowain is nerfed in his aspects of some of his SBAs, but beyond that, his combos got more consistent. He has a new low with an animation that should be a low, so they made it a low. It's good for them, right? So there's that. They buffed the hell out of HPA, which is already a great super, but they made it a lot more difficult to deal with. They nerfed his SSBA Drassel summon by making it able to hit before the screen freeze. So I got to see like what that exactly entails, but that's basically a nerf on that one. And they made Ultimate Awesome Sauce have be able to combo. So people never used that. Now there's a use to using it for hit confirms and getting a combo. They made his summons better as well, so his pressure is going to be stronger. Either the Sammy and Tommy summons or the Catalina bot summon is better, so they both have that like nice advantage as well. They nerfed his backdash, which is very good because he had the best backdash in the game. So they nerfed that to be equal to other characters, but they also buffed his running H, the belly flop, so it goes further and faster, so it's a better tool, especially with setups, to put pressure because he'll be able to reach characters more consistently from further distances. Vasaraga gets big wins. He's a winner, not a big winner, he's a winner. Because they buffed his charged heavy normals, which are all 30 frames. They were more than 30 frames, but now they're just like basically straight 30 frames consistently. Which at the end of the day isn't really much of a buff because, again, you should not be getting hit by 30 frame normals, but if you are, then, well, okay. You deserve whatever bad things happen to you. But they made his, it's still a buff. They made his command grabs combo on hit, so you can do his command grabs, like the grounded ones, when people are hit on the ground, which is a big buff. They made his swing off of his Savage Rampage, the stomps, the low swing, reach further, so they made that better. And they made the tackles better. Medium charge tackle now does more damage and goes faster. And then the heavy tackle has a wall bounce. You use it in the corner, you get a wall bounce into a juggle, whereas opposed you didn't get a wall bounce or anything. So that was usually a combo ender, and now it's a combo filler, which is really nice for him. And then the jump U is faster and lands faster, so it's much faster, much better. So better tool to beat people trying to go for grabs, and better off overall, right? So winner there. Catalina, they buffed her medium fireball, so it goes faster. They made her ultimate thrust have more armor on advancing, but there's less push block, so it's more unsafe on block comparatively. And then they made her unique attack, the light wall. If you hit into it, it gains a level automatically. So at level 1, you'll get like a tiny hit, and you can move forward, have more advantage. But if it's already charged level 1, you get a level 2 crumple. If you hit into it and it's level 1, they'll get the crumple if it hits, or you just be -3 on dashing. So they make it. It's a cool kind of change, but I feel like she's still going to be kind of in the same boat because one, you made ultimate skills have more scaling, so ultimate thrust isn't going to have much advantage if you hit it anyway. And I think it's just like good quality of life, but I don't think it's like anything too crazy to make her like go really off the walls. Jita, same way. Well, we can go into that later. I think recapping everything right now is kind of silly. I should talk about everybody when I'm finished. So I think we'll do the explanation of that after I'm done. I apologize for spending all that time doing nothing. Just yapping. Certified yapper. Hey. Ending Walker 1 versus fighting. 3-2 over Hurricane. Good for them. That's fun. Meanwhile, at the Granblues, there's a tournament going on at Versus Fighting and Arclitor qualifiers, so I'm kind of interested in that as well. But we're going to dive right in. We got the Narmaya changes up on deck. And from what I gleaned off of Twitter yesterday, it's not good. It's not good, Narmaya bros. That was my initial character going into Rising before 2B came out. And then I'm playing Beatrix for fun, but mostly from the 2B main. But Narmaya was like my girl. And I had so much fun playing her. Very technical, very like high skill ceiling, but strong character. And I know that things are a little rough. Narmaya's adjustments are primarily focused on improving the versatility and pressure of her Setsuna and Crescent Moon skills. So you want to make her... Okay. Light, medium, heavy Setsuna now have the same properties and effectiveness at any range. Since this makes your foes advance more difficult, the skills have been mid-air blockable. I don't think many people were getting air blocked by Setsuna. So, I mean, I guess, you know, that's still a nerf, but... they made them better overall. L Setsuna now causes more block stun and pushback on block to help. So they made her more of like... They made her more of a zoner. Okay. M Setsuna now causes grounded foes to fall backwards on a hit and crumples on counter hit, giving you opportunity to strike back. Okay. Because normally, like, M Setsuna, yeah, they would just get knocked down on counter hit and regular hit. Or no, we'll talk about that. I think it was just like... It was just a normal hit. No, nothing crazy. But if you have medium one getting crumpled, and you get like the kind of follow-up you can get like in the ultimate one, that's kind of cool if counter hit. H Setsuna now causes wall bounce in the corner, even when hit from afar, allowing for combo potential even at a distance. However, recovery on block has been increased. So it is no longer plus on block, but you get a wall bounce, probably akin to Jita's old Vorpal Blade, her old EX Rekkas. So, yeah, because like Narmaya, you had to be like as close to the corner as possible to get your juggles, so that makes that a lot easier to accomplish. Properties of U Transient, so her dash, have been changed to make it usable as an advancing attack. Comparing to other characters, Narmaya is very difficult and technical character to use. Simplifying the skill would improve her ease of use. Yeah, because U Transient was basically just like, I want to swap sides. And that was it. You weren't getting much value out of it because people can kind of just hit you out of it as soon as you try to do it, or they would get a throw. So I think it was okay. But making it better is kind of neat, so I'm a fan of that. To improve the versatility of Crescent Moon, which is her jumping Moon Slash, different properties have been given to light, medium, heavy versions. Mid-air M Crescent Moon on block now leaves you open to getting punished, but has combo potential on hit. So there's now like different properties. So the light one probably is the same. We'll see. The M one is punishable, but if you use it like off of a jump in or certain situations, you can get a combo on it. Okay. Other versions of Crescent Moon, again, that's like making her usability to like bait throws stronger. So using like M Crescent Moon instead of just using the H one or the ultimate one for anti-throw can be a more viable option. Other versions have been adjusted and can be used in a string or as a counter. The lower hitbox of Ultimate Crescent Moon has been reduced in order to not hit foes using a crossover to avoid the possible cross-up. Okay, so if you see Ultimate Crescent Moon and you try to roll past it, instead of trying to go for like the dodge, if you try to roll past it, crossover, right? Okay, I get it. Normally you would get hit because it would go so deep, but now it's not going to hit as deep anymore, so rolling past it is a viable option to escape it. And then pushback on a blocked Yu Kyoka Suigetsu, which is her triple slashes, has been reduced, allowing it to be more easily punished, which is again another move that was, you know, pretty kind of a YOLO throwing ultimate skill sometimes. Butterfly effect can now be activated during H counter hits and Brave counters. So you can hit, you can swap stances during counter hit heavies or during a brave counter. You can also make the swap. Okay. We'll take a look at all the changes, and we're going to jump into just the game and kind of talk about them with more with visibles of the character. Jumping H in Free Flutter, faster startup, 9 frames, so better, much better air to air. Interesting. And jumping U, startup has been reduced. Okay, so her other stance, because you start in Dawnfly, which is sheathed. Unsheathed is Free Flutter, right? So they made Free Flutter H and Jump U much faster. El Setsuna no longer has different attributes depending on range. So no matter what, it hits the same, and it now deals 900 damage and launches foes from any range. Interesting. So max range Light Setsuna normally would, on a hit from a distance, just hit somebody back a little bit, and that was it. Now it knocks down no matter what. Push black on block has been increased, so it now pushes people back further. But it's now -8, so much safer on block. Cannot be blocked midair, which makes sense with all the buffs it has. Knockback has been reduced, so on hit they don't get pushed back as far. Midair unrecoverable duration has been adjusted, so they might be able to pop up. I'm not sure though. M Setsuna no longer has different attributes at any range, so it all hits the same no matter what, and all this 1400 damage. We'll see the damage values when we look at the game. Now causes the foes to fall backward on hit, so if you hit them, they kind of go ugh and fall back, and then you get a crumple on counter hit. So they'll, like how Ultimate Setsuna works. Can be blocked midair, understandable. Pushback has been adjusted. I'm not sure less or more. Anti-air knockback, if you hit it, if you hit an anti-air combo and you hit it into it, I don't know if it's more or less, and you feel less than block stun during it, more than likely, with the hit stop change, or not hit stun, not block stun, hit stun. I feel like it feels like probably less. 8 Setsuna, again every range is the same and consistent damage. Recovery has been increased by 4 frames, so it's now -2, no longer plus on block, which is one of her few plus on block specials. So now you don't just get to keep your turn, which, it makes it more. Killing wall bounce from any range is a nice buff to it, but being negative and basically losing your turn feels bad, because that just makes it harder for Narmaya to keep her pressure going. So after any guard string, her pressure is pretty much over. She will give up her turn much more often, where a lot of her mix-up could be reliably put on her H Setsuna, because you would use it, put yourself plus, and then go for the strike throw mix-up, which was really strong with Crescent Moon. So that's a pretty significant nerf to her pressure game, even if it has like consistent damage and everything. Ultimate Transient now attacks automatically after moving. So it's basically a attack side swap now. So you're guaranteed to have a follow-up afterwards. Transient into follow-up skills, input windows, so it's easier to use Transient, her dash, command dash, into follow-ups. Okay. Yuko Kyoka Suigetsu. Pushback on block for the 3rd and 4th hit has been reduced, so easier to punish. I'm not sure exactly how negative it is, but we'll see what you can get. L Crescent Moon, grounded, so the hop over, right, is much faster by 5 frames. Falling speed has been increased, reducing time until landing, so it does drop faster, so that's a big buff to that. Recovery on landing is reduced by 1 frame, so there's less recovery as well. So if people block it, you have better advantage afterwards, and better usable to jump scare people, so a stronger tactic to use against throws, or to steal your steal your turn back special. Medium one grounded no longer causes ground bounce. On anti-air, if it hits air to air, it causes the ground bounce on counter hit. Interesting. Recovery when landing has been reduced by 1 frame, so a bit better, but you don't get a bounce off of it, so they're going to be standing there. I'm not sure if it's just knockback on hit now, if it no longer ground bounces, it might just be that they just pop out immediately, or they stay grounded and you can get a hit. I'm not sure. And the H version no longer causes ground bounce. Anti-air, so if you hit it air to air, you get a ground bounce for combo potential, and you get 1 less frame recovery. So, interesting. Ultimate Crescent Moon, grounded and mid-air. It's going to be harder to hit crossovers with. You cannot hit crossovers with it. M Crescent Moon in the air has much more hit stun. So if you hit somebody with like a jump counter hit, which you have better ability to because you made jump H and jump U hit better, it's just there'll be more scaling on it. But if you have that and you hit that air to air, it has a lot more recovery for the opponent, so you can get a combo on that guaranteed. Bigger launch height, yeah. Behavior on hit and block has been changed. Not usually a combo on hit, but it's also easier to get punished on block. So using that as a pressure tool, and if you get blocked by a block button correctly, or you don't catch a person slipping, you're going to be punished for it, looks like, right? Recovery on landing has been increased from 3 frames to 12 frames, so you have a lot of recovery added to it. And if it lifts, it's double the recovery. So yeah, do not play lightly with Crescent Moon. And Butterfly Effect, you can change in animations of counter hit or during Brave counters. Okay. Interesting. All right, let's look at each one by one. All right, so much faster. And again, this is just like an air-to-air button. I mean, you can do like a jump in, but it's 9 frames now instead of 12 frames. So hitting this as an air-to-air is going to be much stronger. Like, this is like the better jump in. Like, that's going to be a good air-to-air. Because this is always for cross up the medium. Doesn't even hit in front of her. But barely. But being faster, I mean, it's still a jump in, I guess, but not as good as her other stances. And then this is much faster. And this is air-to-air tool. Not so much a good jump. Not really a great jump in. But much better. Much easier to use. El Setsuna. So El Setsuna, close range does 900 and knockbacks like that. But from far range, it doesn't do that. So, but now, whenever you hit with it, at any range, it'll do this knockback. So they get pushed back at that zoning range. So you can really mix up your playstyle. So her versatility got stronger. Because now, like, their reward for this is so much better. Because, like, that's the range where you can get, like, a knockback. That you don't get much from there, right? So being able to hit this, like, max range and push people back and just keep your zoning if you want is pretty good. Because, okay, they got versatility on that. Again, knockback has been reduced, though. So if you do get this hit, they're not going to get launched back as far. So that's to the benefit of them, because now that can slap from this far distance for knockdown, they don't get like full screen and have to be like, oh my god, right? Because they made it a better zoning tool. So you lost 200 damage. You lost 200 damage from full screen. Now you get that consistently. The M1 at max range. Again, 700 damage. So they actually buffed the damage on this. This normally did 900 damage. So now that does 1500 at any range. And it causes the foes to fall backwards. I'm not sure what the fall backwards really means. Because that has the bounce back, but I'm not sure like what you mean by fall backwards. I have to see when they put that out there. Crumple on counter hit. So you get that on counter hit where they fall like that. So you get more ability to challenge or get a follow-up if you hit that correctly with either another Setsuna to knock back or potentially more like a transient. 8 Setsuna at any range. That did 1100. Or I get point blank range. You got that much. But now you got 1300. Now, no matter what, it'll do 1300 even from far distance or up close. You're always guaranteed 500 or 1300. But now unsafe on block. Used to be +2. Like it used to be plus on block. Now it's negative, so you have to be more careful trying to go for setups. You cannot have any pressure after. So using a triple attack into this is like it's not, you lose your turn. It's at least like still safe on block and whatnot, but people aren't gonna be scared anymore afterwards. So her pressure game got hit pretty bad. Ultimate transient, but again, the property of this having wall bounce at any range, right? So it's going to be more like oops. Like the wall bounce was hard to do like consistently, so it's going to be better overall, like because they said yeah, okay. So just, yeah, you don't have to be as close to the corner to get the wall bounce. It's easier to follow up when you're near the corner. Ultimate transient now attacks automatically. So once you use this skill, she'll teleport to the other side and start striking. Because it is -2. Essentially, if I do like a block string, -14, -10. So -10. So it's -7 when you try to do it like under pressure, right? But now I think she'll attack automatically, so you actually have more pressure afterwards, and you're not just a sitting duck if they are just mashing buttons, which, you know, if you see transient, just mash. Not anymore. Follow-ups will be easier to input. So much, so better. So you get a bigger window for it, so easier to use when you're using transient. Ultimate Kyogetsu. Sorry, not that one. This is -6 on block, but it has a lot of pushback, right? So no one's gonna, unless someone has like a 6-frame far L, like 2B, they're not punishing this. So it'll be closer and punishable. So if you throw it out just randomly, it is no longer just safe, right? Okay. Crescent Moon grounded. So 5 frames faster, and it's 5 frames faster before it's active, because that's a standing opponent. 32, right? But now it's going to come out faster, which is pretty good. 27, so harder to a little harder to react to, but still very reactable. Falls down faster, so you have less time before you're on the ground, and the recovery has been reduced by 1 frame. So it was -2, now it's going to be -1 on block. Or more plus at a distance, right? Like this is -2. +5 like a range. If they're crouching, right? They can block it crouching. It'll be +1 if they block it crouching, so you have to block it standing. Or more plus, depending on what state they're in. So that's a buff. Medium one no longer causes ground bounce, which wasn't a big ground bounce. It's probably just a knockdown now. And recovering on landing is better. So this was normally -2. Again, it's going to be just -1 afterwards. But if they're crouching, it's going to be +2 on crouchers. H Crescent Moon. Grounded. It's a small ground bounce. It's like whatever, right? You're not getting a combo off that. But now on anti-air, it has a ground bounce. So your opponent's jumping. Instead of knocking back, it's going to bounce them. Interesting. I guess that makes it... Well, it's weird. I don't know how to describe that. They could just tech. Now, I don't think it's going to spike down and bounce them up. It might, but I don't think so. It's just going to knock back and let you have a better chance of just keeping pressure after you hit that instead of just kind of resetting neutral. You know, resetting neutral is hard. But now... It is now +5 on block. On crouchers. And standing characters, it's now +2. Which is that's a big buff. +2 on block on this one. So it makes using it off of transient much stronger. Even though it's a 40 frame startup, it is a much better tool to keep pressure going. So again, that just means that there's gaps in her pressure now, but if you are able to mix up the crescent moons in her attack patterns correctly, you can keep your turns going, and that's going to be your best way to do that. Ultimate crescent moon. So I'm going to put the dummy to crossover on block. That would get hit, right? So you see it in that situation. Now they can cross over without getting hit. And get out of situations which are, if they react accordingly when they see that. End crescent moon midair. Oops, hold on. Has more midair hits done. Oh, hold on. That was the wrong button. So, I mean, interesting. Weird. It's been higher launch height, because like right now you see if I hit this midair, it just knocks back like that. So it's it's buffed in that it pops people up on hit and doesn't push back as far. So you get the ability to combo off of an air to air. You're able to combo off of it off of air to air. Again, but the Downside is if you do it like as a jump in, right? So let's say like oops, wrong one. So like that's -1, right? Or you know, at most it's plus on block, right? If you time it right. +6. So now it's much more easier to get punished on block. So if you mistime it, either by doing that's -6, so I think it'll be just like how stuff is like, yeah. I'll see how negative it is. That being -1 is probably going to be like -5. It's probably a lot more, so it'll be a lot less plus on block. But again, if you hit with it, you get like the, because again, it's a can combo. You can combo off of it, so as like a double jump in, it's stronger as well. But you have a lot more landing recovery, so it having +9 frames of recovery, yeah, that means that is now -9. +4? No, -5. -5? No, that's -12. That's -14. So it gets very unsafe. That's super unsafe. It is basically impossible to make this safe on block now, outside of getting a hit and you get a juggle from it. Which is, you know, yeah, that's a lot. So that move is now really, really bad, unless you really know it's going to hit. And then butterfly effect. Because normally, you see I can do crouching H into switch. But if I do a counter hit like this, I can't make a swap during that stun. But now I'm going to be able to switch during it. A lot earlier, so I don't have to wait until after the slowdown like that. So, you know, it's a buff overall in that sense. But that is the Narmaya changes. Streamed for 45 minutes, and I've only won through one character. Granted, I had a slow start. So, I feel like she's kind of the same. Like, her nerfs and buffs kind of leave her in the same position, but her expression as a character has changed, because now it's like she's a pure hybrid as opposed to just like a technical rushed out character, because they want her to have the ability to be a zoner, which is this stance, right? It's supposed to be the zoning stance, and then you get in, you switch to the other stance, as opposed to like the zoning stance to be the end-all be-all, and then the inside stance to be just a combo stance. So they're making it more. They're separating the stances more in terms of what they're designed to accomplish using her, right? Granted, like H Setsuna now has a wall bounce, so you do get more damage successfully pushing people back with her at all ranges. And then if you have your other cooldowns down, now you're able to use the H Setsuna after using stuff in the unsheathed style. You get more reward when you're in the corner, so that's kind of cool at the end of the day. But you know, you make H Setsuna no longer safe on block. That's a significant nerf to her pressure. ultimate skill is now going to be more punishable. And then Crescent Moon is better, except for the Air and Crescent Moon, which you can combo off of. I think she is like... They say she's nerfed. And, like, I get it. And she is nerfed in some aspects. But I think she's really much this... She's the same in the I think she'll fall in the same place. It's just, again, there's just a clear distinction with her styles now. Of what they're meant to accomplish. So I'm going to just drop her in, like, the same bucket. Because it's not like anything... She's not a big loser. She did get some loses. She did get some wins, right? But people didn't play Narmaya to play her as a zoner. They played her to be a technical marvel of a character where your high execution and your skill ceiling was so high, using all these different tools effectively to do a lot of good stuff. So now I think, yeah, she's still like the same power level, I believe. Just because like the nerfs and the buffs kind of balance each other out. But her playstyle is going to be more interesting to see how that operates. And again, you know, the Dash L nerf, even if she didn't have like the best 6-6L follow-ups like other characters, it's still a nerf of damage-wise, right? So, yeah. And also, yeah. You nerf ultimate skills. So ultimate Crescent Moon, which is her like, was guaranteed heavy damage to blow people up for whipping throws, no longer gets that big of a damage value. So her damage is nerfed because that was her strength, is hitting you with the big guess and cashing out huge ultimate damage. So that's also a significant nerf for her, which also kind of puts her at kind of like the same spot, right? She has buffs, she has like significant nerfs, significant buffs. So I think that just like, and then that just leaves her where she is, I think, in my opinion. So that sets up our next character, Soriz. And knowing them, Soriz isn't going to really change much. He's always kind of been in the same position in terms of power forever. So I never see him as being a top tier character. I mean, I think you might get good quality of life stuff, but he is not one to get huge damage off. Like, doing raw ultimate skills wasn't that great. So, but you can combo into them pretty effectively. We'll see what effects come through for this. Soriz makes use of a full variety of dynamic techniques to attack furiously and control the pace of a round. Although he possesses massive damage potential, we made adjustments to further strengthen him. First off, we've increased the benefits from successfully pulling off Muscle Fury, his unique action. After taking a hit with Muscle Fury and landing the follow-up reactive muscles, he'll gain an additional badge, meaning it's possible to gain 2 badges at a time. So if they don't block the pop part of it, they get 2 badges, easier to get to 5. That's kind of cool. That's a good buff. Also, we've improved the defensive bonuses these badges confer. Finally, we've made it possible for players to activate the follow-up of using the throw button, which should provide a more comfortable experience for pad players. Okay, that's kind of cool. The universal throw button, which is left trigger, or whatever macro you do, you can use that to go, I like that. Since you can't throw while you're in the stance. Next, here are a few more detailed adjustments. LM Roundhouse Fang now come out quicker, making them easier to use as whip punishes. This is especially true of H Roundhouse Fang, which is his up kick, which is now a 5-frame startup, meaning it has extra utility in combos or as a counter. On the other hand, the M version's hitbox has been expanded, which should make it easier to land from mid-range. So they made this move usable. They said, hey, Chun-Li theme is kind of loud, isn't it? So you can land it better from mid-range, but then L and H come out faster. So if people whiff in front of you, interesting. Okay, they made it use, because that was just combo filler for like the heavy version, and the light and medium, like you never used that. So okay, interesting. Ultimate Rock Smash, which is his big punch. Oh no, sorry. Ultimate is the diving bam, where he does the hop over and slams the ground, creates a shockwave. was difficult to counter even when successfully predicted, making it too safe as a tool for wake-up pressure. To compensate, we've reduced its active frames and increased its whiff recovery. So if you dodge it successfully, you can get a punish. Interesting. Okay. So basically, if you see it coming out, just side dodge, and then you're guaranteed a punish. That's kind of cool. Macho Ultimatum is an install that enhances Soriz skills and defense, but its slow startup could land him in hot water if not timed properly, so we sped up its activation, which makes doing it on a guard string really good now. Also, a super skybound dart, Way of the Fundoshi Fist, aka Way of the Banana Hammock, was difficult to include in combos, so he made his regular skybound dart Tiger Dragon remove 2 bravery points on hit while Macho Ultimatum is active. Yo! So if you are in his Fundoshi mode and you hit with his skybound art, it takes away 2 points. Because it was so hard to be at that close range to get the hit of his SSBA, which gives that big punch animation, right? Now the Kekirin! That's cool. That's a big buff. That makes that's really good quality of life. I'm down for that. That's sick. Dash M, travel speed and distance have been increased. So that his overhead goes farther. Dash H, armor now activates from frame 9 instead of frame 16. Deceleration reduced and travel distance has been increased. So he's going to go further, faster, and it's 9 frames of armor. It is punishable on block, but you can use it to blow up people. Oh my god, they're making so many dash heavies much better. And this is one that you got a combo off of if you hit correctly. So now it's going to be more usable to blow people up trying to outpoke you. You can just muscle through better if you time it right. That's great. Light Roundhouse Fang is 6 frames and doesn't push back as far when they get hit. M version goes out farther and faster of the upkick. H version is 5 frames. Cool. Travel speed has been adjusted, so it looks like it probably goes further. It goes faster. Forward. Rock Smash. Active frames on third pillar has been reduced to 3 frames, changing total active frames from 18 to 15. Again, making it sidesteppable. Whiff recovery has been increased by 5 frames, so now if you dodge it, you get a much better opportunity to get a punish on it instead of him keeping his turn, or him just being able to block successfully. Muscle Fury defensive bonus from badges has been increased, so he gets more defense. He gets scaled higher if he successfully counters things. Reactive muscles has been made earlier by 2 frames, so now you can do it at 20 frames. So it was frame 22, now it's 20, so it's still a slow move to you can activate it earlier now, which is nice. So it's a little bit quicker to activate when you're in the unique skill. You can do forward plus throw to pop it if you're using a pad. And now provides a badge on landing the attack, regardless if a badge was gained from Muscle Fury. So if they get just hit by the pop and not by the Muscle Fury, you'll still get a badge. You can get up most of 2 badges, which is really good. Because that makes it easier to get more benefit from Fundoshi install, as well as just get the defensive bonus online. And then, of course, his super does 2 BP when you're in install, and Macho Ultimatum frames after the blackout reduced by 5, so now it is only a 20 frame startup overall versus 25. So let's go ahead and see. He's got a very short list of changes, and I think that's fine. They're all net positives, so he is a winner. So Dash M, his overhead goes further and faster. It's already a slow overhead, 29 frames. But now you can use it from a further distance out to mix it up with when you're using it. The big one is this one. The first hit of this is 20 frames. But it was frame 16. The armor was activated. So 4 frames before it became active was when it had armor. Now it's going to have 9 frames. Armor's at 9 frames. But I don't know how long the armor lasts. And then you also have Does this slow down when he does it like that? You see how it slows down when he runs? They reduce that part. So it's going to actually be faster coming out. And go further. It's going to go further out, and it's going to be faster because of the fact that deceleration is reduced. So it's no more slowdown and further distance. So doing it from like here is going to hit more from here is going to hit more consistently. L Roundhouse Fang. Not like the best with punish tool. Like, using this consistently, I don't know how good as a whiff punish it's going to be. It being faster is goofy, but, you know, that's fine. And then it pushes back less, so you have a more opportunity to stay on pressure afterwards. The M version, it already goes pretty far, right? But now it's going to go faster. It's going to go further. So this is going to be a much better whiff punish tool. So if I'm standing here and I see them whiff a crouch M, I can go boop. Or if I, you know, whiff crouch M from here, it's going to whiff punish. So, oh no, I whiffed a button. I can just press the 2 buttons and go ka-chunk. So this is like a much scarier tool now to punish people who are whiffing in front of Soriz. H Roundhouse. 5 frames, which is pretty good, and it's going to go faster. Or maybe slower, I'm not sure. It's adjusted, so it's probably quicker moving forward. So again, this is a really good whiff punish tool. Ultimate Rock Smash. Reduce the active frames. So in this case, no, I didn't mean. I wanted you to dodge. Okay, interesting. Like, I'm only -3 in this situation. So if they dodge it, it's going to be -8 now on whiff recovery. So they get a medium punish if they dodge it successfully. And easier to, well, it goes really far. So dodging at a distance is going to be easier to do, more consistent. But the biggest thing is, yeah, you'll be able to actually punish him if he does this. Like, it's +1. So it was +1 off close hit to keep pressure going, even if you dodge it. Because, like, on block, you know, on block it's pretty plus. +4, right? So now, dodging it in any sense will guarantee you, well, I don't know if it will guarantee you a punish on doing like a heavy into it. +1, so +4, -4, so it's their turn afterwards, no matter what. Okay. So that's a nerf overall, but it is a very silly move, so I understand. And Muscle Fury, more defense once you're at max ranks. Does it tell you how much? So more and more damage reduction. I don't know the numbers, but that's kind of cool. And then you can do the follow-up earlier, right? Because you see, first active frame is 22, so it's going to be 20 frames. Still a 20 frame high, so it'd be easier to use as like a frame trap. And then now, if the throw button here, I can use this to pop out this move instead of just doing forward heavy. And then if you land it, so let's take away the badges. Let's see, character specific. Hey, thank you. So Muscle Fury. Oops, hold on. Take away blocking. So normally, you know, attacks would absorb, right? So let's put counter attack settings, medium. Oops. Let me make her block. So this normally gave 1 badge, right? Because you absorbed a hit, right? But now if you do that, you're going to get 2 badges, so you can get to 3 really quick. So that's a huge reward there. That's really, really big. I like that a lot because, again, just getting to that power faster is super good. But now, the really good is this shit. Normally, if you hit... Damn it. The opponent loses 1 BP normally because it's a regular SBA, right? Boom, 1 BP, right? But now, when you're in this mode, where in situations where if I try to do this, that ain't gonna work, right? But if I do this, and I'm at a closer range, excuse me. Well, I guess I have to be much, much closer. It'll do 2. Because that's, you know, you usually like in an air juggle combos or stuff like that, you want to use this super dragon into tiger and dragon as opposed to the SSBA. So losing 2 instead of losing 1, they lose 2 BPs, which is pretty good. And then another big buff is this. Let me put it to do a stand light. Punish, right? Because doing this out of a block string, he is -7. But now, he's going to be... Doing this means he's now -2 on block. It is no longer punishable doing heavy into activation. Medium is still punishable. That is now -6. But only punishable with like lights. It's -6 as well, but yeah, doing this, and even doing this on hit, right, is going to be better as well. Because that right there on hit is +9, and now with the lower recovery, it's going to be +14 on hit as well, and that's makes use for stuff like you can do far heavy if they get pushed back too far, so you're guaranteed a far heavy. If you hit heavy into the activation to a full combo, it makes hitting close heavy into activation even off of like the triple attack, right? Triple attack activation, this was -5. It is now going to be 0, so it is now an even turn, which makes it scary, right? As opposed to the opponent being able to basically punish him for doing it with a far light. So, extremely good buff. to his ultimate install, and I like that a lot. That's really good. Jasmine, thank you for the follow. How's it going? I appreciate that. I could have swore you were already following me, but it's all good. The Perler Artist Extraordinaire. Shout outs to Jasmine, who makes such amazing art. If you look right behind me, you will see a Mega Man. It has been added to the collection. It's in the perfect little spot right here next to Snake, Sonic, and friends. He is always visible, and I love it. He is my pal. I'm so happy to see my little friend Mega Man from Marvel vs. Capcom 1 always on display here. It makes me so happy. One of my favorite like Marvel characters. That character is what got me like essentially hooked on fighting games. I already like fighting games, but playing Marvel vs. Capcom in arcades and basically being like enamored by the game because it had playable Mega Man is what locked me in. So he got a special place in my heart. I hope you've been well, Jasmine, and I hope everything's going well. I mean, I know you got a lot of stuff you've been working on, but it's cool that you've been doing more just like chill streams and playing other stuff like Final Fantasy. So that's awesome. Howdy, Ghastly Ectoplasm. Yeah, I'm big on Soriz. I like these buffs. I think he's a winner. We're gonna go look at where I'm gonna drop him at. So overall, with just net positives, the only nerf to Ultimate Rock Smash, which is like okay, whatever. It's still good. And that's fine, but you know, and it's the same plus on block if you use it. It's just easier, better to deal with for the opponent's sake, right? You know, whatever. Everything got better. So he's a winner. I'm not gonna say big winner. He's still gonna have the same problems, but overall he is happy. Soriz he's always smiling, and now he has a reason to smile. Dash H is belligerent. The power of his ultimate activation is gonna be great. Like everything is really cool. So I'm a big fan of what makes him stronger. What they put in the patch notes, which was like the roundhouse thing. You know, that's cool. Muscle Fury is a big bonus. So just utilizing his unique action and what makes him a unique character, making that better is gonna be very good. So that's awesome. I love this dude. Oh, sick. Yeah. I know, back-to-back events is a lot, right? And after being able after Evo to kind of just like chill out, catch up on stuff, it's always important. I've been doing well as well. I've been kind of on like my August has been focusing on streaming and relaxing and resting. And I've been making the most of it. I think I'll start doing events again, at least traveling to them, starting on September. But I also want to make a family trip soon as well, so I gotta mix it up. But it has been nice. It's been nice. Oh. I am a happy Raph. I definitely could use more rest today, but we'll rest after I finish going through these patch notes. I've done 2 characters so far. And I've been live for an hour. Okay, let's keep moving. Alright, Zooey. Will be... I don't want to get VOD muted. We'll be adjusting Zooey's underperforming skills, as well as giving her more options for various scenarios and opportunities for combo conversion. Firstly, we're increasing the travel distance of both M spinning slash Eureka and M aerial spinning slash. When following up far standing H with M spinning slash, not every hit should land, increasing far standing H's value as a poke. Because normally you have to just you have to commit to the EX, so it makes it better meterless combos or less cooldowns. In addition, M aerial spinning slash will now travel the length of the screen, providing a surprise option from anywhere. Huh. The lightning portion of H Thunder now causes a ground bounce, giving Zooey combo options in the corner. Also, L and M now launch the foe on initial hit. When using a combo, a charged version can allow for good Ukizeme pressure, giving Zooey players another option when they can't make use of summon dragons. Although Ultimate Thunder follow-ups lightning strikes were practically unblockable if the initial hits landed, it had few practical applications. In this balance update, we've adjusted it to fire off 5 lightning strikes. On hit, it sends the flow reeling backwards, allowing for a follow-up with M aerial spinning slash. We've also made, so much words. We've also made startup faster, making it possible to chain Nier standing heavy with Ultimate Thunder. Ultimate spinning slash can only be used as a conversion in the corner, so we made it so Zooey won't push herself out of the advantageous position. It is still -4. So it looks like overall buffs, once more, to the Queen of Dragons. That's right. That's right. And if there's nothing I love more, it's being cozy. So I am definitely in my element. Okay. So let's go through all the notes and then we'll check it out in game. And I'll try to move forward because I got a lot of characters to go. I got 18 more to go. Jumping you now causes wall bounce on counter hit even when used mid-screen. A cinematic animation has been added for counter hits. Didn't need a cinematic animation. I can't think of the last time this hit counter hit. That's her jump D, Soul's jump D. Okay, whatever. Dash M, her overhead goes further and faster. Immortal thrust. Wyvern's active frames after making contact with the camera boundary have been reduced. Frames when reaching the corner have not been changed. So that's the dragon launch? Weird. Active frames when making contact have been reduced. So if it hits the wall, it recovers faster? Or it's not going to be as active, so if someone's in the corner, it won't get hit as bad? I can't say. And then Peacemaker's wings. Zooey is now in fixed position until the attack becomes active. This is intended to reduce the case where if it whiffs if Zooey is pushed, such as by a foe's dash. Oh, that's the Ford F-150, aka summoning the giant dragon attack. I don't know why they didn't say Peacemaker's wings and do like the animate, say like, you know, I guess because it's a unique ability that she has, so they just named it like that. Okay. So better to use. End spinning slash, her little Rekka. Travel speed and distance have been increased. Ultimate spinning slash no longer pushes Zooey back when blocked in the corner. So she's -4, but she's going to be up close and better starts the opponent's pressure. M aerial spinning slash, which is her dive bomb attack, goes faster and it will hit at maximum distance. So it's less likely to whiff if you use it mid-screen. Thunder, which is down attack button. The sword portion attack now launches the foe upon connecting. Additionally, lateral knockback has been greatly increased. So in mid-screen, it's a better combo ender if you want to set up space. Interesting. So I guess if you do the M1 and set the lightning down, it's easier if you hit somebody to end to set up pressure after you hit it. So the lightning would always be, if you have the lightning there, which you can hold, you would always have it at a certain range where opponent might not land into it if you hit with like the sword plant. Now it makes it consistent where if you do that, well, it makes that first hit, it basically makes her pressure better when she hits that. So it's another combo ender instead of having to always use the Rekkas. Thunder is now a viable combo ender because she gets to retain her pressure afterwards, which is really good. And then when the sword and lightning portions of the skill both connect, the lightning portion will no longer have follow-up damage scaling nor affect the combo limit. So it all counts as one hit if you hit the sword and lightning in the same combo. Okay. The H Thunder, third Lightning Strike now causes a ground bounce on midair hits. Additionally, knockback has been adjusted. So if you hit a Thunder in the corner, it basically makes it so you get a combo. It's now not just a combo ender, it is combo filler, so that increases her corner damage. Ultimate Thunder, 5 Lightning Strikes. The sword portion no longer causes guard crush, so it's going to be less. It's easier to deal with when you're blocking it. It is 2 frames faster. Knockback on the air has been adjusted, and hip top has been adjusted, so it's more consistent to combo off of if you actually connect it. And then finally, Last Wish, which is the pop part of her charge attack, of her unique action. You can, like Soriz, you can do it with forward plus throw, which is nice. That's quality of life for pad players. And Armageddon, which is her SSBA. Easier to hit with. So it used to have very low active frames, but now it's more, so it's better for certain situations and easier to work on in combos, so that's cool. But the range of close range hit has not been changed, so even though it has more active frames, if you're still too further out, you won't get that full animation. Okay, this one should be pretty easy to go through. But I mean, it's like net positives for sure. She got net positives, like 100%. So she's definitely in like the winning column. Not I wouldn't say super winning, but we'll talk about that after. So jump you. This will wall bounce. If this hits, either air to air or jumping in, there's gonna be a special like zoom in animation that it hit, and it's literally gonna launch them mid-screen against the wall and bounce back, and I think that's hilarious. An 11 frame jump in. It's gonna, again, they nerfed the power of these kind of moves though, so if you do it while like you're rising up, it's gonna scale the combos, which again, they made a change universally where if you hit moves like this while you're going up into the air, there's innate damage scaling, and it makes sense because if I hit this, I shouldn't just kill a person because now I get a full combo on counter hit, right? So I understand that. That's kind of cool. Dash M, her overhead, is going to go further and faster. It's kind of universal to a lot of those. Immortal Thrust. How do I recreate this? I'm going to put her to jump. I'm going to put her to high jump. So it's going to stop. Like, you see how the dragon keeps flying once it reaches the end of the screen? It's still trying to push forward. As soon as it hits the wall, it's going to stop. But it's still going to linger there. So it basically means that once it hits the corner, you can do the follow-ups faster. Or rather, it'll be in... Yeah, what it sounds like is you can do the follow-ups to the dragon faster if you get the dragon behind somebody. So it's easier to sandwich, which is a big buff. That's honestly a huge buff, if I read that right. So they made setting up the dragon like this a lot easier to use. So that's a really good buff. And then this move, now fixed position until it becomes active. She'll no longer get scooted around, so it's always gonna launch from the same position. Right, stop jumping. Medium spinning slash. This hit, right? I'm gonna turn off counter hit. Far H. That combos, right? But now it's going to go faster and further, so it's a lot easier to utilize. Like, and that's just mainly for like standing block. Like you see how that does a combo. The heavy one, right, will but like medium, that doesn't combo. So now it's going to be better able to combo off of like medium hits, right? Because normally you have to do like the light Rekka, and that's not a lot of damage. And then you have the spinning slash or DP, the medium one. So like at this distance, that doesn't hit, right? At this range, it's now gonna hit from further out, which is big. So if you're full screen, I want to get in, you can use this to better effect. It is not faster or anything. Actually, it doesn't. No, it is faster. It'll go faster, and it'll hit even at maximum distance. So like that, it's actually gonna hit on the edge. So that's a better jump scare attack. So it's improved anti-fireball and ways to take your turn if people aren't ready to scout it out.
Cagliostro wants to play.
They made this move have less push black. Again, it's no. If I took away the counterattack settings, -4, but I'm at a range where most light attacks, or there won't be a close light. Now it'll allow people to get close light and be positive on counterattack. So it's a big buff for the opponents, a nerf for her. Thunder. So here's the property of Thunder, right? If I hit Thunder, they're standing there, and the Thunder's gonna miss. Like, what's the point of this? That hit doesn't do anything. This is like a useless move. I'm -10 if this hits. If I hit somebody with this, I have to do like on an airborne opponent, right? And that, you know, I'll get a small advantage. But like a normal hit like that, that's at least like, if they hit by it, right? The medium one, they don't get hit by, I'm -10. But now, because Thunder, when this hits, now launches the foe, it'll pop them up so it's no longer negative on a hit. And because it's going to pop up and knock down, I can hold the lightning. So when they tech, I can hold the lightning, drop the lightning as soon as they tech, and keep the pressure. And again, that makes her pressure much, much stronger. Much better mid-screen pressure. I can do this, set up the lightning, because they're going to get hit by it, land, tech, and then boom, drop the charged lightning. So her mid-screen pressure is so much stronger, which is really nice. H uncharged. That, now I'm angry, goddammit. This now, what, bounces on the last hit? So in the corner, you can, it's basically combo filler in the corner now. So you're going to get a juggle. You get juggle potential now. So better corner combo with that, which is really nice. And the knockback is different. Ultimate. That is 1 lightning strike. Now it is 5. But the same amount of damage. But this part does not guard crush. Faster startup, more push block. If it anti-airs, interesting. But it just means it's easier to hit confirm with because it's 5 lightning strikes. Okay. And then lastly, last wish. This I can do forward plus throw to get the pop. And then they just made her ultimate a little bit better. Better frames. Okay, nothing crazy. But that is the that's the Zooey changes. Oh my god, Dove! Hi! Sorry! Oh my goodness! Big raid! I didn't notice the raid! Holy crap! Dove, thank you for dropping 50 followers and leaving them here for the most boring Granblue Fantasy Versus stream on Twitch, as I am going through the patch notes in excruciating detail and talking about the winners and losers and showcasing all the changes for the purpose of education I have my PhD in Granblue, and I'm here to dispense the knowledge. I hope you all had a great stream. I don't know what you were playing, but shout outs to Dovingly. Again, I really hope you enjoy your time away from running events and you enjoy that break and recharge yourself. You definitely earn it. I do appreciate that so much. The fact that y'all finished your tournament like this early in the morning, that's cool. This stream is not using crowd control, so please don't. Yeah, when I play retro games, I use that. You cannot mess with my game of Granblue. I'm sorry. Whew. But the plan is to put all this on YouTube and essentially have just like the definitive guide to the new version of Granblue. So that'll be fun. But yeah, I don't know what you last streamed though. Rev 2, okay. Morning Burst. Exerd Bracket. Oh, that's cool. That's fun. Shoutouts to Exerd, such a fun, fantastic game. And I'm glad one of your last tournaments can be a game that you really love a lot. That's sweet. Okay. Next up is going to be the one and only Cagliostro. Well, before I go into that. Net positives all around. Like, the only nerf that she really got is that her ultimate skills, the universal ultimate skill nerf for damage, everything else is good quality of life. Is it humongous? I don't think so. But everything just hits better, works better. Better opportunities to get in with aerial like spinning slash. The Thunder Oki is really big. And I think that's super good that she now gets pressure mid-screen with that and can retain advantage. So I'm going to put Zooey in the winner pile as she is. I don't see she's going to be super crazy, but I think her character now like operates. Her character now fully operates as intended, right? They finally made her a complete character, which is great, right? The only like big dogs that I think so far are going to be Charlotta and Percival. Those are the ones that like to me are like these are gonna be guaranteed top tier in the new version of the game. I feel like from the changes, right? But she's in good company with the winners. I think she won more than like Vasaraga. But you know, in a sense, right? These are not like ordered in any which way. I could order them. I think she's like the most winning. Hiko's kind of after. Soriz is a bit. Matera. Lowain after that. And then Ladiva and Vasaraga, which is hard to peg with Ladiva because they totally changed her character. Samey, she's at the end there. I'm going to put her here. And biggest losers, I think Lancelot lost the most compared to Zeta. Okay. Cagliostro. Although Cagliostro is a tricky character, oh my god, this is so much text. Although she's a tricky character who excels at controlling space and limiting her opponent's movement options by setting traps and flinging rocks, we'll be making adjustments to give her an easier time confirming into combos as well as improving some of her attacks with poor risk-reward investment. To compensate for these changes, we'll also be toning down some of her versatile aerial options given their current strength. So basically we're saying, hey, she can't just bait jump-ins and be totally un-anti-airable. First off, we're reducing the charging time of unique action, Collapse, the Rock, to better reflect the speed of the game. We've also increased Cagliostro's fall speed after she cancels a mid-air collapse, meaning she'll be less exposed after she makes a landing. So doing the jump rock throw, you're not going to be as punishable, so that's cool. Next, we've increased the launch height and mid-air hit stun of LM Mehen, making them easier to follow up. Oh, hold on. This means it's possible to loop Mehen now, so we've made adjustments to make it harder. We made it adjustment to make it harder to continue comboing after the third Mehen in a combo. So Mehen is the little spike trap. The L and M versions now have, you can combo off of them better. So using them mid-screen or hitting somebody with them, because you can still hit them to cancel out of them, right? So she can loop them now, but after the third one, so she gets much better damage mid-screen and in the corner without having to use resources. That's kind of funny. As for mid-air ultimate Mehen, we initially made it so it applies the trap above the opponent, giving it a way to counter an opposing anti-air, but it restricted the opponent's movements a bit too much in some cases. Now the trap is placed farther away so it can be used as a poke or to surprise the opponent from the afar. So whenever you did that, it essentially just put that right on top of them. So now you can't just throw it out on any jump and just automatically lock somebody down. So it's easier to anti-air because the ultimate trap, the seal, may miss. That's interesting. M's calculated block stun, which is her little hula hoop, was too long for use at mid-range, leaving Cagliostro at a disadvantage afterwards. So we lowered it. We've also increased advantage on hit, making it easier to follow up now. Okay. An ultimate spare body behaves differently on the ground and in mid-air. It could be difficult to react to. That's her DP. On the ground, it does the golden throne, and that's her reversal. Then she lands on top of you. The ultimate one is she just basically teleports and she just drops the throne, and it's very hard to deal with. As an invincible move that can lead into strings, it provided too little risk for big rewards, so we've toned it down. The ground version will remain invincible in startup, but the post-attack warp will now place Cagliostro a few steps away from the opponent, so increase distance away after it hits successfully. We've also increased its recovery time when blocked, making it riskier. It was very, very hard to punish in some cases, so now you actually can punish it better. For the mid-air version, we've made it so Cagliostro can continue attacking afterward, even on block, but we removed invincibility, separating the usage cases for both versions of the attack. It is no longer a fuck your anti-air special. People can anti-air her now when she tries to do that because you can hit her out of it. That's great. Because she has everything in the world to stop you from anti-airing her, so now that makes it so there's not just an easy, invincible, end-all, be-all shutdown of anti-airs, which is, I think, super good. That is, to me, very fucking important. Dash H. Sorry, check my phone real quick. Give me one moment here. I just got to do some quick looky-loos. More porn bots following me on Instagram. So that's fun. Okay. Dash H. Anti-air. Lateral knockback has been reduced. So if you hit Dash H on an air opponent, while ground bounce has been increased. So it's easier to follow up because they don't get pushed back as far and they get launched, the bounce goes higher. L and M traps is now 30 frames of hit stun in midair. So if you knock somebody into it via a throw, it's much easier to get a combo off of and to loop. Less knockback as well, and higher launch height, so they pop up higher. Okay. When landing multiple in a combo, now allows for immediate mid-air recovery after the third hit. So you can, if you do a third Mehen in a combo, the third trap in the combo, they can pop out instantaneously. So you want to have to end it there. You want to do 2 Mehens and do your combo finish. H, when landing Mehen in multiple in a combo, damage scaling no longer applies to the second Mehen. So if you do the double, so you do the H one and throw someone into it, and they pop 1 into 2, or you hit them into the second one afterwards, it doesn't scale it down, so she gets better mid-screen damage out of that, which is a big improvement. Ultimate active frames for traps have been increased by 120 frames. Oh my gosh! They linger a lot more now. That's 2 whole seconds. Unless this is a 30 frames per second game, then that's by 4 whole seconds extra. I forget if this game runs at 30 FPS or 60 FPS. It should be 60. Distance at which trap has been placed has been increased. So it makes it harder to pin your opponent down with it. M calculated the hula hoop. Recovery has been reduced by 3 frames, changing frame advantage on block from -4 to -1. In accordance with this adjustment, projectile negation of frames when collapse is charged has been reduced by 3 frames. So harder to blast through projectiles, which I never knew it went through projectiles. So, but no one ever used it because it was -4 on block. So now it's harder to go through projectiles, but it is a valid ender for strings, even though it loses your turn. Ultimate Alexandria, which is... No, hold on. Calculated is the spike. I'm sorry. I had that mixed up. The M spike. If you end it in a sequence, it is now -1. So it's not as bad on block, but it's still their turn. But it's harder to beat projectiles with it, because you'd use it as a counter zoning tool. I apologize for mixing that up. Alexandria is the hula hoop, and that is lateral knockback has been increased, so it pushes people further back, and Cagliostro stays closer to them after it hits in the corner, because that was like, yeah, okay, that makes it an easier tool to combo with. Ultimate spare body teleport location has been changed to a short distance backward instead of midair. So now she doesn't land above them, she lands on the ground further away. And knockback has been adjusted, so I'm not sure how big a knockback is, probably less knockback because she gets put further out, so she stays relatively close still, but it's not as oppressive afterwards. And they talked about it too, it's more unsafe on block. So if you do block it, because she appears further away, there's more recovery, so it's easier to just go for a dash L or a far heavy hit and get a punish without worrying about her being able to block. Collapse. Charge frames required to reach level 1 have been reduced by 5 frames, now launches grounded foes. So, if you hit somebody with the rock, it now pops them off the ground. So, you get more space from it, as well as, you basically get more space from it, which is nice. And then the midair one, 10 frames less recovery if you throw it out, also knocks people back. And you can also combo into okay. Easier to combo into like the actual shooting part of it. Now falls faster after attacking, reducing time until landing and recovering. Okay, so she falls faster, and it's easier to charge in midair. Knockback has been adjusted, making less likely to whiff when fired at midair foes. So, easier to connect. Okay. Overall, this seems like buffs, I think, as a whole. If we look at Cagliostro. Dash H. That's a little hopping high. That does that. Basically, you'd only use this when you have... Sorry. You had this set up. Because it would push people into it, right? And you get a combo. So, like, say, do this. Oops, sorry. I should probably do the multiple hits. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I keep doing the wrong move. I keep getting down. I guess the medium one might have worked. Let's see. Or if this works, to see. So I do like that. So you can loop that because there's more recovery on it. So you put the trap down afterwards. So they can change your combo routes mid-screen once you have stuff set up, which is really nice. Because you have 30 frames. Because you see how she popped up there? I think it's guaranteed that if you hit this, they will hit the ground instead of being able to tech, no matter what. So you can get actual knockdowns by just using that now, right? And it launches higher, so easier to combo off of. The H1, if I land this, that's going to scale it less, which is nice. That's a big little buff on there. So again, her mid-screen damage has been increased. Not that you're really like comboing into that. You're setting up, right? Right? So like you get like the idea, right? Bonk. Messed that up. I'm not a Cagliostro player, I'm sorry. I think I supposed to do DP there. Damn it. It's okay. So more damage mid-screen, which is really nice. And that's off of like, people always go for like, you know, this into back throw. Or you do like the double, just 2 hits. So that's good. It scaled a lot already, so that's nice. Ultimate Mehen. This lasts a lot longer. So at least like 2 more seconds afterwards. The mid-air one, which always just fell on the opponent, is going to be harder to just put on top of a person consistently. M calculated. This recovery is reduced by 3. So on block, you see here. Maybe don't attack afterwards, please. Thank you. -4, right? You're negative after this. So now it is -1, which is still their turn when it pushes you towards them. This one is -5, but the one towards you, yeah, is a lot safer. But now it's harder to beat projectiles with that. Got it. And then you, Alexandria, knockback is better on this. Her hula hoop. And no longer pushes Cagliostro when it's blocked in the corner. Oh, when it's blocked in the corner. Oh, okay. What is this on block? -4. Okay. So she doesn't just get a freebie. She'll be a lot closer, and then the opponent actually will be able to take their turn instead of Cagliostro just being in like prime heavy range afterwards. Because she's like in the exact range where you can just mash far heavy and be fine.
Cagliostro wants to play.
Spare body. -25, but you landed right above them, right? And you see how fast I can block, right? As soon as I land. As soon as I land, I can block. Essentially, there's like a small time, a very, very short time when I land that I can't block. It's super small. So they made this, if you block it, she's now going to land like right here. instead of in midair. So being a DP, it's going to be like, oh, I'm here. It's going to have the same kind of recovery frames, more recovery frames. So you'll have you can just get a run up close heavy and punish her if she does it. Because a lot of characters couldn't get a good punish or could mistime it easily. Ultimate spare body, no longer invincible when you do it, so people can anti-air this now. So like say counterattack settings. Right? I'm fine. Like, nice try. Like, I'm fine. I do that. What punish? There's no punish here. I get the punish. DPs don't work on that, right? So yeah, you can now just DP her if she does, like, if you see it start coming out. If you see the blue flash, just go for the uppercuts. So that's a nerf, which is a nice nerf. Again, making this character easier to deal with in the air is great. Collapse, and lastly, this is uncharged. Level 1, with the spike in it, 5 frames less to charge. And now it launches foes on hit. So they'll be airborne and you'll be able to combo off of it in the corner probably. The air one, a lot less charge time. And now launches same way. If it hits, the opponent pops up, and it's easier to use afterwards without making it easier to combo into collapse fire. Okay, so easier to use on jump-ins for like a layup and get a juggle afterwards, likely because there's less time on landing, so you'll land faster and you'll be able to get the combo if you use it right. And then yeah. That's good. Okay. So I think, let's see. As a whole, what can I say here? Better mid-screen damage, but it is now looping it is worse. Better damage with the H version of the traps. The ultimate ones linger longer, but are less oppressive from the air. M calculated is a lot better for using in pressure to keep it close to you, while at the same time being slightly unsafe. Easier to punish or take your turn after ultimate hula hoop. And then spare body is big nerfs, which is great. You know, easier to punish, easier to deal with. And then better unique skill. I think she's in the same position. The nerfs are... It's quality of life nerfs for the opponents. So it's like, to me, the nerfs are reasonable. I think she's like a slight winner. I think as a whole. Like, she has better mid-screen damage, which was her biggest weakness. She would never get any damage mid-screen. So now she has mid-screen damage. And I don't know. Being hard to anti-air was always kind of her thing, and basically making it impossible for characters without like invincible DPs to really shut her down. So I think that's like extremely strong as a nerf against her. And you know, her ultimate skills are going to have scaling on them now, which was like people would use ultimate spare body to start like an air combo, but you know, I don't know. I think the buffs outweigh the nerfs. I think she could be like in the same territory, honestly. But I mean, like she did get like, you know, having worse reversals is not a big nerf. That's just in line with other characters, and I think that's okay. Honestly, that's fair. She's, with everything else being better, she's a winner, in my opinion. I think a little bit better than Vasaraga as a winner. About the same. I would say about the same. That's Cagliostro. Alright. No time to fool. It's time to check out Yuel. Yuel is a fast character who uses her many movement options to get close to her opponent, where she uses third dance to shake up their defense. This time we're focusing on adjusting her neutral game. I'm scared. Big changes are coming to third dance, which is her auto defeat mid stance. From this stance, the automatic Eye of Sparrow was a little too oppressive, since it was both hard to read and effective at countering opposing pokes. So that was the auto counter. We've changed this move to have a manual input. So it no longer does the counter automatically. That's a nerf. You have to commit to it if you want to blow through people's mid highs. That's actually great. Okay. So, like, we're making her better, but we also recognize that if we make Yuel better, it's going to be impossible to actually swing against her with certain characters. So I'm fine with that nerf. The goal of this change is to make it easier for both players to read and react to the move. If the opponent attacks, use Eye of Sparrow. If they keep blocking, use a different attack from third dance. A last detail about Eye of Sparrow, it won't cause any skill icons to go on cooldown, but it will lose to opposing moves with long invisibility frames. So, character who swings into it does not go on cooldown, but say if I do a super, then it won't blow up the super because of the invincibility. Okay. Although the other moves performed from third dance are easy to execute, it's difficult to tell if they leave Yuel at advantage or disadvantage. So we're making major changes to them. So they are buffing her mix-up potential. That's frightening. Now, all of third dance's derivative moves will deal chip damage. What? Are you... Question mark? Giving her an option to pressure opponents who don't stop blocking. Additionally, M third dance, which is a little overhead flip, which didn't hit as an overhead, is now an overhead. And its block stun has been increased, allowing for a meaningful choice between a standing and crouching M. What was a combo tool or something that blew up lows is now a low crush overhead that keeps you in block stun afterwards. I'm scared. That was already a good like little attack to beat people who go for crouch L's or something, but now it's an overhead that does chip damage. Okay, game. That's a little okay. There's still more text here, but I'm scared already. We've also made it possible to manually enter third dance during any unique skill, including U Fox Flame. Before this change, Ultimate Fox Flame will cause Yuel to automatically enter third dance. So now you can choose to enter into her stance off of any ultimate attack. Ultimate Starlit Sky now has increased lateral knockback. And that's her thrust. And an increased window for follow-up attacks in the corner, making a much more potent combo tool. Because it's only possible to combo off this move in the corner, we've made it so Yuel won't push herself off the opponent upon hitting them. Block stun has been adjusted to -4. I don't know if that's a buffer or a nerf, but also when you hit them with it, she stays close to the corner, so it's easier for her to get a close follow-up when you hit. And finally, Ultimate Hanarashi, which is her backflip. It was difficult to convert off of hit, so we reduced the knockback and made it possible to do a follow-up even from mid-screen. You never really saw the ultimate version of her like flip back into lunging attack, so now that has more use to blow up people who are going for throws, so she has a much better tool set. But again, there is more scaling on it, so it is not like a straight-up buff because there is that nerf to it. Far Standing H. Forward hurtbox prior to active frames has been shortened. So, harder to stuff. Crouching H, launch height on second hit has been reduced. So on an early anti-air, they don't get launched as high, so it's easier for her to combo into Foxfire. Okay, that's a buff. Light Starry Sky. Travel distance and speed has been increased, so easier to use off of light attacks or far medium attacks to get the thrust into a knockdown. M Starry Sky is now 14 frames, so they didn't mention this. 4 frames less of startup. Travel speed and distance have been increased, so it goes farther and faster, and no longer slows down on accelerating, so she will push you more to the corner. Ugh. 8 Starlit Sky also goes farther and faster, and the final hit has more pushback. So it's easier to get a wall bounce near the corner, as well as push people towards the corner. Ultimate. Damage per hit has been adjusted. It was 1,400, 1,800, 2,500? And now it is 1,500, 2,400. Sorry, 1,600, 2,500. Okay, so it's the same damage. But it's depends on it's more damage up front. Okay. Lateral, so hits further back to get the wall bounce. Easier opportunity to follow up after it ball bounces in the corner. Yuel gets closer afterwards, and then you can now hold the unique button to go into her stance, which makes doing follow-ups with the stance in the corner easier to do. So you can actually just go into stance, go for a combo. So her combo game got a lot stronger without having to rely on normals. Her ultimate DP, again, you can hold U to go into the stance. Hanarashi, which is the backflip, gets a pop-up, and you can get a combo mid-screen, and a Fox Flame does not automatically go into the stance. You can choose to do so. Third dance. So her stance. Chip damage to unique acted under third stance. Yugetsu and Guren. So the Guren is the dash attack with the fire attached to it. Yugetsu is the flip kick. Those do 35% of the move's damage and chip, which is significant. Quick step, which is a hop forward. That's a hop. It's not an attack. So I don't know why they put it at 10%, but whatever. Third dance attack, which is light, medium, or heavy. All right, down light, down light, medium, or light or down light, medium or down medium. Excuse me. So that is the various attacks, right? You have the stand light, quick hit. You have like the quick anti-air. You have the flip kick, and then you have the low. Those do a little bit of chip. Light third dance attack. Frames between L and M follow-up has increased by 2 frames. This adjustment has been made in accordance with the reduced startup of M third dance attack as to avoid changing the number of punishable frames. This adjustment has been made in accordance with the reduced startup of medium dance attack, which is the flip, as to avoid changing the number of punishable. So they made it so that you can still stop her. It's not a true guard string, but because they made the medium one have faster startup, they made it so that there is still bigger of a gap, even if you cancel into it, so you can punish her if you call out the gap. Okay. That's what that means. Because again, the reduced startup of that move. There's also less active frames on it. So medium third dance attack is an overhead, does more damage, is an overhead. 14 frame overhead, by the way. So that is in the wheelhouse of, I can't react to that. If you're in the stance, hopefully you're catching out to it. But yeah, it is essentially just, it is one of those like extremely it's hard to react to. Block stun has been increased to 21 frames. Combined with adjustments made to the number of active frames, frame advantage has been decreased to -6. Okay, so it's punishable. That's fine. You're in more block stun, but because the active frames are lower by 2, it is now unsafe on block, which is good. Okay. Now causes ground bounce. Knockback has been adjusted. So you get a ground bounce if it hits, which you might be able to combo off of, I'm not sure. But at the very least, your reward for blocking it is a punish. So that's thankful. Thankful that's the case. It's still super strong. And it still makes it so people can't just like block low and be fine, right? It makes it so people have to actually pay attention, which is frightening. I don't want to pay attention. I don't want to get mixed up by Yuel. Leave me alone. Gurren, which is the dash attack. -4 on block, so it is pretty much you can't punish it anymore. Gurren charge causes wall bounce if you hit somebody with it, so okay. And then pushes back farther, so it's easier to get the wall bounce. Yugetsu, which again is the little flip anti-air, 10 frames, so easier to use as an anti-air. And finally, no longer activates the auto counter. You have to do DP, light, medium, anything, DP attack to activate it. Total animation has been increased 35 frames. Counters non-projectile strike attack between frames 1 and 10. Stance can be cancelled upon countering. So if you manage to input the animation from frame 1, you can beat any non-projectile strike attack. Low, high, mid, what have you, right? So that is honestly a buff. Or a nerf. It's a nerf. It's a nerf. It's a nerf. Because usually, like, you couldn't strike into her at all. You had her run up and grab. But now you can. Now she has to guess. It's more RPS. Oh boy. Yeah. I'm gonna go through Yuel, then I'm gonna go grab some more water. But we'll make this. We'll make this quick to check out all the changes in the game. And shoutouts to the tournament Versus Fighting. They're doing their top 8 right now. It is Space versus Dudikoff in losers. Space, who won the last big Arc World Tour tournament in the European region, is now in the loser side. I think he qualified last time by getting the win, so he is just here to be a menace. Get that money. Good for him. Okay. Oops. So this is harder to stuff. It's not a lot of range on this, but you can't stuff it out as easily. And then crouching H on jump-ins. Doesn't pop up as high. So easier to do. Easier to land Foxfire more consistently. So even if you hit the second hit from max range up top, you're good. Probably can do like M Foxfire, yeah. No, you cannot do M Foxfire. So just more consistency on that is all that is. Starlit Sky. Goes faster and farther. So easier to work off of like far ranging hits. And then if you hit like counter pokes, you're guaranteed to get that to combo without worrying about them being able to block it. Medium 1-1, 14 frames, so it might be able to combo off of a light. Because it now has 4 frames less startup. I'm not 100% sure though. That is +7. And if I'm canceling it, that's a maybe, I'm not sure. But it also goes faster and farther and no longer slows down when it hits, so you go more to the corner. And finally, that's going to go faster and farther, and the final hit's going to push back more than that, so you can get a guaranteed better wall bounce near the corner. Ultimate Starry Sky, same damage. Easier to combo off of in the corner. Lateral knockback has been increased. Window for corner follow-ups. So I think you probably can combo a heavy off of it now, because you can do like a medium, right? So it seems like you're probably able to do like a heavy hit instead. And no longer pushes back when blocked in the corner. So if you block this, she is still negative. Oh, sorry. Counterattack settings are on. She is still -4, but it's easier for you to put a positive on block standing light, close light afterwards. And now when you do this, I can go into stance when it's over. I mean, it is -4, but I can immediately pop into stance and then do like the stance counter. Same with the ultimate DP. I can hold the U button down to go into stance. And then Hanarashi. Mid-screen. All you can do is get like a far M. You couldn't get a heavy. You get a stand light. You had to basically get far M. So now you get better ability to combo in the mid-screen with when you hit that. Or just go into stance afterwards. So yeah, I think you get guaranteed like a close heavy after you hit that successfully. But again, there's reduced damage on it. So like this combo is not going to do as much. If I can combo. I'm pressing the wrong button, that's why. So that's going to be a lot more scaling on that, which is good. Ultimate Fox Flame no longer goes into stance automatically, but I can choose to go into stance if I want to. And now the big one. Third dance, stance.
Too easy.
This now does chip damage. That does chip damage now. The other option, aka the flip, which is -13. Like this is -6 on block. It was -6 on block. Now it's safe on block. And this -13. That does this all does chip. So you can use stance to get a kill essentially. And then the other ones, the attacks, these all do chip. Small chip, but still chip nonetheless. Getting chipped by this and getting chipped out will make me so mad. Damage on this. Let me put him standing. So this used to be a high. You can block it high, force crouching, whatever, right? On hit, +7, right? I can combo into a light. So that does more damage. Is an overhead now. Is faster, but they made the active frames less, so it's still a gap, right? Which means that, let's see. If you try to follow it up, you can go for a frame trap. But if you try to go for the chain, like that, it's still punishable by hitting a light attack in between it. So you're going to have to be taking chances mashing against her defensively, which is scary because you're playing that guessing game. And now on hit, causes a ground bounce. Instead of forcing crouching, you get a ground bounce instead. Because you always got a combo by exiting stance. But now I think you still get the combo, it's just they're not in a forced crouch state, which is probably...
You ready?
I don't know if that's really good or not, but that's what that does. Gurren. So again, this is now
Too easy.
not punishable. -4, it's not that bad. Charge version. Still -6, but no, it's gonna be -4. Sorry, but on regular hit, it now wall bounces, where in beforehand, it just did that, and you don't get a juggle. Now it gets a wall bounce if you get hit by a move that has 29 frame startup and is a high.
Don't be scared.
You're punished by getting a full combo in the corner. And then Yugetsu is now faster. Easier to anti-air with, which is nice. And lastly, Eye of Sparrow. Now no longer automatically activates this if they're trying to punish you with a light attack. You have to do DP light to get this, which will parry any strike attack as long as you time it right. So this is now manual. That is a nerf to the stance. Because they made the stance better, that is a good nerf. You know, that you can't just auto force people to have to like play a guessing game of I gotta grab you without getting hit, right? It makes the Yuel have to commit harder to blow up counter pokes against the stance, which is really good. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That is her. That is Yuel. So where would I say this puts her? It's I think I would say she I can put her in big winner. Like she was already kind of like whatever as a character, but now her identity plays more into her unique ability with just a stance, which is now better. I mean, having an overhead that you can combo off of is pretty good. And going into that more commonly now is also very good as well, so you can set up into that more easily, which is really strong for her. You know, better buttons, better corner carry, and combo ability from Starlit Sky. Ultimate one, better combo in the corner, same amount of damage. But again, if you do it raw, which you shouldn't be doing it raw, but if you do it raw, you get that reduction on the damage afterwards, so it does scale pretty heavily. Again, going into stance after any ultimate skill is really strong. Makes it so it's easier to follow up with pressure afterwards, or a combo depending on which one you use. And then third dance, having chip damage increases how scary that is, because you get chip damage on all the attacks from it. You have the medium is now overhead that is 14 frames, so extremely hard to react to unless you're really focused on that specifically. Then you can react to it. But if you just see it coming out, you have to block high, which is just like the motion of blocking high, which is one button press. If you're playing on like a pad or leverless on stick, you have to like adjust in time. But she'll still get the combo on it. But it is, if you do block it, you are fine. If you do block it, you do get a punish, which is nice. There is recovery to it. You get a light punish. So at the very least, that is not as scary. But then her dash charge, chip damage, and safe on block, which it wasn't before. Better anti-air. And the stance is a nerf. But I still think, like, with her setup, for compared to where she was before, I think she's a big winner. She's like at the tail end of big winners compared to like Percival and Charlotta. It's not as drastic, but it is make her a lot more versatile. And it makes that stance just so fucking scary. People are gonna die to the mix-up now. And it still goes over lows. You have to check it with a stand light, which can be difficult to do that successfully. I don't know. I want to say, like, she definitely got a huge amount of quality of life, and she's going to be very good in that way. But like I said, it's hard to say, because, like, Lowain's buffs are pretty good. Okay. I would say she's, like, closer to the end of winter. I'm being very, like, you know... I think these two, Carlotta and Percival, have like standout amazing buffs. It makes them extremely, extremely strong, in my opinion. Whereas like Yuel, I know it's a mix-up tool that's gonna be hard. It's hard to react to. Everything doing chip is gonna make her a little bit scarier when she's on top of you in that way, and it's gonna be easier for her to stay on top of you as well, especially going to the corner and then going into stance. So I'll put her in like. I'll think about it, but I think she's big winner for now. Okay, before I go into Anre, which is the next set of DLC characters, I'm going to take a small break, so I'll be right back in a little bit. Thanks for watching. We'll continue on with the next characters. I have so far gone through... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters. Only 15 more to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. 15 more to go. It's only been 2 hours, so that's I'm making much better time than yesterday. But I still need to take a break, so I'll be back in a little bit. Stay tuned. Alright, I'm back. A good stretch. Got some water. Got a little snack. I mean, I had breakfast 2 hours ago, so it's not the worst, but, you know, a bowl of cereal only goes so far. So, top 4 for versus fighting is, I'm surprised Koji Koku can travel this much. That's kind of crazy. But top 4 is Fitizen, Saki, and they were on winner's side. So those are guaranteed top 3. And then losers semis is Space versus Koji Koko. So Nier versus Beatrix. Winner of this is guaranteed into Arc World Tour, so that's cool. Let's watch this one match while I chill. I think it'll be fun to watch. Koji Koko's from Houston. One of the strongest players in North America. Grimnir. Not really. Space is very, very good. And Beatrix is such a great pick to fight Nier. 100%. Koji getting some damage. Safe jump, yep. Nice jump out, wow. Big extension. Now under a lot of duress here. Tough spot here. But nice. Mash 2-2U. Good for you. She able to almost kill. Next hit. Oh my god! Almost dead. Might as well be. Wow. What a fucking confirm. That was crazy. Space is super good. Not as good as a Nutty Buddy, excuse me. But still very good. Holy crap. Yep. Yep. The nerf that Nier got, where she can no longer do Raging Strike while Death is out, is good. It takes away her fucking dumb unblockables. It reduces her damage output because she has to do Raging Strike while she is she's forced to do Raging Strike off of unsummoned Death. So even if Death is hit and is still on the field, she can't Raging Strike. Like, that's how good a nerf that is, right? It just makes sure that she needs it unsummoned to be able to do it, and even if it's knocked out, she can't do it. So I love that change so much. After this one, I'll go back to talking about the changes and stuff. I just wanted to see this. Space again, doing really good here. Tough spot for Koji. Just gets hit by the low, and he's going to die. That's it. Match point. Koji's getting sent to... Yes, Beatrix is not a fun matchup for Nier. It's going to be even harder afterwards. Oh, you just mashed DP and you got punished for it. Space is so good. A up. DP. Yep. Now we have all the pressure in the world to just run right over this character. Next hit from Space is going to win. Let's see how Koji sets up his offense, though. Nice instant overhead. Oh, chance! How much are you going to spend? God, that damage is crazy. That damage is crazy that's tied up. Like, that was ridiculous. Oh my goodness. That did so much damage for the resources spent. That's insane. Hey, this is a... it's Beatrix's theme. Bum bum bum. Goes for the low. Nice blocks here from Space. Koji with the lead here. Good blocks. Just blocking the slashes. Ultimate skill again. With punish. Excellent. Excellent! What do you do, though? What do you do now? Koji match point. Nice reversal of fortune here. Space is running out of opportunity. Nice. Good call out. The 2-2H. It's going to beat the summon of Death because Death just can get low profiled by Beatrix. This is a huge round for Space. If I was Space, I would go next hit. Yeah, SSBA. SBA if you have the opportunity. Yep. No, you dropped it. Chip out. There you go. Anybody's game. Oh. Big damage. Quarter life already gone. With punish. Oh. Knock knock. One break point down. Space cannot get hit here. Space cannot get hit here. What a DP. Oh my goodness. Now Koji's the one in the bad spot. Dash L. Good patience. Last one break point left. Who the hit? No combo. Big blocks. The side swap. Let's go. That's it. Koji with the perfect punish. Yo. That was it. First to 3 for top 4. This isn't losers finals, bro. That micro dash forward to get the punish was immaculate. Sheesh. It was like Koji is running off with this one. This is looking dicey. Space, though. Hold on. I wish... Well, I get a verification link from a website that I almost signed up for. Almost like once a week. And they will not take the hint that I do not want to verify with them. I keep deleting their thing and they keep sending me verification links. Like, I don't want to be here. Stop it. Never send this again. Oh my god. Big damage. Hitting the link. 50%. Bong. Oh, here we go. Match point. Both players. I honestly thought it was first to 2. Koji would have won. Going the distance. I don't remember how that song actually goes from the Hercules movie. Oh, watch your ankles. Nice crouch M. Hold on. Good button. Wake up. Okay. A up. Side swap. Incoming setup. Nice jump out. Forces the brave point out. Two brave points. Oh no! You're hurting! Oh my god! That was 70%! Oh my god, space. Oh my god, space. Nice whip punish. Oh my god, wait a minute. Anyone's game. Lead us in Koji's side. Chip damage. Hey! Punish the spot dodge with the medium version of the spin. Oh my god. Koji bringing that back after losing so much fucking life is insane. And now space is in a bad place. Space is in a real bad place. No wall bounce. He needed that wall bounce. Oh, he jumps up in the corner. Nice escape out, but still a tough spot. Koji 1 BP. If space gets a big hit, I think he can kill here. Oh, he's dead. GG's. 2-2-U. Just say fuck it. Come here. You're dead. Thank you for damage scaling in the future version of the game, because that was a lot of damage so fast. So Saki's in Grand Finals winners. Fitizen versus Koji Coco. So Saki looking to get into Arc World Tour. Okay. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Alright. So let's go for some more breakdowns of the patch notes. We're going to be diving right in to Anre, so Uno. That's a lot of text. Let me hydrate real quick. Anre specializes in defense, keeping his opponents at bay with attacks that have excellent reach. At the same time, if they get too close, he can turn his opponent's offense against them with Arm of the Bastion and Fleeting Spark. Our adjustments focus on further improving his defensive playstyle. One major change is now you can cancel any normal skill into Anre's unique action, Arm of the Bastion, which makes it so you can parry, essentially, guard against any like Brave counter. So you can call out Brave counters with it, like you could do it like Charlotte or whatever, right? Also, we've made his active frames earlier after parrying an attack, emphasizing his theme of defense being the best offense. The forward plus unique version will now lunge forward upon a successful parry, making it easier to approach the opponent from mid-range and go for bigger damage. So if you use like that against pokes, you can close the gap using his guard on his shield that he puts out. To compensate, we've increased its whiff recovery, meaning it should be used judiciously, so be smarter about it. If you whiff doing the follow-up to the parry, you will die. Both one right spears, jump forward you or jump down you, lunge and dive variants have had their startup frames reduced after a successful parry from Arm the Bastion, so they can be used in succession.
Let's get on with it.
So if you do his jump parry, you can get the follow-ups to it, and you can use both of them to get some extra damage. Their startups are now faster in other cases as well. Astral Pierce, one of his follow-ups, the Spiral Spear, that's like the little overhead bonk part. That's not really an overhead. Was comparatively hard to understand compared to the other follow-up skills. So we made it cause a ground bounce on counter hit, creating a new combo opportunity. So if you frame trap with the spin into bonk, you'll get a combo if they press. Likewise for Grand Haste, which off the spin is the dash forward. Another spiral field, we've increased its travel distance, making it easier to get the jump on distant foes. So again, if you do the spinneroonie to block something, or to just fall, well, not really block something, just to put pressure, you can catch people by surprise. So just do Spiral Spear into like the dash forward just to be tricky. Okay. Right, and it nullifies projectiles. So if you're fighting a projectile character, you can close the gap pretty easily by just nullifying it and dashing forward. So that's really good, since it goes farther. Fleeting Spark, which is his DP. That's the defensive stance strike. We made broad adjustments to its on-hit properties to provide more rewards. We're also increasing the versatility of the M and H version to recurring usage of their launch properties from mid-range. And finally, although 7 Spears of Lightning allows Anre to hold the advantage on hit or block using the M or H attacks, we're making adjustments that should shore up its weak damage and pressure. Upon using Crouching U, so doing a sweep, and 1 Rift Spear will now also shoot out a spear. Successfully landing the spear will now cause a launch, making it much easier to do a hit confirm into a combo. So, much better combo routing. Okay, that's a lot of buffs. Oh boy. That is a lot. Oh my goodness. Astral Piercer, ground bounce height on countered has been increased. Bunk! Grand Haste, travel startup has been reduced, and speed and distance have been increased. So, it's faster to start moving, and it goes further and faster. Distance covered by minimum active frames has been increased, so it goes further out even from the get-go, too. So overall, just better. Mantra Wheel on the ground now causes wall bounce. So that's the ultimate twister. Does a wall bounce now, and in the air as well. Interesting. So that wasn't mentioned in the notes, but that just means he has better combo versatility by using that ultimate skill. Fleeting Spark, which is the thrust attack. Yeah, because it's a counter on start because he puts up the spear that blocks out attacks, then moves forward. Now launches grounded foes, so it didn't do that before, just kept them standing, and they get knocked back further. Stun frames when parrying have been increased, so if you successfully parry something, the opponent is pretty much guaranteed to get hit by the follow-up. And then travel speed and distance when parrying from long distance has been increased, so if you parry something from a far range, better chance of hitting that shoulder shackle. The M version, launch height's been increased, now causes wall bounce. So on successful hit, even though the startup is still relatively long, you'll get a wall bounce on hit, which is nice. And then H, shoulder tackle. Knockback and launch height have been increased. Now causes wall bounce on second hit, except when parrying. So if you just do it in a combo, you get better combo filler. Stun frames when you parry has been increased, so easier to follow up when attack into it. And travel speed and distance when parrying from long distance has been increased, so easier to get the EX hit. If someone gets hit by it. And again, it's frame 1 parry, so you don't get the wall bounce if you get the frame 1 parry in the corner. Only if you use it as a normal attack, just as filler. And the ultimate one fixed an issue where the counter would clash after parrying Nier's ultimate misfortune. Oh! Interesting. So you can just actually beat it. And so that's specifically a nerf to Nier against Anre. Cool. Koji Koko, by the way, is up 2 games to none against Citizen. So Koji Koko is ready to go against Saki soon. In what'll be the Nier mirror match. Arm the Bastion. Hit stop when parrying if it increased, so there's more recovery or more delay when the opponent goes ah. Can now be used after canceling a normal, so you can do, you know, blop blop parry if you want to beat a brave counter. Arm the Bastion advancing. Travel speed has been adjusted, causing Anre to slide forward. Okay, right, the dashing one, which moves forward when he does it. He slides forward. Can use after canceling a normal, like it mentioned. Hit stop when parrying has been increased again, like the other one. Now moves forward. So you parry, you go even further forward, but you have 9 frames of whiff recovery. So if someone hits and dodges, they're guaranteed an easier punish against it. Arm of the Bastion in midair has more parry frames by 6, and hit stop when parrying has been increased to 5 frames. Finally, the spear dash that he has that's akin to Zeta's, where he spins the spear in the air and then dashes, has less startup by 5 frames. Counter hit, it has more frame advantage for him. And the following attributes have been changed when canceled into after successful mid-air Arm of the Bastion. So if you do the mid-air parry and not just the attack, it is now a 6 frame startup as opposed to 24 frames. Because hit stop when pairing with Arm the Bastion is 5 frames. Effective startup is 1 frame. Invincibility until the last active frame. So when you parry, it's invincible until the end. So you cannot stuff it if he gets a parry just to follow up. And now is much faster. So startup is 1 frame. Interesting. Okay. 1 spear dive. So lunge is the forward one. Dive is the one that goes like down. Faster startup. Same as the thing before. Hit stop on counter hit has been increased. So more damage on counter hit. Or possibility for like a follow up. With the other spear. You get the parry. You get a faster startup. And it's fully invincible until the end. Recovery is now 12 frames, so if you land, you have a lot less to worry about when landing. And when canceling successful mid-air Arm the Bastion, with recovery has been changed to 24. So if they dodge it and you go for it, they have a lot more time to punish. Probably. 7 Spears of Lightning. Projectiles now track foes. Projectiles now track foes? That is his summon swords. They now track foes, so they try to jump, they will get swatted out of the sky. Now launches grounded foes. Knockback has been adjusted. Now fires a projectile after crouching you or 1 rift spear, the dive. No longer fires a projectile after the first attack of a combo. So much more versatile. I mean, you have his like other super that lets him go for like the hit into just like the shots that come out automatically, but being able to set up summon swords for like pressure and potential to finish out a round is better. That's cool. That's really nice. Not as dense a changes as I thought it was, to be honest. Also, Koji Koko eliminates Citizen to get a matchup in the loser side, in grand finals. So Koji Koko grand finals going up against Saki, which is going to be the Nier mirror match to see who will be the one to get the spot in the Arc Tour finals. Guaranteed spot for either one of these players. Okay, so Anre is on the scene. So Astral Piercer. So that bonk attack, right? There's a light ground bounce. So on counter hit, it normally did this. You got that. Okay. You couldn't. Guess maybe. Huh. I don't know if you can combo off that. You got a light, I guess. So you probably get you could probably get a medium after that bonks. So that's, I mean, that is a buff. So that's nice. More damage off of bonking people if they get hit by it. And then Grand Haste. How do I do Grand Haste? Forward plus U. So now this goes further, faster, and has less startup. So much easier to be just like, whee! And dash in afterwards. And trick people with it. Mantra Wheel Ground. This now causes wall bounce, which it didn't before. So much better ability to combo off of that now as well. More time to do it at least. Okay, Fleeting Spark.
Ever composed.
Down, down, up, light. Okay, that's a.
Not today. Flimsy.
So the light one now launches grounded foes. It normally would bonk them, so now it's gonna get them off the ground. On hit it's +2, so more advantage essentially afterwards. But it knocks back further when it hits. And there's more parry. If they get parried by it, they have let's see. Let me set this up. Huh? There you go. Stun frames and parrying is now more. So a lot better to be able to stuff people with that, since they're now at 21 frames instead of 10. And then it also goes further out if you successfully parry.
Don't think so. Don't think so. Don't think so. Don't think so.
Like, that's not a combo, right?
Don't think so.
It's not supposed to be a combo.
Don't think so.
So that's better. It's even more usable. The medium one. Launches higher. Now launches higher and causes a wall bounce. So if you connect this, which you don't get a combo into this. If you do manage to hit this, you get a wall bounce into a full combo. That's big. And then it launches higher up too, which is nice. So it's easier to combo when it does the wall bounce. Thank you, Birds, for the follow. I appreciate you. I am now being I got birds on my brain. Well, let me see how the versus is going. 1-1. Koji went for the counter pick with Beatrix, but Saki's answered it back pretty well. H version, lateral knockback and launch height for the second hit have been increased.
This river runs true.
Now causes wall bounce on second hit except when parrying. So if you use this in a combo, you get a wall bounce and you get damage.
This river run.
But essentially you're only hitting this off of a heavy.
This river.
Counter hit heavy, by the way. Unless you have like a proper combo to make that work.
This river runs true.
So you get the wall bounce, you get the damage afterwards. If you parry successfully.
This river runs true.
You don't get the wall bounce when you do that, but they're in stun a lot longer, so you get a better chance of actually hitting somebody if they if you parry it correctly. And then finally, they buff this version of it, where it won't clash if you parry Nier's DP. Yay! Arm the Bastion.
Don't move.
Hit stop when parrying has been increased by 7. Or rather, sorry, been increased by 5 frames. So it's easier to get a follow-up.
Scratch. You ready yet?
Can now be cancelled after a normal. If I do a triple attack, I couldn't do it, right? So now I can actually do it in between this to bait out Brave counters. Travel speed has been adjusted, so this one goes further. I can cancel a far normal into it to move forward. More hits. This is one that this also has more hit stop. Goes even more forward if it parries. And then whiff recovery is longer. So if I whiff, I have an extra, a lot of frames on that. So now it's 49 frames on whiff. Midair. Parry frames last longer.
Oh my.
So it's much better to use that in the air now. Hit stop is longer, so easier to do the follow-up afterwards. The lunge, which is this. If you counter and go into this,
Let's get on.
if you get a parry, you get a faster startup on it, and it's invisible until it finishes. So if they try to DP you, you're not going to get hit out of it. So they have to block it or dodge it. Same with the dive. It's much faster now. Better hit on counter hit afterwards, so +4 on hit.
Don't move.
Excuse me. Take away the counter hit. More time afterwards. Like I am +14, so I'll be +19, which is really good. Again, invincibility if I successfully parry with the air parry. Less recovery when I hit the ground. And then, but there's a lot of whiff recovery if it does whiff. And then finally, you have...
Seven spheres come to me.
How do I launch them? So they now track foes. So say if he was jumping, right? So tracks better, so they can't avoid it if they get hit by your H or that. It now launches grounded foes. So that now actually gets them off the air, makes it easier to combo off of. Knockback's adjusted, and now you can get a follow-up if you go for Crouch U. It'll get the pop-up with it after you hit with that, or after the dive, either one of these. It'll shoot that as well, so you either get a better way of catching lows and getting the shot right, which is nice, because your only like low option was Crouch Light, right? Crouching Medium is a high, right? So you actually get a low option that has the follow-ups to it, which is cool. And One Rift Spear, which is your anti. Oh no, you want to go for a throw, bonk, and then you get a full combo because the shots come off. And no longer fires projectile after the first attack of a combo. Cool. Awesome. Really good. Looking at everything for him. Let me look at the stream. Saki! Congratulations! Saki takes first place and is qualified for the Arc World Tour Finals. Super! Well done for them. That's awesome. I'm really happy about that. Bro, let's go. Congrats to Saki. Big winner. Whew. Alright, let's keep moving. So, with all the changes, right? Really stressing his ability for defensively. They left his they made his combo ability a little bit better with the Spinneroonie being a little bit stronger. Ultimate version. But I think it's just a winner. I can't say big winner. Having a better frame trap with the bonk is nice. Being able to use the shoulder tackle in combos to get like grounded hits and get more advantage is kind of cool, and it's better as like a defensive tool. Launch height being higher, and now wall bounce on the medium one, which is a lot of startup on it, is nice, and then the heavy one with the counter hits can be humongous damage. And then the parry being better too, so it's tough because like you're still predicated on making call outs, but if you're good at that, and if you're good at playing defensively and good at reacting, then he's like the perfect character for you in that sense. They made that aspect of him better. And better, he has like other characters, a better tool now to beat stand throws with the dive on the spear. And the install is also stronger, so that's all nice. Nothing that would make him like extremely crazy, but he is better. So I think Anre gets to go into the winner's circle here. I would say about on par with Loane and Matera. Which then brings us to Eustace. Eustace. Okay. Eustace is a character who excels at launching attacks from a distance by cycling through his projectile options and their respective trajectories, but they posed a minimal threat and lacked rewards successfully landing. To highlight his unique projectiles, we've strengthened his projectiles across the board! Zoning! Let's go! Eustace deserves it. Hit stun duration has been increased for his far-standing H, crouching H, and stay tonight, making it now possible to follow up on grounded hits. What is stay tonight? Stay tonight. Stay tonight is his U ability, so that's the unique little blast that he does there. Okay. His unique ability is kind of lackluster, so that's nice. Speaking of grounded hits, light and medium versions of Flammic Thunder is shot now cause a juggle state on grounded hits, creating more space between Eustace and the foe, allowing him to safely continue pressuring from afar. So if you get those shots, they don't normally stay on the ground anymore. They get hit and they get pushed back, and you can set up more orb shots and more zoning, which is cool. Additionally, we've delayed the startup of M Flammic Thunder when charged, making it easier time against foes attempting to dodge the light version charged. So you can mix up the versions and catch people trying to sidestep you by charging the medium version. Medium Rat Race now gives Eustace frame advantage. That's the bomb. Medium version of the bomb now gives Eustace frame advantage when blocked up close. You can extend your pressure with attacks such as standing L. On hit, you can convert the hit into more damage by chaining it into a close stand L and M Rat Race, the second hit of it. The ultimate version of Rat Race had stroke utility for Okazemi, but was easy to counter as the bomb would disappear if Eustace blocked an incoming attack. The bomb no longer disappears when blocking an attack, making it easier for him to reap the rewards from spending his SBA gauge. Okay. Interesting. Try to process all that. So buttons are the same and everything, but he's just a better zoner as a whole. And I'm sure there's stuff in the notes I didn't talk about, so we'll see like those as well. Okay, far standing H, and the follow-up, the blast. Mid-air stun duration has been increased from 20 to 32, making follow-ups possible on grounded hits. Lateral knockback reduced with launch height increased. So if you hit the blast, they're actually popped up in the air, and you get a follow-up if you manage to land the far heavy. Crouching heavy, mid-air stun duration is increased. So it's gonna launch height has been increased. It launches on crouching heavy, the follow-up, the blast. So now you get a better chance to actually follow it up if you successfully connect it on the ground. Dash M, which should be the overhead. Travel speed and distance, so it goes further and faster. L shot now launches grounded foes, pushes them back so you get that proper spacing instead of just them just going ow. M does the same thing. Light version charge does the same thing when launching a foe. Hit stop has been increased by 6 frames, changing the advantage on a hit from -1 to +5. Pushback on block has been increased as well, so it's harder for you to be... it makes it so... Hit stop on block has been increased. Sorry, hit stop on block. So block stun has been increased by 6 frames. So it is now +5 if you charge the gun in their face. But it does push them back a little bit, so it's harder for you to keep that advantage. M charged. It is now 12 frames longer to start up. But now if they think you're charging the light version, you'll basically punish the dodge. So it's a bigger guessing game if you're doing the medium or the light or medium version, which is kind of cool. Recovery has been reduced by 6 frames, changing the overall duration from 60 to 66 when combined with the startup changed. So a lot of recovery still if they avoid it. It is now +5 because it recovers faster. If they block it up close, it is +5. If you get hit by the 40 frame charged gunshot It is +5. It makes sense. You should not be getting hit by that. That close. Being at a distance, that means it's still just like his advantage to take another shot. So if you don't avoid the charge shot, you're kind of in a bad spot. H version charged. It is now +13 if you fully charge it. That's really, really good. And there's the same pushback. So you are like in the zone if that works out. That's really, really good. Assault Knife, Close Combat Follow-Up. Lateral knockback has been slightly increased on first hit, making follow-ups easier when hitting from behind. Okay, that's when he's doing his dash up little launch part, and that's part of his combos. It knocks back further after you get that up hit, so it's easier for them to, when you do like the sequence where you dash forward on an air hit, pop them up, you can get a better, more consistent juggling, which is good. L Rat Race, bomb bounce height has been increased, explosion timing has been delayed by 14 seconds. So making it so you can follow up pressure easier on the bomb, even though it doesn't blow up as early. It makes so you have better opportunity to shoot it, to blow it up, and take advantage of the fact that you have that. So that's super. M Rat Race. Hit stop on the first hit has been increased from 4 to 10. It is now +2, which is a big buff. That grenade is now no longer negative. Bomb bounce height has been increased, so it is harder to dodge. And again, because the explosion timing takes longer to come out, you can activate it more consistently. H Rat Race, bomb bounces higher, later. Same thing as medium and light. Ultimate Rat Race, Nom no longer disappears upon blocking an attack. So as long as you're blocking, that bomb is still a threat, and they have to hit you to get it off of them. And finally, State of Night, his unique attack. Mid-air unrecoverable duration has been increased from 20 to 27, allowing for follow-ups in the corner on grounded hits. Launch height has been increased. Okay. Let's take a good look at Eustace in motion here. And talk about the changes with an added visual guide. So far standing heavy follow-up. It launches higher and locks up back further, so it can get like a follow-up if I hit like right here. It's 32 frames, so it's a lot more timing on it. Oh, that just means I can do like Rat Race, right? Or close combat. I have to see. Can I get like a double shot? I don't know. Weird. And then crouching H follow-up. I guess it only hits standing characters? Launch height, so it launches higher up, and there's less recovery time. Or launches higher up, but they increased the recovery time so that they would land and hit the ground still, and then I can get like a follow-up afterwards. Weird, though. Not sure what I can get off that now. So I can't cancel. We'll have to see. Dash M, overhead, goes a further distance and faster. Light Granite, Flemic Thunder. Now knocks down. And, so now knocks down. And further back. That's cool. Medium the same way. Boom. And you have more room to work with. charge version now launches grounded foes. Charge version normally just did a blast and that was it. But again, they made it so that it is now plus. At point blank -1. Now it is +5. But there's more pushback. Medium one the same way. It takes a lot longer to get the shot off, but if they sidestep as soon as they see the gun charge come out, they'll get punished by it because it has the extra 12 frames of startup on it. And then it is now +5. It takes longer to come out, but it used to be -7. Now it is plus frames as a reward for charging a 39 frame attack, a 40 frame attack. An H version, which was +7 on charge. Again, a long charge. So again, this is a 45 frame medium high attack. It is now +13. If you get hit by a 45 frame attack, you deserve to be in block stun forever. Assault knife. H. So this version, assault knife, is the pop up like this. It now has a more pushback on the first hit to get the juggle when it hits from behind, or better able to juggle if it hits from behind.
Down here. Taste it. This. Clear it down here. Out of my way.
Oops.
Great. Then clear it. Taste it. How? Great. Taste it. This. Great.
So lateral knockback has been increased, so it's easier to hit when you do that, because that is a staple of his combos.
Taste it. How? Clear it. Clear it. How? How? This. How? Great.
Okay, cool. So that's nice. And then Rat Race. That stays the same. So they didn't change the power of slow kill. So that doesn't have any difference there. But it still detonates bombs when you have the heavy Rat Race bomb on there. Excuse me. Rat Race is down. DP, okay. Bomb bounce.
Catch.
When it hits the ground, it'll bounce higher, so it's harder to dodge. And then the explosion timing,
Freeze.
this one doesn't stick on a person, right?
Catch.
So when it lingers after the bounce, it stays on the field as a zoning tool better.
Catch.
So it's a better zoning asset, right? Because the fact that it stays on the screen longer and it's going to bounce higher. Same as the medium one. Sorry.
Eat this. It's gonna blow.
So on block, like you saw earlier, this was -4.
You should dodge. That's not a dud. It's gonna blow.
So -4 if the bomb goes past them, right? But now if you do this, you're plus. That's cool. Because crouching, if you block a crouching,
It's not a dud. It's gonna blow.
plus 13, right? So if you're standing, it makes it whiff.
It's gonna blow.
But it also takes a while longer to blow up. So it lingers on the field more. Even when thrown at a distance. And it doesn't, if it doesn't actually hit the person,
It's gonna blow.
it's going to bounce higher, which is really nice. And then H Rat Race.
No returns. Clear it. Here.
Bounces higher off the ground. So again, if you throw it from full screen, easier to connect with.
Tick-tock.
You don't get, I think, they get the bomb part, okay.
No returns.
And if they block it from full screen, you're guaranteed. So now that's the biggest thing. Because they made the delay timing by 14, you are now guaranteed, if they block it from full screen,
No returns.
you're now guaranteed at this distance that the bomb gets put on them.
Here.
Ultimate Rat Race no longer disappears upon blocking an attack.
Bang. Bang. You blew it.
Huh. Oh, I see. So let's say,
Let's see what you've got.
bomb doesn't go away. So they have to hit you, or they have to throw you, or they can no longer just swing and hit you instead, which is a huge buff.
Blew it. Nice try.
Because, right, I throw the bomb, you do immediate just strike, and guess what? Bomb's gone. Now I can block and be happy that that is there and lingering, and they're forced to, like, be like, ah, crap. That's super good. And finally,
Easy shot.
mid-air recoverable duration has been increased, allowing for follow-ups in the corner on grounded hit.
Easy. Easy shot. Easy shot.
I can't get a combo that in the corner, but now they will not hit the, they will hit the ground if you let them, or you can get time the that. And also launch height's higher too, so it just makes it easier to do it. So it's definitely just a nicer tool for extenders in the corner without having to spend bar. Hell yeah. And that is his changes in the grand scheme of things. So looking at him as a total here, all buffs. Oops, all buffs. Follow-ups on heavy, far heavy, and crouch heavy are really good. Dash M being better is nice. Better zoning, like they improved his zoning. Like Narmaya, it's better zoning as well. So he's a winner, like for sure. You know, more consistent combos, harder to easily get around the zoning. You can still do it by like, being patient, timing jumps and dodges, but now you have to like guess a little bit more, especially if he charges and tries to get your goose. And then the bombs are just better to throw a neutral, so it's more advantageous to just toss them out now as like just as a tool to just screw around people and just to have that on the field and discourage people running at you. And, you know, again, more combos. Being able to use his unique skill in a corner situation means that he can start a combo more consistently without having to use a cooldown to get that going. Or if he has no cooldowns, he's guaranteed at least something there, right? So that's nice. So Eustace goes into the winner pile. Absolutely. I would put him on par with like Anre. I'd say better than Matera. About equal with Soriz. They're really again. His normals don't get better, so his close range game isn't going to be stronger or anything. But the advantage that he has is the fact that his zoning now is just stronger, which is very nice for him. Oh well. Can't win them all. Sorry, I just need to catch a breather. Okay. 6. Oh boy, this asshole. Look at this guy right here. One of the best characters in Granblue Fantasy vs. Rising and Granblue Fantasy vs. consistently top tier. An extensive ability to be a menace at all versions without many a downside. Spoilers, he's still good. Not much of a spoiler, but it's just true. Surprise. They were more mean to like Nier than they were to 6. Okay. Let us begin. Six is unique due to the barrage of powerful, fast-paced attacks that he's able to dole out swiftly. His design concept is similar to Lancelot, so we're preserving his mobility and the ability to maintain pressure while adjusting the length of his combos, SBA recovery gauge, and lowering his total health. Gee. They're giving him the ninja treatment. Oh boy, he's got less health. But now he's gonna be still as crazy fast and strong. But his combos in the corner won't last as long. He won't get all the gauge in the world because, again, like Lancelot, but even worse, 2 combos, especially one mid-screen and 1 corner, he gets 100 tension, and then he basically gets to get a free SBA, reducing your points and just preserving his advantage to like a T. He is 100% just the biggest asshole, one of the biggest assholes in the game. because there is little to no recourse for a 6 player to want to block or to not just throw shit out in neutral. They will just throw shit out in neutral all day, every day, and it profits. Luckily, ultimate skills scale damage, so now it is less reward for them to just kind of throw shit out in neutral, thankfully. They'll get less damage, it won't be as crazy, things will be a little more tame in that sense, which I really do appreciate. That they're making it so that it's not going to be like as insane. Thankfully. It's just what it is. I mean, the character's been nuts. All right. In keeping with the design concept, we strengthened his dash attacks and adjusted M-Gate of Demons to make him even more effective at close range. And all of the 6s started using that move more. So now it's even better because it makes it so he's just bouncing off Goomba stomping on you and making that scary to deal with. With that in mind, our fix was he has now 2,000 less life, which is actually pretty significant. Lancelot only took 1,000 life hit, whereas 6 takes 2,000. Using Snakebite has always been more useful compared to Wolf's Howl, leaving Wolf's Howl mostly to be used as a mid-screen finisher to 6-Claw Execution, which is his slashing attacks, right? Because Wolf's Howl is the palm that ends with it, right? Where Snakebite is going to be the flippy flip afterwards. The Wolf Howl was mostly as a mid-screen finisher to 6-Claw Execution. As a result, we've made Wolf's Howl better because everyone would just use that as an ender. It should just be a combo ender. It shouldn't I am all for giving things utility. Some things do not deserve utility. You already have like all amazing options off of 6-Claw Execution. He doesn't need a better option now that might be a frame trap or something even better on hit, right? Like I'm scared. I am 100% scared to read more. The low risk involved with using Ultimate Gate of Demons has always made it possible for 6 to maintain pressure even when he whiffed. So in order to better match its high payoff, we've increased his whiff recovery. But he'll still get the high payoff if it hits. But if you dodge it, you can hit him, but you'll still like, again, I'd say high payoff, it's still scaled. So them just throwing it out there, and if it connects, you're not gonna like lose as much, thankfully. But there's still like a lot of, plus on block or safe on block, and also just like massive damage. So reduce the massive damage, which is fantastic, right? Reduce the massive damage, and make it so you can punish it. So that's fair. It should be like maybe even more nerfed, but that's fine. Six Ruins Enlightenment, which is his SBA, his install super. Oh no. 6 Ruin Enlightenment has been made stronger overall, including increasing the time that it stays in effect. 6's after images, so it's Ganajan, right? That's all it is. It's just Ganajan. 6's after images attacks are slower now, so we've made overhead and lower triple attack plus 5 on block, making it easier for 6 to maintain pressure even if he fails to break his opponent's defense. So if you block the overhead or the low, he is +5, so he can just keep wailing on you with this super, which no one ever used. Damage output has been increased, making combos more powerful while it's in effect, so including Voice Claw Terminus in your strategy should now be possible. Interesting. I gotta see this. Okay, it's a kind of a big list, but not big enough. So that's his big nerf. 2,000 less health. Dash. No! Initial speed and acceleration are now faster. He goes from he went from 0 to 40 to 0 to 60. He already has the best run speed in the game, and now he can just he can jump scary with that. That's frightening. Close standing H // which is the main start of his corner combos, and you hit like 3 of them in a corner combo. You get less gauge gain from your super gauge. Dash H goes further and faster like other Dash H's. It's unique. That is one of the few Dash H's that's special cancelable. Cyclical Execution, the ultimate one. Knockback when hitting high in the air has been adjusted. Frame advantage on hit has been increased when hitting high in the air. Not sure. More frame advantage when it hit an opponent high in the air. Okay. Wolf's Howl, the palm. More damage on the light. More damage on medium. More knockback and launch pop-up. And now causes wall bounce on counter hit. So if it's a frame trap, even when used mid-screen, you get a combo. Knockback has been adjusted. Heavy version. Now causes guaranteed wall bounce. He just made his combos better. Great. Lateral knockback and launch height have been increased. And more damage. So that is now his new combo filler, the palm. Light Snakebite has less pushback. So the overhead flip has less pushback on it when you block it. M Gate of Demons has more mid-air hits done, so it's 25 frames as opposed to 20, and less knockback, so it's easier to combo off of if you hit somebody with it. Ultimate Gate of Demons on the ground and in the air. The grounded version is now 9 more frames of recovery, so dodging you'll get a guaranteed punish. The air one is now 24, so again, if you dodge it in the air, you can get a guaranteed punish. Demon Step now launches grounded foes. So if you throw the fake clone and not the clone that turns into you, it now pops up foes. That's silly. And then the super now has longer duration by at least 2 seconds. Or if it's 30 frames, then it's 4 seconds. 60% damage increase. After image attacks are slower, so it's easier to follow them up. And more frame advantage on certain things. So 3 frames more on overheads and shit like that. Okay. This is like a slap on the wrist. This is literally a fucking slap on the wrist. Eustace is barely getting anything knocked off of him. It's hello GSW and hello Caraffle. Yeah, talking about 6 here. 6 is yeah. He is like the only nerf they gave him was 2 things, and it's not a lot. He is basically he's like either the same. He's like the same, because to say he's a winner means that he's like if I say he's a winner from the patch, that means he's goes higher tier than what he is, right? It makes him stronger. No, he's still as strong as he was, but the nerfs don't really outweigh the buffs. GSS, yeah, sorry. I said GSW, I just thought of S. I thought that W and sword. So if I look at like the numbers, right, and we'll go through all the little things really quick. So less health, less chances to make mistakes because he'll blow up for it. The dash now has initial speed and acceleration is faster. He will be hauling ass from the get-go, and he doesn't need to be. So if you do like just a short dash, it's gonna go further and it's gonna go faster to close gaps. Like this is gonna be extra quick. That short burst of speed is scary. Close standing. That gave you, like, what is it? Hold on.
Watch your step.
There was still the recovery frames on that.
Watch your step.
I didn't mean to do that. Okay. We wait. So he got 9 SBA, so it's going to be less than that. Hopefully it's a lot less, maybe like 5. So it's a, or 4, it'd be even better. So he gets a lot less meter on connecting that. Because you see, like, doing 3 of those in a corner combo gave him so much fucking bar. So that's now reduced down. Dash H is going to go further. What's the follow-up again? So ultimate, this version, knockback when hitting high in the air has been adjusted. I gotta time it where I hit him in the air. I'm not really good at that. Damn. Has been adjusted, and frame advantage on hit has been increased when hit high in the air. Not sure what they mean by high in the air. Okay. Wolf's Claw. Wolf's Howl. Now it does more damage. So, I mean, you get to scaling still. So that's 600 damage, now 800 damage. The medium one. Now does more damage, and also has a bigger launch height and more knockback. So I think you might be able to get, on counter hit, you get a wall bounce. So if they block it, in this sense, right, we put blocking, counter attack, light. Ah, crap. Okay, I guess you can challenge it with, like, light attacks. Let me see, do a medium. How can I make this get a counter hit? Let's see. Close heavy? So you get a wall bounce if this hits. That way. On counter hit. So that's a new little buff there to it, which, you know, I don't see you hitting counter hit often on that, so it's kind of, I think that's inconsequential, in my opinion. H Wolf's Howl. Oops. Does more damage now. That's a big buff on that. And now causes wall bounce in the corner, which it didn't before. So basically, yeah, you get, normally the combo used to do is that, right? Slashes, hit into the flip. But now you can do da-da-da, da-da-da, wall bounce, and they get the extension there. You do that. A. I keep missing the combo part though. Yeah. So they made that corner combo routing better for him. Snake Bite has less pushback. It's L Snake Bite, so that's the blocks all, no counter hit. It's +2, but now when you do it, you're closer and +2, so it's easier to do a close positive attack against it. So they buffed his little flippy flip. M Gate of Demons on a hit, or grounded version. If you do the grounded version, they're going to be in the air for longer because it pops them back a little bit more. At least it's specifically the grounded one, which is nice. But you get like more hits done on it and more chance to just put pressure afterwards. I don't think you'll get a combo at least, but it's still a little weird. I think that's mostly made for like using it in like off of like an anti-air. So if they were like jumping. Yeah. You're guaranteed to get a combo. So you get better meterless anti-airs because you can combo into crouching heavy into that. So that's a buff to his anti-air. Ugh. And then finally, that, which is if you dodge it, the air or the ground one. This is a move that is block +2. But if you dodge it, you can punish it now. Empty Hand is still really dumb. That is, at least it's -4. But they should make Ultimate Empty Hand punishable on block. To be honest, in my honest opinion. Ultimate Empty Hand. Empty Hand shouldn't be yeah. Empty Hand should not be just safe. And then lastly, this now on hit pops a foe up. And lastly, they made this super viable. Lasts longer. The after images now will be able to like are hit slower, so you have more time to just do combos like that, right?
Destruction awaits us.
And it's more advantage on these two. So if you do like these follow-ups like this, right? You do like the A, or a overhead, you're going to be able to get combos off of those because they have more frame advantage on that. So this just makes this super more impressive. And you do more damage out of it. So yeah, they made some big buffs to him, which is I don't know. The health nerf is a lot of health. Don't get me wrong, but I think the buffs balance that a lot. So I mean, this character is not going out of season anytime soon. But I definitely agree. Health nerf is the biggest one. So faster dash startup, less meter gain, which is only on one move, which is the most prominent one in his corner combo. So thankfully, it's not going to end with you giving him 100% meter in one combo. But if you look at it right, nerf, buff, nerf, buff, 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 nerf, nerf, buff, buff. So he's a winner. I think at the end of the day. I think, honestly, and for truly, for what it is, 6 is now a better character. I would say I put him in the field of, like, you know, here, because the other characters drastically get better from where they are, where he is, like, already really good, and now he's just a hinge better, with just, like, hey, you can't take hits as much, which can be significant. Getting rid of him early is nice. So his margin for error is a lot less, but now he is literally the glass cannon. With a little less cannon on him, alright? They at least got rid of part of the cannon. But yeah, no. Dude's a winner. That's crazy. I mean, the ultimate nerf is big, but that's across the cast. So you're not going to get as explosive damage hitting like an ultimate empty hand or other ultimate skills like ultimate gated demons. The damage output after that is going to be a lot less, thankfully. But like all the parts of his tools are just stronger, and that's a little scary. I 100% feel like it does outweigh the negatives that he got. With the system, though, at least like dash L, there's less damage off of that, which is nice. So that's also like another thing. So the system mechanics do hit him decently because he revolved a lot about the dash L as well as Raging Strike confirms and that. So he's already super strong. Is he a higher tier? I would say no. I can probably say that he's about the same, but I'll put him like at the end here because he's same but very strong. And again, that's basically saying, hey, your S tier character is still S tier. So that's kind of like what I'm going with. If he was weaker, if he was a loser, then he'd be going down a bit, but he's not going down a bit. He's still staying like damn good. So I think that's fair to say than a winner. Vira. Vira's most unique trait has always been the fact that she could transform to make herself more powerful, but the merits of transforming weren't always clear. The only way to transform is to either hit your foe with a Blade of Light, command grab, or to spend some of her SBA gauge. Both of which are rather risky moves. Not really. So because they just do it anyway, they don't care. So we strengthened her skills after transformation so the payoff makes more sense. Okay. Interesting. Air Dash and Grace View, which can only be used after transforming, have had their frames adjusted to increase Vira's mobility. Landing from Grace View can now be executed sooner, and falling strikes that cause Vira to land behind her foe will now cause her to turn and face them. Due to this change, new pressure options open up, such as a land into jumping attack, or an advance behind the foe into a falling strike. Grace View can also be canceled from a light or M summon Luminaire, allowing Vira to continue applying pressure in waves. Oh gosh. Because Graceview is her little flip up, right? When she's in her power mode. Yeah. That's like her doing her little like flash kick, essentially, and then floating in the air. So now you can cancel summon into Graceview for more advantage when you put out the fairy. Yeesh. The distance that L and M summon Luminaire would appear made it difficult to use, so now it tracks foes a little bit more. Okay, so it's easier to set up her Oki. They're giving her some fucking buffs. Oh shit, I'm scared. Okay, she's looking winner territory off the bat. Ultimate Summon Luminaire now activates slower and tracking radius has been reduced, but in return the payoff is now greater. As an example, a triple attack into Summon Luminaire into Blade of Light can be used against a foe in crouching hit stun as a way to transform now. So you're telling me that for 50% meter, she can get a free transformation. Instead of having to do the SBA, she can do hit, summon the ultimate fairy, get the grab, and then transform. If they're in crouching hit stun. So if they're caught standing, you don't get that. But if they're crouching, you get a free transformation for 50% meter. Because Ultimate Scarlet Oath, which is the low into mid, or low into high, excuse me, is used to open up foes from afar. We've changed its frame disadvantage to -6, that it can be punished on block. Yay, it's unsafe. That's a nerf. That's good. That was their YOLO, like, I'm going in! And then it was safe, and then you're just taking chip damage or getting hit. The transformed version behaves similar, but is able to be followed up on hit from the middle of the screen. So if you are in power mode and you hit that, you get a combo. That's scary. Despite transformed Red Barrel Sword, which is her DP, despite transform being an invincible skill, it was difficult to punish, so we've increased its recovery. Another nerf, that's good. The transform version is supposed to be stronger than other invincible skills, so it's relatively safe, but it's still now easier to punish at mid-range when Vira tries to use it at max range to keep foes out. Because that's basically the DP until like the dive, I think. Yeah. Luminaire Emerge has invincibility and yet is also able to be changed into a combo. So while we left its combo utility in place, we've increased frames on block to make it riskier. So that's her super, where she transforms. A lot of the times, essentially, if you blocked it, you got the punish. If you dodged it, you couldn't get a punish. So they made it so that you get a better punish if you block it, because it was one of the safer supers. And then if you dodged it, you probably get a punish now too, which is really nice. And finally, even though Vira is a standard fighter, she doesn't have any projectile attacks, so we've increased her walk and dash speeds to set her apart from other characters. So they made her faster! Alright, she's a winner. She's definitely in the winning column for sure, I think. Faster forward walk. Yeah. Faster acceleration on her dash, so she charged up faster on the dash. Transformed air dash. Movement startup has been reduced 13 to 10 frames. Added input buffering when used mid-jump to activate sooner right after jumping. Interesting. So her air dash, her little hop off, is faster to start, and you can do attacks after it if people let you rock. Close stand heavy. Oh hello, is now an 8-frame move. Oh gosh, that's frightening. Yeah, okay, she got a better frame trap now. And that's a button that's already really good. Transformed Jumping M can now be canceled into air dash on hit or block. They didn't mention that. She can do a jump. Can she do more than one though? Probably not. She can only just do one, I hope. But she can now basically go for fuzzy attacks. She can do jump M and then dash forward and stay airborne to give trickery a foot. That's scary. Stop it. Stop it. No, bad. Bad. Her transformed medium stabs. The fourth hit has been slightly increased, increasing the window for advancing follow-up attack. So in her, again, another buff. When she's in her powered up form, she can get a better juggle after hitting the last hit of her stabs. The H version, Vira now comes to a stop after the final slash when hitting the corner. It makes it so that she does not cross over with her foe after a hit, so she doesn't sideswap accidentally. Okay. Transform DP. Recovery is increased from 9 frames, so it is now punishable by heavy attacks consistently. It was -6, now it's -15, which is great. First and second hit are true block strings, so you can't hit her out if you block the first hit. Pushback is reduced, so it's easier to get a close hit, and bounce height on the second hit has been increased. So this is adjustment frame advantage due to the added recovery frames. So they made it easier for you to stay on top of people if you hit with it, right? Even though they made it have more recovery, so that's not changed. Transformed M Scarlet Oath, which is her dash hit, like that, the slash. Ground bounce height has been increased, allowing for follow-ups on grounded hits. Oh, okay, sure. Also scary. If that's mid-screen power-up, that's also scary. She might be in the big winners column, honestly. Ultimate Scarlet Oath. Block stun during the second hit has been increased by 2, changing frame advantage to -6. Which again is a nerf that you can hit her after you block it safely. Transform version is also -6, but you can get a follow-up on the second hit if you combo into it. Summon Luminaria, which is only usable after well, it's usable anytime, right? The regular ones have 5 more hits, and the damage is 1,000 damage as opposed to 900, so more damage. The speed before attacking has been adjusted, and travel distance has been increased, so it's better tracking on it to set it up against foes. And if the foe is slightly in front of where Luminaria is supposed to appear, it will now appear on top of the foe. So if you are a little away from it, and it would normally like not reach you, it would actually adjust itself a little bit, depending on the version you use. Transformed can now be canceled into Grace View towards the end of the action, so you can summon and float. Which, if you summon with somebody close, so you knock somebody down, summon, float, and now you're going for high-low, up-down mix-ups, right? Left-rights as well, but they can just use the block button, but now it's like more pressure afterwards. Ultimate Summon Luminaire is more startup. Worse tracking. Regular version now causes foes to fall backward, while the transformed version causes a trample state. So if you hit with it, if you fall backwards, that makes you able to grab, and that's where that comes in, right? And then you get a crumple if you do the summon, so afterwards you can get a follow-up. So if you do triple attack into that summon, you're able to get a full conversion. Blade of Light. Travel speed has increased. Now matches dash speed. Because her dash is made faster, Blade of Light goes faster. So she goes quicker to grab you. That's great. Great. It's going to be harder to react to. But they made it so that it has to be that way, because if it was the same speed, you're able to tell when she's doing it as opposed to when she's running at you, if you're not really paying attention. Grace View. Landing is made 4 frames faster, and you can also do Falling Strike easier afterwards, which is the little dive attack. Retreat. Added invincibility during frames 1 through 10, except against throws. So if you are in the air and you do that hop off, you are invulnerable for 10 frames, but you can get grabbed. They made that hop off. Oh, I'm good. I got to get out of here. I don't want to get air to air. Oh, that's really good. Transform Falling Strike. Vira now faces her foe upon activation. So when you do a Grace View and hop over somebody, and you do the falling strike, she'll go the other way. So she no longer will fall away from the opponent and be able to get punished. So that makes that a lot better too. And then finally, it is now negative 15 on her super, which is really good because that means pretty much everyone's guaranteed a far heavy attack at least. Less push block, so it's easier to get the close heavy attack. And hit stop has increased by 6, intended to prevent changes to follow-ups due to recovery increase. So even though it has more recovery, she'll still get the same combo if it hits. Alright, I'm going to be right back. I got to use the restroom, and then we'll go and check out the changes in-game. So I'll be right back once again. So give me a second here. But she's a big winner. She was already, like, not bad. And now she got, like, some juice. So I think she's definitely going to fit in that big winner column for sure. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Again. Whew. Alright, let's take a peek at Vira, who's, again, I think, up there with Charlotta and Percival as, like, dang, y'all. These characters are good. These characters are real good. Okay, so let's jump into these changes. So Vira, forward walk speed is faster. Dash acceleration, quicker. So she's gonna 0 to 60 like 6. She's one of the faster characters in the game now. And a faster walk speed, which was already like okay. But now it's gonna be better because again she has no anti-fireball tools. So it's gonna be easier for her to run in and run dodge and close the gap. We'll do all the transformation stuff at the end, so I can like transform afterwards. Close standing H, which on block was already -3, is now 8 frames, so much faster. So in already her close light was +4. Ha 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 ha. A better frame trap, and it was already an amazing frame trap. Run up this is going to be so much better, right? M Darkane, H Darkane. Vira now comes to a stop after the final slash when nearing the corner. How can I time this? Like in weird situations, she won't cross under, so that makes it so she stays in front. So that's a big buff to her there. Scarlet Oath. Low into high was -4. Now punish the wall and block. But yeah, it's just a normal one, just punishable and block now. And then summon Luminaire. Was 3 hits, now it's 5 hits, which means it's easier to follow up. And it does more damage. Luminaire's speed before attacking has been adjusted, and travel distance has been increased. So it goes further out, and it also goes out faster. But say if I do this here, and my opponent is like right here, right? And they're slightly in front of where this is supposed to be, it'll move towards it and appear on top of them. So its tracking is a bit stronger, but not like crazy strong. Ultimate summon Luminaire. Normally knocks down. This will make it so it does not knock down anymore. It's gonna send them sitting where you can combo into this. The buff is that you can run up after hitting this to grab them and get a free transfer, a 50% transformation. And you can combo this against triple attack. It's gonna have 3 more frames of startup, but it still means I can do that into command grab and get the grab and get the transformation against crouching foes, by the way. It won't, again, they mentioned it will not work on standing foes. Blade of Light travel speed is increased, which is the command grab with the dash being faster. Because you get her, the dash doesn't have that little stall. When she does that little, like, puts her hand down, you have to react. As soon as there's that brief pause before she runs, when she normally dashes, there isn't that. So if you see her hand go, you have to react immediately. But it's not going to be faster as well. And then lastly, you have this super. -9 is not going to be -15. It's not going to push back as much anymore if they block it. And you get the same kind of follow-ups to it after they get hit by it. So now going on to the transformation stuff. Her air dash. Faster start up on this. Transform jumping M. If they're blocking in the air. Sorry, make them block. I can now cancel this into the air dash. Jump, and then air dash over, and then do another follow-up to get double overhead. Transformed Arcane is going to be this. Oh, is that Arcane? Hold on. Sorry, I did the wrong one. Darkane is the multi-slashes. Catalina? Okay, sorry. Launch head and fourth has been increased, increasing the window for a follow-up advancing attack. So it's going to pop up higher. Can I dash afterwards? So you can probably like follow up with the red barrel sword afterwards when you hit this. Or maybe like a far medium maybe. Wait, fourth attack. Oh, I see. This is the fifth attack that comes out automatically, so you don't get that, right? So if you just do without the follow-up, it's easier to get a combo off there, right? Okay. So that's a buff. Launch height has been increased, so I can't do heavies, I can do mediums. Whoops. Or maybe I can do mediums now, that's probably it. Like, that's as fast as I can go there. I can't get a medium, though. So damage potential is higher now. Mid-screen, without having to use resources. I keep mistiming this. Bzz. So that's big. Okay. Transform red barrel sword. Meeting one is more recovery on it now. So it is now -15. If you do that. It was -6 before? No? What's the DP, right, DP. This was -6. This was a move that you had to block the first hit and side dodge the second hit. Because the second hit was only -6 with plenty of pushback. But now you don't get pushed back as far anymore. And it's -15, so from a distance you'll be at, you can always do a heavy attack to punish it. It is a true block string, so they made it so that it's now fully punishable, but now it makes it easier to deal with. So that's a nerf, which is significant because it was always a reaction check or a knowledge check. If you blocked it, you had to mash dodge to get the timing right, and then you got your punish. Now you can just block it and be like, cool, sick. So there's at least a nerf in that sense, finally. And then transformed Scarlet Oath, which is this one. Ground bounce height has been increased, allowing for additional follow-up grounded hits. This is Scarlet Oath, right? Yeah. Okay. You can't get lights normally, but after you hit with it, you'll be able to get lights for a pickup on regular hit. So that's already really good too. Maybe even get a medium depending on how high it pops up. Transform Ultimate Scarlet Oath. Boop, boop. -4 is now -6 across the board alongside the other version. But now if you hit it, it gets a pop-up and you get a combo now. So if you do like, hey, normally all you get is a knockdown. It'd be a combo ender. Now it's combo filler, so that's already stronger as well. And then lastly, Transformed Luminaire. So Grace View is this move, right? Grace View is the flip. But you see Grace View, yeah. When you do the flip, you have all that movement, right? But now when you do Luminaire, you can cancel Luminaire into the flip. So you do knockdown, Luminaire, flip, dash, 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 dash. And you have the power to dash and create mix-ups if they aren't using the block button. So that's a big buff because that's going to make her pressure more egregious because you can cancel into Grace View faster. And then Grace View, follow-up timing for land has been made 4 frames faster. So if I fall down, I can do an attack earlier. So I can probably do like a falling heavy quicker after I dismount. And then you have input buffering for falling strike. So you can just like hold the button down and get the follow-up like immediately. This is now invulnerable for 10 frames. It's an actual aerial backdash, but you can throw her out of it. And then if you do this, hop over them and do the falling strike, it will now turn towards the opponent as opposed to it where it normally would go away and be useless, essentially. So they now attacks the opponent to give them the advantage. So you set up your fairy, the Luminaire, dash over them. If they block it, cool. Dive down, continue your offense. So her offense is going to be insane. And that is Vira. Her offense is crazy. It's really good now. It was already solid. But you gave her all the abilities to power up easier with the correct hit into a ultimate Luminaire, into a guaranteed command grab. You gave her better walk speed, dash speed, a faster close heavy, right? Better combo routing from mid-screen. Better combo routing from mid-screen. Like her normal version is better because it's better walk speed, right? So that's always kind of nice. And like her normal version, like you gave her better corner combo without messing up. You made Luminaire more consistent as well to use, and the command grab is faster. But it's a big buff to transform Vira, which is what you want to do with the character. The character is designed to go into her transform mode and be just unstoppable. And I feel like she is a big winner, more so than like Yuel, who got some good stuff and is going to be a lot scarier on offense. But like empowered Vira is an insane character now. Like insane enough that's big winner. That's like checkmate. It's you get her going and her momentum is going to be almost unstoppable. All right. And now we're out to the initial boss characters. I'll try to be kind of quick through this. It's already almost 3 o'clock. I want to try to finish this in 1 more hour, and I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 characters to go through. Alright, Beelzebub. Beelzebub takes advantage of long-reach normal attacks and skills to safely intercept and pressure foes from a distance. While his long-range skills are easy to handle, it's hard to reap their rewards. so it's easier for Beelzebub's damage to lag behind his opponents, which is very true. We wanted Beelzebub's adjustments to cover this point, reward him for actively going on the offense. So hitting your long-range stuff, you get more value, essentially. A major change is changing Unisonic's shared cooldown from Chaos Caliber to Langolin Field. Oh my god. It no longer, the spin kick and the dive no longer share a cooldown. You now share your cooldown with your uppercut from Unisonic. So his dive does not remove his ability to go for kicking. It's going to make his combo routing better and his pressure better because the spin kick is a natural ender for a sequence. But you normally didn't have that cooldown because you're always going for Unisonic. That's wild. You can immediately use H Chaos Caliber after H Unisonic for bigger damage potential. That is a true combo, and I'm frightened. On the other hand, this will put the invincible Langolin Field on cooldown, so players will need to use it judiciously. They DP with Fervent Abandon, but like at the very least, like if you react punish Chaos or Unisonic, then he's gonna be like, ah, fuck. So that's at least worthwhile, which is nice. I like that change, right? What is his most abused move? It's Unisonic. How do we give Unisonic more value? Let him do his spin kick, but now he has no DP. I'm a fan of that. Light Chaos Caliber's active frames from the first attack have been lowered, meaning it's now easier to chain in the second hit of the attack from far standing M. Okay, so the first the initial active frames, which are shorter, give up earlier, and the longer active frames come out quicker. So you can use that in conjunction with far standing M to hit that consistently at a range. Okay. The M version of the spin kick now causes large knockback, meaning it's easier to maintain distance from the opponent and differentiating it from the L. If you want to use L to keep him close or M to keep him further away and set yourself up at a range. Like for the Ladiva, Vasaraga, and other characters that you don't want to get in. The U version now provides an advantage on block and can more easily convert into a combo from mid-screen. So they buffed that. Nice. Jumping L's hitbox is painted backwards, so if he jumps over his foe, it will still hit, giving him an aerial option for launching an assault. Okay, so Jump L is stronger. And it'll be a valuable cross-up as he needs it. And then finally, Anthem's grab range was expanded, so it should be able to incorporate into combos. Okay. Muy interesante. Okay. Backstep. His backdash is better. Goes faster and goes farther. Okay. Jumping L, it can... So even if Beelzebub crosses up, he has a guaranteed cross-up now. They gave him a cross-up. Okay. Dash H. Recovery is now -6. So less recovery, but still punishable. And lateral knockback on counter has been decreased, so if you hit a counter hit, you're going to get guaranteed a combo afterwards, essentially. Even easier. Light Chaos Caliber, the spin kick. Active frames changed from 3-2-2 to 2-3-2. So the first hit have been reduced, while the second hits have been increased, making it easier to change the second hit from medium. So it gives up to the second part of his hitbox earlier, which I mentioned earlier. M, lateral knockback and launch pad has been increased, so they go further back. H, Beelzebub's contact during mid-air hits now extends higher. This adjustment aims to prevent Beelzebub from switching places with his foes when they will wall bounce from a high aerial hit in the corner. So yeah, he'll maintain corner pressure afterward, which is another thing that people were annoyed by, the forced side swaps. And Ultimate Chaos Caliber, recovery has been reduced by 6 frames, and hip swap has been increased by 2 frames, so it is now +2 on block, down from -6. So this is now a pressure tool, which again costs meter. Knockback on has been adjusted. Rebound distance after wall bounce has been increased, making it easier to follow up mid-screen. So when you get the kick, you're able to get a better combo. So spending resources on that, you're going to see... You don't really see a lot of Ultimate Chaos Caliber, but now you're going to see that as part of his combo routing. Unisonic, all versions share cooldown with his DP, so you can no longer do Unisonic into uppercut to punish people trying to like press afterwards. You have to like... If they block it at the right height, they have to take the pressure. In some instances. Ultimate Unisonic. Whiff recovery after landing has increased by 5 frames. Slowdown effect now ends upon landing if active. So if they sidestep it, you can punish you. If you use that and if they block it, cool, you're still at your turn. But if they dodge it, you get punished, which is, I like that. It's a good thing. And Light Karma has a better pull range, so that got buffed as well. Anthem has a better grab range. That's the command grab variant of his super. And Chaos Legion, fixed an issue where the close version will not activate when pushed back by a foe's dash animation. Interesting. So now that if you do it, you'll get consistent depending on if even a person's running at you or trying to do like a dash attack or a dash forward. There's no like dead zone in front of him that they can get past. It's okay. That's actually worthwhile buffs without being like too heavy-handed, and I like that a lot. So backstep, it's going to go farther and faster, so much better backdash. He probably has the best backdash in the game now. Him and like Lowain are going to be tied. Jumping L. Now crosses up, which he didn't before. He did not have a cross up before. So now he has a cross up with jump light. Dash heavy is is safer. -8. Now it's -6. And on counter hit, lateral knockback has been reduced. So mid screen, it's going to be easier to actually get a combo mid screen off of that on counter hit. Light Chaos Caliber, making easier from a far standing medium. Like that didn't combo, right? Chaos Caliber, 2 hits. What did? Okay, let me see. Oh, that's counter hit. Hold on, let me take away counter hit. So normally this is 4 hits. At max range, it doesn't hit. Now you can counter poke more consistently and actually get a full combo from it because they made the active frames changed. Medium Chaos Caliber is going to knock them further away. And then the H1 makes it so a higher aerial hit. Oops, hold on. Oh wait, that shares the cooldown. Right. Now you can do this and do the spin kick. So that's actually a big buff too then. Alright, that makes sense. What's like a good knockdown tool? Would it be like crouching heavy? Would it be Karma? Let's just make him jump. Let's see if we can make this happen.
You're good.
I gotta hit this first though. Yeah, you see how they pop over? They no longer will do that. They won't go behind him anymore. So that's a huge buff so that they stay in front of him. That's really good. And then ultimate, it is now plus on block. It was -6, now it is +2, but it's still a lot of pushback on it. Knockback has been adjusted, and it's easier to get a follow-up mid-screen from this because this was like kind of like a normal combo tool, but not one you get a lot of hits from. That's the best you could do. It's like a medium, right? And like big whoop. So you should be able to like get probably like a heavy afterwards and to something else from that. So that's really helpful. Unisonic. I can't do Chaos Caliber now, but I can do DP after doing it, right? Now I can do the kick afterwards. That's a huge buff. Ultimate Unisonic, you can dodge it to get a punish. So let me put him to block. Counterattack settings, evade. Right? I'm only -1. Like, I can't get punished for doing like this. If they dodge correctly, then it's -6 and they can get a close line attack. So that's a big nerf to that in a sense of like reaction dodging it, which, you know, good luck. Has a little bit of hang time. You see in blue, just dodge immediately and you get the punish. And then there's more pull range for this. That's a lot of recovery on that, isn't there? So it'll pull from further out. And then lastly, his command grab will have more range, so better to use in combos. And his SSBA on people dashing won't end up in his dead zone accidentally. So those are his buffs. Pretty cut and dry. So better back, he got like oops all buffs, right? Okay, you lose your DP, big deal, right? Hey, that just means they can go on offense when they use like his best ability, but that means like, you know, fine. I think it's a much worthwhile trade. It helps him a lot. He's got a cross up, better like not as punishable dashing H. Chaos Caliber hits more consistently. The M1 launches back, so we can set up more. H1 keeps the opponent in the corner. You get a plus on block ultimate, and it's gonna wall bounce for easier combo. Unisonic is you have better combo routing. His combo damage is gonna go up, which is nice. And Karma's better, command grab's better. He goes into the winner pile. I wouldn't say it puts him like super, like he's not gonna be a big winner, but I feel like he is in the like, oh shit, this character's pretty good now territory. I would say like over here. So I definitely think he gets hit into the winner pile. He's gonna be usable. People didn't want to play him because like what was the value? You got no damage mid screen. Your pressure ended as soon as you went for EX Unisonic, and your combo potential went down as well. So it opens up a lot of performance ability to him and makes him a complete character now. They basically alived him. They gave him a lease on life. So you're gonna see a lot more of him now. If people want to play him, there's reason to play him. So I think it's super good. Belial. A strong character, not as strong as the big four in the current version of the game, but very strong. Can win tournaments, has a lot of amazing tools, and I think it just gets better, from what I hear. Wasn't like an egregious user of ultimate skills for combo starting outside of ultimate Goetia, so that combo routing got reduced. But I think beyond that, everything else is like, it's all done to his normals, being as strong as they are and basically beating a lot of other characters. Belial appears to have a standard set of skills at first, but he's capable of rallying the defense of any foe by using tricky moves like Goetia and Vasago. Command grab. Although he doesn't have as many adjustments as other characters this time around, we left his strong neutral game alone while increasing his chain options. Oh. Like, you make Dash L worse, which the system mechanics are the biggest nerf, because he was one of the most egregious Dash L'ers in the game. You reduced that, you reduced the Raging Strike damage, so like you made it so that his damage output is lower from dash attacks, which is great. You know, he had some of the best dash attacks in the game. One of the best 6/6Ls you can just throw out there. and get stuff from. So now that damage is reduced, you get more time to counterplay against them. But if you're going to make his chain options better, then that's going to be kind of scary. Let's see. Unlike the L and H versions of Goetia, the M version was lacking specific strengths. So now it launches the foe on a grounded hit. This allows for a chain in the corner against a standing opponent. So you no longer have to spend EX in the corner to get a guaranteed juggle. You can use the medium one and retain your H one. Although it's common to chain together all H versions of Belial's skills to damage in the corner, now you can add M Goetia into the mix, creating a strong option for continuing its corner combos. So you can do M Goetia, hit into Asmodeus, hit into H Goetia, and it basically just makes his corner combo game better, and his meter game better. Well, we made Belial able to move earlier after using Ultimate Goetia. This now it's possible to force a variety of advantageous situations, such as swapping locations on hit or continuing pressure on block. So that was already like his best ultimate skill, so they made it more versatile. You're going to get less damage off of it, but at the very least, if they block it, you have more opportunity to go for repositioning or shenanigans. M Asmodeus has slow startup, so it's common use as an part of an anti-air combo, which was like the fist pump combo that he did, right? If we reduce its startup or increase its advantage frames on block, then it will no longer be distinct from the other versions of the skill. Instead, we adjusted the skill by increasing the follow-up window when using the grab portion of the move as an anti-air. This introduces some new anti-air combo variation, as well as a follow-up to Ultimate Goetia. So if you get the squeeze as an anti-air, you can get a mid-screen combo. You get more damage off of an anti-air, which I think like he had like that one specific anti-air combo which was good, but now it's going to be easier to perform and more consistent, so I think that's pretty nice. Although Ultimate Asmodeus advantage on block is strong, it's not so useful as a combo ender, so we're extending its advantageous frames on hit in order to highlight its use as an Okazemi tool. To compensate, the guard crush from the first part of the attack is now gone. Yay! This is to prevent unblockable setups that could occur from other changes we've made during this balance patch. No more unblockable setups, which were scary. Ultius, you have an unblockable setup into a guaranteed combo that is now gone. You are still plus on block, and as a combo ender, you have more advantage after you end with it, so that's cool. M Visago didn't have many use cases, so we're adjusting its startup and whiff recovery. Finally, we've reduced Ultimate Visago startup, so it's now a great way to ambush the opponent. So they made his command grabs better. Eesh. M Goetia, more damage on it. 400 more damage. Recovery boost by 6 frames, reducing overall frames by 6. Mid-air hit stun has been increased by 2 frames. On counter hit, it is now 60. Now launches grounded foes. Lateral knockback has been reduced while launch height has been increased. So it's, again, it's a corner combo tool. So it has a usage in the corner. Ultimate Goetia. Recovery after the first vision reduced, increasing frame advantage from plus 14 over triple frame advantage. Plus 14, 28 plus 10. Okay, sorry. So almost like double and a half frame advantage. So you can get your moves going on and escape corners and whatnot. H Notoria. First hit and second hit are now unrecoverable, preventing punishes in case where the third hit or onward whiffs. So that's his DP. It's like other characters' DPs. If you get the first hits and they pop out and they hit the ground, they can't tech and punish you anymore. And Asmodeus, mid-air hit stun of the first hit has been increased, and lateral knockback on the first hit has been reduced. So actually you get better combo tool off using that. Okay. And because they don't get pushed back far enough, you can get like guaranteed DP, guaranteed anti-air pressure afterwards, which is nice. No more Asmodeus unblockable. Less recovery on the grab, so more advantage. 6 frames of less than 6 frames startup on his command grab. the medium one. Whiff recovery has been decreased by 12 frames, so it's less recovery as well by 12. Okay. And then ultimate is made earlier, 32 frames on the first active frame of Ultimate Visago. Okay, this should be pretty quick. So, system changes affect him. As always. Less damage on this. Because a lot of it was like always doing like right? A.
Here I come. Right. Let's split. One pound. Tell me you don't want. One pound. How dare you?
That was what, 33.90? It's going to be a lot less. So I appreciate that.
Right. Great. Batter up. Great. Let's open this.
So yeah, overall, that's going to be nice to not have to deal with as much damage.
Great. Right. Batter up. Great. Let's open. Let's open.
Oops.
One. Oh, okay. Let's open you.
I keep messing up.
Oh, gotcha. Batter up. Great. Batter up. Great.
I don't know how to hit this.
Batter up. Great. Batter. Oh, got you. Oh, got you.
How many hits is it?
Batter up. Oh, got you.
I think I'm missing.
Let's open. Oh, got you.
Yeah, I'm not hitting this.
Great.
Okay, there you go.
Great.
There you go.
One here. One great.
+6. Okay. So again, a lot less damage off of like basic combos.
Let's open. Great.
Oh, someone started. Sorry, wrong one. Dang, I suck. I don't, you know, if I played this character, I'd have this down better.
Great.
And 4,000 damage, right? So it's gonna be a lot less off of like, well, no, off the dash. That hits.
Great. Great. One.
4,200. It's gonna be a lot less, so that helps a lot because a lot of his damage came from that. So that's a big nerf system-wise because again, this move you saw so much. So now it's a lot less egregious. Goisha, it goes up in the air. It's basically a corner move now. It does 800 damage normally. Now it's going to do 1,200. And it launches Grounded Foe. So if it hits somebody, it's going to pop them in the air. So it allows corner combo when it connects. Because right now, if I hit this, just doing that like that, because I'm -6 if I do it. Now it's actually going to have recovery has been reduced by 6 frames. So now it is going to be like 0 on block as well if you just hit them with it. I mean, if you pop it up, you know, so that's just kind of how that goes, right? And launch height has been increased, so when it hits somebody, it's going to pop them up even when they're already airborne, right? I couldn't get anything there, right? But now that they increased the mid-air stun, you can get at least like a close medium and be fine. So that's a nice buff for his corner combos. The ultimate one. You get a boot, right? So you're gonna act. You get to act like much earlier though, so you can run up, get a follow up, or on block. Right, it's plus 14. It's gonna be plus 38. So you're gonna be all in their grill almost immediately. So his pressure gets, especially like on reset, right? It's gonna be much better. That's really good. The DP after the first hit. The first hit and the second hit, the rising part, if they are outside of the range of it and they hit the ground first, right, they're guaranteed to not be able to recover if the last parts don't hit. And Asmodeus, let's see, jump. Asmodeus mid-air has been increased by 35. I'm not good at hitting this, am I? So you're more consistent if you actually manage to land the hit, which I'm not doing. Without getting the pop-up. Dang it. I'm so bad at this. Maybe from further out? Yeah, okay, so you got like that, right? M has more increased mid-air hit stun, so you probably can go for like the far heavy afterwards. If you actually space it right and time it right. And less knockback after that first hit is reduced, so makes that combo easier to do mid-screen. Just a nice little buff to him. And hello! Thank you, Rhoda Senju, for the follow. Appreciate you. You, Asmodeus. This is nice. No more guard crush. First hit no longer guard crushing is kind of nice. I am happy that is not the case, so that there's no more unblockable setups from this by hitting it very deep and meaty. And you get more frame advantage, which will be nice. So on normal hit now, it is plus 41. It's going to be plus 44, which is already a lot. And then what did they do? They made this. What is that? What is the quarter circle forward back? So a classic Arxis. So this is reduced by 6 frames. Still, I think really shitty. You don't use this, but hey, you might catch someone blinking, and if they jump out of it, you have a lot less recovery. Because on whiff, it's pretty negative, right? So a lot less opportunity to punish if they whiff. And then this version of it activates a lot faster. So you have a better chance of scooping somebody with the fake out of his unique ability, right? So it's better. I think he's a winner. It's hard to say. Those are all like the changes there if I look at everything. Also, Rose Lockhart, thank you for the raid. One of the finest teachers of Granblue Fantasy versus Rising, and a very good up-and-coming player. Shout outs to you. We are here jamming out and going through all the cast in depth with the patch notes. I've been going since yesterday. I took a nice sleep, and I'm back for round 2, and I'm finally finishing I'm almost done with the vanilla characters. I just need Avatar Belial, then it's finally on to Rising characters. It's been a lot. So Belial, again, the nerfs to dash L and to ultimate skills. The ultimate skill nerf doesn't affect him as much as other characters. Ultimate Goetia makes you not going to get as much damage off that anymore, but that was kind of a Hail Mary. People can dodge that, whatever. Never guaranteed to just YOLO it, but it was one of the only ones he could really just throw out, right? The biggest nerf to him is that dash L nerf. Besides that, he has he lost his unblockable setup. Boo-hoo. He is a winner. He is a better character. After looking at all of this, right? Better corner combos, better advantage on Ultimate Goetia. His DP, quality of life adjustments, his mid-screen anti-air combos better now. Ultimate Asmodeus, you get a little more frame advantage, even though it's nerfed. Command grabs are better. It's I would say he's the same. He's already really good. I think, it's hard. I don't know. I feel like he's a slight winner, but nothing, major. He's, on the Vasaraga level of winner, where it's, he only got things a little better, but there's nothing there outside of the corner combo is a little bit nicer, right? And Ultimate Goetia is just a little bit stronger, but besides that, it's okay. I think he goes on the same boat as Catalina in 6, where or at least with 6, right? Where they are still great characters. He is still super duper strong, and I think his buffs are good, but not to say I wouldn't say oh shit, he's much improved. It's just hey, he's just as good as he was. It's just a lot of things have more consistency to them, right? And the stuff he didn't really use much are better, but they're not back-breaking, oh my god. He's right there, where it's just he's almost a winner, I think. But I think it's if he was a winner, he'd be going up in tiers. The only reason he would be better is because a lot of the other characters like Nier and 6 have some nerfs to them. So if Belial hits 6, it's gonna be a lot better for him, which is nice. And I know Nier got adjustments to her, so it's a lot different in that sense, right? But yeah, I definitely am putting him in the same pile. And again, it's relative to where he is currently in the meta. He's still gonna be strong. He's not gonna be he's not going up to S+ tier or the best character in the game, but he's still gonna be a very strong, viable tournament character because all of his stuff still remains as it was, essentially, right? So that is my philosophy when I look at that. Avatar Belial now, so the final vanilla character. We focus on fine-tuning the unique properties of Avatar Belial's powerful skills and making his projectiles easier to use. For Habakkuk, which is the mid-air laser beam when he's floating. We sped up its startup and increased its stun duration on hit, while the charged version now has a longer active duration. So it's a little trickier to deal with. You can't just like have an end-all be-all stop to that. The projectile behavior and speed of destructive delusions, which is him throwing out the arrows in all the ranges, has also been adjusted, making it more of a threat in long range. Packed the kick, which is the unique follow-up. Yeah, the unique follow-up to... oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. Habakkuk, they meant the ground one. The ground one is faster and also has a longer active duration if you charge it. But if you, it's still something that you can just crouch block, but it's going to force people to have to watch out their approach a little bit more. And if they run up and dodge, and they try to dodge the charge one, they'll more likely to get hit. So it makes it a little bit trickier to just run at him. Pact, which is the follow-up kick after any of his after certain skills, when he does that, the up, he sits, stomps on him. Either the stomp or like the launching kick can be changed from an H skill Pact that changed from an H skill now causes a wall bounce, and Pact step now causes a ground bounce, even against mid-air foes. So if you always do Pact step, you get a ground bounce. And if you do a sequence into the 8 skill, you get a guaranteed wall bounce for better combo routing. Okay. And then these changes further sharpening his comp as a character capable of dishing out massive damage in return for HP. Additionally, we've tweaked the counter hit properties of Stolas, which is his stomp from his float state. So they now deal the same damage as regular hits, as counter hits previously resolved in lower combo damage. Okay, so if you stomp counter somebody under you, then you got more damage as opposed to less, which is interesting. I didn't know that was that way in the first place, but again, only Avatar Belials are ones that just kind of like went for broke, and would honestly, like, it was always funny to see that, because they either go for like 0 to 100 you, or they would just 0 to 100 themselves, and it was always funny. Very belligerent character. L rejected truth. The ground wave. L and H. Fix an issue where the projectile would sometimes get stuck when the foe would brave counter in the corner. The projectile will now stop when blocked, and then when a brave counter or other invincible skill causes it to whiff, the projectile will now continue outside the screen. Okay, so it makes it so it doesn't linger in the corner and there's a glitch there. H rejected truth. Pushback has been increased, so it pushes the opponent further back, keeping Avatar Belial a little more safe after using it and spending life for it. M destructive delusions. So M spears. Faster startup on it. Recovery's been reduced by 1 frame as well, so it recovers quicker. Frame advantage is now -5, so harder to punish. Projectile startup has been reduced by 4 frames, so it starts traveling faster, and it is faster. So it is just a much better projectile throwing out with the M, okay? Ultimate destructive delusions is faster when you throw it. Counter hit causes crouch state on grounded counter hit. So if you stomp on somebody, it force crouch, you get a full combo with better damage. Laser, his unique skill, 21 frames, so it's 5 frames less recovery, and hit stun has been increased to 20 frames, so more time for him to get better positioning. Ground version is now 40 frames, so 9 frames less of charging, 8 active frames, which makes it harder to dodge or preemptively dodge, so it makes it a little trickier to deal with, and it's also 3 frames faster recovery, so a lot harder to punish sometimes. Oh! Invincibility now wears off on block, on the follow-up kick. This is to fix an issue where Avatar Belial cannot be punished on block after following up a skill with Pact. So if you do if you go for his packed kick, you can guaranteed punish him afterwards because it's supposed to be negative, but sometimes he'd be invincible afterwards because of like the invincibility frames that you'd get from it would linger after the attack's active frames. So now you can block it and punish it more consistently, which is pretty good. Packed kick. Follow up after H skills. Now shares the same effects as the H skill it follows up. Okay. So if your skill would wall bounce, the pack kick will wall bounce. If it bounces, okay, cool. Mid-air hit stun is increased by 60, so they linger in the air much longer, making it easier to get combos off of it. No longer causes wall bounce on counter hit, and instead launches foes vertically. So if you... Okay, that's really good. If you try to press and you get kicked, you get launched in the air, and you get a full combo because you're going to get sent sky high instead of being wall bounce mid-screen. So his combo potential mid-screen for frame traps, taking the risk for packed, which is punishable, goes up. Pack step, the landing, also get more powered up, so get like the ground bounce and stuff like that. If you do mid-air hits, it's going to be less recovery, more recovery on the opponent, so you get more juggles. On counter hit and anti-air hit, so air hits and counter hits, he has less reduced, so he gets a chance to combo off of those hits like that. And now counter hit and anti-air hit has a ground bounce for guaranteed, and the anti-air is now unrecoverable, so they're guaranteed to hit the ground. And give him a chance to get the juggle. So, more quality of life. Hell yeah. I think that's super good. Damn. His game plan, they have his game plan down pat, right? It's to throw out the specials, make it a guessing game, take the risk by going for packed and all that. But, let me put him as blocking. Counterattack settings, we'll put DP. At some points this lingered. I don't know if I can... I can't make them brave counter. That's the hard part. I want them to add brave counter to like the counterattack settings for blocking. So I can't really fix that, but okay, that's an interesting thing. Oh, wait, rejected truth. Yeah, that's that. Pushback has increased. So it's gonna go further out than this. It's already +2. Oops. So it's just like, I want to make space and be fine, so that's really nice. M, Destructive Illusions. Oops. What is the command for that? Oh, I see, okay. Rocks, shots. Okay. So this one... faster startup, less recovery, so -5, point blank, -5, and it's also going to start up faster than this and shoot faster, so it's a very, very, very strong tool just to keep throwing out. Players are going to have to just keep dodging, rolling, crossover as much as they can, because that's just going to be it's just very spammable now. That's fine. Okay. Ultimate Destructive, it's going to be faster. And then Stolas now causes crouch state on grounded counter hit. What it did before was... It was a bounce. Kiss my foot. So they made that have a crouch state, so you get an actual combo off of that now, which is very hard to juggle off of that hit, off counter hit. Habakkuk. Faster. You see like point blank. 28 frames. Less recovery, more hit stun on it. Doesn't knock back, but it's going to keep him in hit stun for a little longer. And then the charge version. Faster charging. It still knocks back. Lingers longer. And less recovery on that. So on hit, it's 50 plus 53. It's going to be plus 56. That kick now. So let's put it on block. It's negative 11 on its own, right? But let's say counterattack, far L. I didn't do the follow-up. Come on. It's the counter hit. That part is buffed. That was the thing. It's going to launch up higher on counter hit and does not wall bounce, but now on counter hit, so you get the juggle because of it just going to pop them up in the sky. How do I set up? Okay. I don't know where it comes from, the invincibility, after it blocks, but I mean, that just means it's just conditionally always punishable. So now shares the same effects as what it follows up. So that just launches up in the sky, right? That just pops up as well, but there's going to be a longer stun afterwards, right? This one, the Rekkas, wall bounce. So if I do Rekka, that no longer pops up. That'll actually wall bounce as well, so you can extend, right? Spend the meter for it, keep the wall bounce, and get the damage from that. So that's really good too. What other move? Or you get a ground bounce. So you get guaranteed combos by spending more health just for those little extensions, which is really nice. So both of that's a big buff to both of those in the corner combos, which are already really crazy. But now he can get more out of it, even if stuff is on cooldown and whatnot. So it just makes him better. So I think he's a winner. I don't think the dash attack affects him as much as like regular Belial, although it's kind of similar. But like as a whole, he definitely is stronger. He's a winner for sure. Now that you have a better zoning game and a better combo game, mid-screen depending on like certain counter hits. Or I guess because you get the ground bounce now on pack step, so if you can follow up mid-screen with the stomp and get guaranteed damage as well because of the increased mid-air hit stun. So that's really good too. If you get those certain hits mid-screen, you can add the stomp to lose more health, but to get your sequences going. So that's really good. Yeah, he's definitely a winner. His combo potential is now like through the roof, so that is really good. I would say he's going to be about same with like Eustace and I put him like above Eustace, but he's still like around this area. These are like all kind of clumped together. I think like the halfway point I would say of like a character's buffs really affecting them as a big winner, or as like the moderate winners are like at Matera and downward, whereas like the biggest winners for that aren't the big winners, like the ones that holy shit is, you know, these characters are like, yeah, okay, good. A lot of winners here. All right, we're down to our last characters. Oh my god. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I say last characters, there's still 8 characters. Oh god. Alright, where are you? Belial. Avatar Belial. Anila! Okay. Anila's Dash H and ultimate skills were strengthened in the last patch, so we've made further adjustments to her to try and make her more effective in neutral. Ramification was adjusted last time to make it easier to string into a combo. But some characters couldn't be reached by attacks after follow-up, so we've reduced its pushback distance. That's just her unique ability, right? The little attack. Okay. So it pushes back less when you do it to guarantee the follow-up part of it will always connect afterwards if you end your combos with ramification into a little spinny kick. Okay. Heavy Fluff 'em Stuff 'em, which is sending out the sheep as a projectile and not riding on top of it, now starts up faster and is a true block string rather than a triple attack. Oh. Oh! Ultimate Fluff 'em Stuff 'em was relatively difficult to deal with, so of the 3 sheep that appear, the sheep one lets appear one at a time after they travel a certain distance. This will reduce the pressure that it can apply at a very long range, but at close range and mid range, its attributes should be the same as before. They nerfed Anila, huh? So her heavy sheep projectile, a triple attack, is now a true block string. The ultimate one, the sheep will disappear. They will just stop existing. They won't go full screen anymore. So you got to use that a little more wisely. Flock to the Future, which is her riding the sheep forward, now travels faster, making it a possible combo off the edge of a far-standing L, M, and beyond. Wasn't useful in very many situations, which is the other skill of the follow-up to Flock to the Future, where she shoot. You didn't see it too much. It wasn't that useful. Where she sends the sheep out as a projectile after she finishes riding it. And Beyond wasn't very useful in many situations as a follow-up to Flock to the Future due to its slow startup. So the projectile now travels farther and causes wall bounce on hit. H and Beyond now has a faster startup and is now a true block string rather than a triple attack against crouching foes. Huh. Light and medium over the fence now enter an aerial state sooner, reducing the time until a jumping attack can be used. So you can use that to hop over throws better and use it for a better approach if people are asleep at the wheel. Medium over the fence now travels farther, making it possible to use it to apply pressure from mid-range. So basically a better anti-projectile tool to hop over them and get some pressure going. The ultimate one was the ultimate over the fence was adjusted last time, but it was quite a bit weaker compared to the other versions, considering that it consumed SBA gauge to use. So we've adjusted its attributes and changed it into a striking high attack with tracking. Ah! Oh no! That sounds hilarious. Alright. Jump L, mid-air hit stun has been increased. Anti-air launch height has been reduced. So jumping L, they don't get popped up as high, so easier to get a combo if you hit them with it. Okay. And it's also faster startup. Heavy Fluff 'em Stuff 'em. Active frames of projectiles will be reduced as follows. $68 to $63, $87 to $62, $56 to $51. Didn't they just say it's a true block string? Okay, interesting. Ultimate Fluff 'em Stuff 'em, they go faster, but they also stop, according to them what they said. L, Flock to the Future. Push black when blocking the second hit has been reduced. So, okay. So it stays closer, easier to punish. Ultimate Flock to the Future. Active frames of the projectile have been increased. Now causes wall bounce when even used when mid-screen. Knockback has been adjusted. So they made this last longer, and when you hit, now caused a wall bounce, it used to just pop people up. Yeah, it just had like the pop-up. But now it like goes for a wall bounce when it hits. Interesting. Knockback has been adjusted. Okay. Medium and beyond is 7 frame startup, so easier to use. Launch heights increase when it hits, it launches higher, and the wall bounce has been increased, allowing for easier follows from farther away. So easier to follow up near the corner and get a guaranteed like wall bounce if you hit that correctly. The H1 aerial state timing has been adjusted 11 frames to 8 frames, so she lands faster. Light over the fence aerial state timing has been adjusted 13 frames to 10 frames. Oh, she can act after. I didn't know she could act after H and beyond as she's falling down, so she can act faster and attack on the way down. L over the fence means you have 3 frames earlier. You can press an attack button as you're coming down, and it goes farther and faster. M over the fence. Attack attributes have been adjusted, and an automatic. I think they have the patch notes wrong for Anila. Like the ultimate one is the one that has the automatic attack. I feel like a lot of the patch notes are wrong. So let's just dive into the Anila changes. So, jump. I see. Mid-air hitstun has been increased to 18 frames. That's the multi-hit one. So they stay in the air a little bit longer. Launch height has been reduced. So it's easier for her to like get her proper positioning to set stuff up. Jumping L is faster to start up. It was already like a lot of... No, that can't be right. The first active frame of Jump L is 5 frames. I don't know what they mean by that. Startup is now faster. That can't be right on Jumping L. This doesn't make any sense. My first active frame was literally on frame 5. Maybe that's like the second hits. Or third hit. I think that's what they mean by that. The third hit comes out a little bit faster because you see it 1, 2, 3. It goes 5, 11, 16. 17, so it's probably 5, 11, 16, so it's more consistent.
Okay, all set.
Wait. H, this is where it's wrong. This is the one that throws 3 sheep, right? This is the one that it's reduced, so at full screen they'll stop existing, right? It's the heavy one that's better. So they misnamed their own special moves, which just makes it confusing. So that's supposed to be the change. That's supposed to be faster. And then these ones will disappear. They will not go full screen. They'll disappear after a certain point, so you can't use them as full screen anymore. But now this is a true guard string. Better overall for guarding, right? And then ultimate fluff and stuff. We talked about that. Flock to the future. Push back when blocking the second hit. What do you mean second hit? There's only one hit. That can't be right. What do you mean second hit of Flock to the Future? The only second hit is And Beyond. And you can't do both. You have to do one or the other. There is no second hit on this. I don't understand what they mean. Sorry, these patch notes are messed up. Ultimate Flock to the Future. This is Flock to the Future, right? Yeah, it's the ram charge. Active frame is increased. Now causes the wall bounce when even used mid-screen. I mean, you made it better already. I don't know. That's weird. Causes a wall bounce? You already got a pop-up. Is it... Do they mean ultimate, like... Because that does it automatically. I don't know how to describe it. That's weird. They might mean... I don't know. They talked about And Beyond, though. The medium And Beyond... Say it's 7 frame, or actually it's 9 for the first hit. So at like the closest range. I can time that right. 9 frames, right? So it starts up a little bit faster, and it wall bounces better. No? Oh wait, no. And Beyond doesn't wall bounce by itself, unless they added a wall bounce. I think they just mean for Flock to the Future. Yeah, her patch notes are really bad. H And Beyond. Aerial state timing has been adjusted. Like, what? This isn't right. Yeah, no, these patch notes are messed up. It's over the fence. So, light over the fence. Recovers, I can attack faster after it. M over the fence is also down by 3 frames. But it also goes farther and faster. Yeah. Imagine everything pushed up on the notes. Because they messed up by putting jump L twice, I think. So Ultimate Fluff'em Stuff'em has less active frames. Light Flock to the Future travels faster. So that's better to use after normals, like they mentioned earlier, right? Okay, I can read these patch notes now, I think. Let me put him standing. That doesn't combo, right? That doesn't combo either. But that's now gonna actively combo now off of the hit when you use that correctly. Heavy Fluff'em Stuff'em now has a faster startup. So that is now 16 frame startup, right? 17, right? So there you go. That's a note. That comes out faster. The triple bonk. ultimate Flock to the Future. Pushback when blocking the second has been reduced. So they nerfed this. It's -6, but you're closer to her after she block it, so you get an easier punish against her. Depending on a character, that helps out a lot, right? So there's that. And beyond. Active frames have been increased on this, on the medium and beyond. So it lasts longer. So it stays out longer. Launch height has been increased. So when it does hit, it launches them higher.
Okay, all set.
Now causes a wall bounce even when used mid-screen. On medium and beyond. Really? I guess because they stay close. You're not gonna get a combo, but that just makes it so that C stays close to it. It's very hard to hit. You're not comboing into this, right? You can combo off the light one, but yeah. So this is like if you actually hit somebody with this, you get a wall bounce, and you'll be able to probably get like a light follow up to it. But again, there's no true combo off of this. And knockback has been adjusted, so it probably leaves them further closer to you because of the knockback. H and beyond is faster. That's 9 frames, so it's now 7 frame startup on it. Launch height's increased. And wall bounce has been increased for easier follow-ups from opponents further away. Actually messing up. Okay. So easier to combo from further away, so she gets better corner combos there using the H sheep launch, and it goes a little bit higher and is faster to do. And we already talked about over the fence. You can attack earlier after it, same for the medium one. And the medium one actually goes further and faster now. And then ultimate over the fence is going to have a follow-up hit to it instead. So you'll jump at your opponent, and you'll hit them. So you do a flying attack at their face. Because this is the one that goes full screen. So you're going to basically get a free jump in without having to worry about your timing, right? So basically it's just like, I want to give pressure now. And it works like that too, so I don't know what the hit's going to be, but that's cool. And that's Anila. Sorry about that. They had the patch notes all messed up. Whoa, hello everybody. What's going on? Miss Chrysalis, hi. And hello, Awful. I guess were you tuning into Rose Lockhart, and now you're running into this dude over here? Or are you talking about in the patch? I don't remember who you play, Awful. I've gone through a lot of the characters so far. Were you playing Anila? Also, Miss Chrysalis? What's up? Former Grimnir, okay. I remember you play. Yeah, that's right. You played Grimnir. I haven't got to his changes yet. I'm about to. But no, it's good to see you, Chrysalis. I didn't go to locals on Wednesday, even though we had a Granblue tournament, which it happens. I commentated that day for WASD, which was fun. But ooh, Vershuja, that's a good character. I like what I saw out of her kit. She looks like a really fun zoner. Absolutely. She looks like a lot of fun. A lot more zoning characters. At least zoning feels a bit better in some characters. And having that with like a lot of jump scare attacks is going to be fun. I like that, what I saw out of that preview from her. But no, I'm glad you got internet back, Chrysalis. You can stream yourself and have some fun. And I hope things are a bit better with everything going on right now. So, hell yeah, it's good to see you. That's good. I'm glad to hear. I know it's never easy playing out there, but I'm rooting for you to get stronger, especially with the patch and your continual improvement. And next time they throw something, you'll definitely do some damage. Let's keep working hard. It went well. I wish it could have went. I was looking to see if you would have made top 8, so I'm sad you didn't get there. But, you know, you'll get there in due time. Alright, so overly, Anila's a winner. I think, like... Again, she's been getting a lot of, like, adjustments. So, like, you nerfed the ultimate Fluff'em Stuff'em, but you made the heavy one a little faster to start up. You increased the usage of Over the Fence. I don't know. Maybe she's not really much of a winner. I think she's kind of just the same. Honestly, I think she's the same. Like, she's going to be okay. She's not like, holy shit, she's really good now. Or like, oh my god, she's good now. I mean, the fact that she does get the light flock to the future on farther hits does improve her game some. I think that's probably like the biggest buff, especially against standing opponents. Because that's at least gonna let her able to get a guaranteed combo from further out, which helps her poke game some, and then she can like reassert herself some. So that's like kind of cool. But again, none of this, like compared to other characters, screams like, oh my god. I feel like she's just kind of like in her own little area, and she's kind of been the same, looking at everything that's kind of there. So, I mean, if the ultimate Over the Fence is extremely good, then that might be a game changer. But beyond that, I feel like we're gonna put Anila in the kind of the same pile. I think put her like right before like Ladiva. Or like her basic game plans. Well, Ladiva's a new game plan because he's more of a grappler, right? But like same game plan like Vasaraga, Charlotta, and her. Like all the other characters' game plans got stronger. Her like total set got better. I mean, it's not really. I mean, it's lightly ordered. But yeah. Oh wait, not. I wouldn't say winner. I'm sorry. I meant same. I'd put her like right here in the middle. She is like as same as you can get. I apologize. I didn't mean to put her in the winner pile. Like better, but nothing crazy. I feel like. There you go. Yeah, get those combos consistent. Hell yeah. Always a big part of it, right? Making sure you get your confirms down and do the Sieg thing where you hit somebody and they just explode. And then you look at them and be like, ha ha ha. Even though, like, Far L confirms will be nerfed and Raging Strike combos will be nerfed, so damage will be down in a lot of ways. But it is what it is. Alright, speaking of Siegfried, the man himself has arrived. Let's see what there is to be said about Siegfried here. Siegfried is a standard fighter with good reach and damage output, making his skills very easy to utilize. Many characters didn't have anything in their toolkit to deal with Nav, which is his heavy fireball. So we've made the projectile faster and its travel distance shorter, which should minimize its utility in neutral. So it's no longer the encroaching wall of doom. It is now more a like Hadouken, a powerful Hadouken that you can no longer get a free dash L after. Essentially. Okay. Interesting. That's probably the nerf that everyone was hoping for. That was like something like, great googly moogly. We wanted that to not be like the I win neutral special. On the flip side, We've improved its frame advantage on block, making it more effective at close to mid-range distances. Okay, which makes sense. If you're gonna have an attack like that was you're shifting its utility from I want to win neutral now to I have you under pressure and I want to keep you under pressure. That makes more sense. We expect it to significantly impact how Siegfried plays, so we've also enhanced his lesser used or lesser effective tools. Yeah, because again, you got rid of the win neutral button. Win neutral special, which I know it's like, oh my god, we've been waiting for that. Because so many characters were just shut down. The recovery of the skill was slow, was quick, and it was so powerful, right? The M projectile now has a quicker startup, making it easier to use. To avoid it becoming as challenging to counter as the H version, they've made it smaller. Okay, so it's essentially faster startup on the slow beam, but you can get around it easier. It's not going to be the giant wall of death. So if you preemptively jump it, you're fine. L Verdragon, which is the sword slam, now starts up sooner and can be followed up from a far or standing or crouching M. So you can always hit the slash down now off of a standard hit. Okay. Despite having predictable invincibility and a guaranteed hit cinematic, Schwarzfange, I don't know how to speak German, I'm sorry. So his SBA was relatively low risk. We've greatly increased its recovery on block to balance it out. It's still one of the best SBAs in the game, don't get me wrong. So now it's just, hey, it's easier to punish. And the health consumption for Blood of the Dragon now has a lower limit, never going below 20 max health, and it proportionally fills the SBA gauge. This adjustment should make it easier to plan for a second SBA during a round, creating an interesting mix between Schwarzfange and his SBA. Or you mean SSBA? Oh wait, no, Blood of the Dragon is the other super. No one ever uses. I don't think anyone ever is going to use that. There's no reason to ever use that. No one uses that super, and no one's going to... I mean, if you're at like 20% health, I guess you would use it. Like, oh shit, I'm about to die. Let me power myself up. I guess. If you're going for a Hail Mary, I don't think anyone's going to plan for that, but hey, more power to you. I'm sorry, I forgot that super even existed, because giving up half your life for a short amount of time, but at the very least, like, you get a drain effect, right? So if you're at low life, it's basically Dragon Install. It's literally now Dragon Install. Holy shit. Okay. That's hilarious. They gave him an actual factual Dragon Install that you want to use at low life, like you would in Guilty Gear for like Kai Kisuke. And you can drain your life back and have like a comeback factor. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Awful, I'm 100% with you. Let characters have hit confirms. But that's weird. They really said, no one uses the super. Let's give them a reason to use it. So if you're at 50% life, you'll be put at 20% life no matter what. Instead of just... Well, it's always having it, right? Okay. So if you're at 35, you won't go to 17, right? You'll go to 20%. So at like low health, it can be worth it if you're feeling spicy. Because I mean, getting health back can be useful. So you no longer put yourself on like a throw death territory, probably. Oh look, dash H. Startup for the second hit has been reduced. No changes were made to the first hit. Okay. So if you whiff the first hit, the second hit will come out still faster. Travel speed has been adjusted, making the second hit easy to land. I never really saw dash H from him at all anyway. Pushback on the second hit has been reduced, and Siegfried now comes to a stop more slowly afterwards, making it so Siegfried can follow up afterwards more easily. Okay, so the enemies stay closer to you, right? And he now stops. He will skid a little bit further. M startup is 9 frames faster, which is pretty good. And it's much shorter. Good. The H1 active frames, it's less than half! Yes! They made it faster and go less than half the distance. It's no longer the full screen terror. Holy shit, that's actually more than half, excuse me, more than half of active frame, or less than half, sorry, but English. Instead of just having it, they went 35 less frames active. Block stun is increased by 8 frames, so now it is plus 12 on block, which is very scary. You're going to use point blank. The third hit now launches grounded foes, so you can get like a guaranteed little juggle there. Okay. Ultimate. Launch height for the sword hit has been increased. The projectile now causes wall bounce. So more utility of that one, because no one ever used the ultimate fireball. M Massager? Uppercut. Forward movement for the second swing has been removed, reducing reach. It has less reach. Adjusted knockbacks of hits 1 through 3. Making it harder to whiff in the middle of the skill. Okay. And the first hit is now unrecoverable, so it's standardizing uppercuts like other characters. If you hit somebody with it, but they would hit the ground before you were last hit would hit, they'd have to be a hard knockdown, so you don't get punished. But it has less reach for a DP, so that's another nerf. I wasn't expecting to nerf his uppercut as well. What's up, Arrows? It's good to see ya. Hope you're doing pretty good. Yeah, I mean, the installs are still, like, weird, right? Because you gave Fairy more damage. You gave 6 more damage on his. You gave Siegfried a reason to use it, but, like, I don't know. It's there, I guess. That's the big part. You have a reason to use it. Deliverance. The H Orkin follow-up, which is the command grab. Faster startup. Travel speed and distance have been increased, so it actually comes out faster. It's more of a better jump scare. Can now hit foes during hit stun. Allow H Orkin to combo in Deliverance when hitting high in the air. Okay, so if you get a big anti-air one, you can get the wall slam into the knockdown. It's a hard knockdown. So you can combo that now. It's a hit grab. That's also a regular grab that's faster. Cool. Malignance. Startup has been reduced, changing total active frames to 34. So it now comes out faster. But it actually nerfs the damage on throws, raging strikes, raging chains, and brave counters. They do not get the damage buff when he does Malignance. So you don't get the more powerful throws. Oh my gosh, yes. With the nerfs to raging strike damage, that's already great. So they don't get the damage buff, and then you get the reduced damage from raging strikes on top of that. So that's actually fantastic. His super recovery has been increased by 12 frames, so now it's negative 30. So guarantees a raging strike on block. Frame advantage on hit is unchanged. Blood of the Dragon no longer reduces health below 20% of max health. Now fills the SBA gauge proportional by the amount of health consumed. When used at 100 health, Siegfried's SBA gauge will fill by 50%, so we'll get a refund on it. SBA gauge fill penalty period activation has been shortened significantly, so you can get meter back very quickly. So if you're using it as a Hail Mary, you don't like hinder yourself as bad anymore. And while active, normal attacks now do 110%, skills do 120, and SBAs do 150. Throws, raging strikes, chains, and brave counter no longer receive a damage buff. So again, you don't get the extra power of getting the damage buffs on those things that they specifically don't want to deal with more damage. I like that. Okay. We're looking at Siegfried. Siegfried got mostly nerfs. He is, we'll see. I think I know where I want to place him on my handy dandy chart. But dash H, this hit right here, the second hit comes out faster. The first part's is the same, but the second part comes out faster, which gives you that little crumple there, right? and lets you get a hit afterwards, right? Because the first hit launches, so it makes it easier to get a small follow-up. It forces crouching. You're not gonna get. You can get a far medium after this, right? Yeah. So you get a guaranteed confirm off of dash H. Travel speed is made adjusted, so it goes further. It goes faster on travel. So that's actually good. You actually get to see that being used now. That was no one ever used dash H. Like that move was always like something that was like, why would you ever dash H when you can just dash L, right? That was just like the name of the game, this character, right? Because dash 8 on block is -8. So it's already like scary to use. Pushback on the second hit has been reduced, and Siegfried now comes to a stop more slowly. So it's easier if you hit it to get the follow-up, but you're still at -8. You really want to use this as like a far-ranging poke and make sure that you hit the second part, right? Because no character is going to have this far range of a far M, right? Although the pushback has been decreased, so they might be in a range close enough to punish you. So it's still a heavy risk to that, I suppose, even though there is a good reward. The M fireball is now shorter because the light one is short, right? It's probably going to be the same height as the light one. They made this come out faster. Oops. Instead of 40 frames, it's 31 frames. But it's going to be shorter like the light version. So easier to jump over and deal with. The big one is this one. This one is 60 frames. You see it going full screen, right? Slowly, almost full screen. Almost full screen. It's now going to dissipate. It's going to go quicker because it's going to be faster. But it's going to end right in the middle. It's going to go just that far. So, and because it's faster, it's going to be harder to follow up at a distance. So it's quicker, so they're going to block it earlier. And if they dodge it, that means that you have... It also means that dodging it is also buffed. Because dodging this, because it was so slow, you know, he could always dash in and sometimes punish the dodge. But now, because it's faster and you dodge it, you actually negate its effect entirely. So that's another big part of the nerf to that fireball, is not only is it not last as long, dodging it actually means that you keep yourself safe from Siegfried now. And he cannot continue pressure because you'll have a chance to counterattack him, which is really big. But it is now much more plus. Like, this is normally +4, now it's going to be +12, which is big. And then the ultimate one, the sword hit. I see, okay. It launches higher, and the projectile now causes wall bounce. Well, no, it already hit wall bounce. Oh, I see. You get wall bounce if you get the sword hit, but if the projectile just hits like that, you'll get a wall bounce on it. Okay. This DP no longer goes as far. And the hits now, because even though it doesn't go as far, the first 2 hits, if they pop out before the 3rd hit, they can't recover and punish you. But now it's not. It's a much weaker DP. This DP went hella far. That's another big nerf to him, or another nerf, like, you know, not substantial, but it is a nerf. And then H massager. I am right. This is massager, right? Yeah, DP. The H version. forward movement for second twin has been reduced, reducing reach. Because again, it's a 2-hit swing, right? He does the first one and the second one. But now it doesn't go much as farther anymore. But it's still going to hit consistently even though it doesn't go as far. So you're guaranteed to get the knockdown or all the hits, either all the hits to hit or not get punished if they whiff, just like the M1. But he has a lot of horizontal ability on this, making it a fantastic anti-air, but now it's going to be a lot harder to use unless they're like right on top, more on top of you, which is, another nerf. Elver Dragon, it's 1 frame faster. That just means if you hit crouching M, this is guaranteed to hit. So I think it's a buff that way. Deliverance. Which is a command grab because he delivers you to the corner. Is 26 frames normally. It's going to be faster. It's going to move faster and start up quicker, so you get a better chance of hitting people with that. And then,
All or nothing.
no, they just made this one, sorry, they just made this one faster. So the travel distance is quicker. It's still 26 frames, but the heavy one is now faster, so it hits quicker, and it goes farther. And if you get like an anti-air, that will combo now. And you'll be able to combo Deliverance into that to get the more corner carry where normally you would do. But all you would do is leave them, leave them midstream. So I like that. So it gives him a good advantage. I like that. You combo that, you get the run, you get the pressure afterwards. Because normally, what do you get on this? That's so much range. You are plus 52. So you get the best Oki off of that. So it makes his anti-air confirms stronger. So he does get a buff in that way. This is faster. But you no longer get a buff to throw. His throws normally 2,500 damage with the power up. 2,750. So we got 250 more damage. Now he doesn't get that anymore. The super on block was negative 18. Now it is negative 30. So it is a lot more recovery on block, and you get a better punish on it. And then finally, this super here, I gotta remove auto healing health. I'm gonna put his health at, oops, 25. Now the worst it does, like if I'm at 20, it no longer reduces health. So if you're at 25, it will not go below 20. Right? Because 20 is here. But you don't get like as much of a benefit anymore. But you also like, you see like when I use it, how many triple attacks and I'm not getting any meter, right? Now you get it, right? So they reduced that to 60 seconds or 60 frames. So it's now like 2 seconds instead of 300, which is 10 seconds before you start getting meter back. So that's a big buff to that. And then while active, again, the damage buff is there, right? If I put myself back at full health. Throws here
Great.
do 2,500 still?
Use your hand. Come. Bang against bang. Escape this.
The damage isn't stronger on grabs, but I guess it's the same then. Okay. I have no idea. But that's Siegfried. That is everything visually at a glance. I'm going to say it. He's a loser. He definitely got enough in the patch to be hit in the loser slot. His main game plan has been nerfed significantly. His domination over neutral has finally been quelled. And he's going to be a lot easier to manage. So it's going to rely more on his really good buttons. And the fact that like the reward for anti-air into deliverance could be really good. And you get more consistent combos by hitting those correct pokes, right? Which is nice and all. But I feel like Siegfried is just, unfortunately, it's gotten a lot like worse for wear. Despite like better hit confirms and a better install super. So I think he might even qualify for biggest loser. I hate to say it. But like you messed up his fireball. You made the medium one better, but it's not really better. Dash M is better, but it's like they wanted to use that more, but it's still unsafe on block. Yeah, Siegfried, I'm sorry. You actually go to the biggest loser pile. Like, if I crunch the numbers... So, buff with the dash H. But there's also less on hit. Second hit on hit, not on block. Okay. Better... I mean... The M Fireball is also like a nerf and is a burf. It's a buff and a nerf. The H Fireball I'm not counting that as a buff. Plus 12 is fine and all, but that's just like it no longer is the neutral win tool, so that's a double nerf. The ultimate one, the projectile causes wall bounce. I could say that's a buff, but that's like situational. M Massager is a nerf. The H one is a nerf. Elver Dragon is a small buff. Deliverance, I would say it's a buff, so that's a little something they got going. Malignance being better, but it really isn't in a way, because like it's again a nerf and a buff. Schwarzfange, that's a nerf. And then Blood of the Dragon, that's supposed to be a buff, but like the significance of his nerfs, even though he's got like on paper, if I look at it, he got more buffs technically than nerfs. But the nerfs outweigh significantly. Like Dash L is no longer effective. Raging Strike is a lot weaker, and had great buttons to initiate that, so he loses damage in that regard. And then M Fireball no longer wins the neutral and basically gets him in and starts the pressure. So like not just system, like where Belial was mostly affected by system nerfs, but got a lot of great the new tools rounded out more for him, which makes him the same, right? 6 is relatively the same. He has less health, and he's weaker because of the Dash L nerf. But his other tools are still very strong, if even stronger. So he's in the same pool because he's still very good. Whereas Siegfried, he is now he's a lot tamer. And I feel like that is, it's just how it goes. His game plan now is like, basically, I wouldn't say it. It's very like Percival light, right? Percival gets more has a better far hitting heavy normal, has the better like advancing tools. His stocks are worth more, and the value off mid screen hits is higher from him. Whereas like you don't get that mid screen craziness outside of like setting up Raging Strike with him, right? With Siegfried. So Percival just has like the Dragon Knight power balance is shifted, and Percival's a lot higher up that, whereas like Siegfried just went down. And yeah, you're gonna see a lot less Siegfried. So people who play him, it can still work. You just have to really shift. You have to retool your entire game plan, which can be difficult. I hate to see a biggest loser, but it happens. Someone has to be the biggest loser. And unfortunately, it is, so far, Siegfried. From like the current iteration of him to what he is now. It's a drastic shift. Grimnir is a mobile character who can utilize a wealth of movement options in combat. With these balance adjustments, we aim to enhance his overall ability by addressing some awkward aspects of his moveset, such as difficult to use pokes and close range skills, and to improve Gale Dash with input buffering and new on-hit features. There's a lot of sentences here. Far Standing H. I already think Grimnir is really good, but let's see. Far Standing H has been tweaked to balance other changes to his mid and long range pools. While it may be harder for him to stuff an opponent's pokes, it remains effective with proper spacing and timing and is useful for chaining into Deathrite Tempest for the second stage of the attack. Yeah, a lot of characters would get like stuffed by his like heavy, the shield hit into the poke. It was so hard to like approach him or deal with that. So I guess you have make it a little bit difficult for him to use as oppressively. The travel speed and distance for Dash M and Dash H have been improved, making it easier to land these attacks from mid-range. You didn't really see a lot of his other dash attacks outside of his Dash L, so that's kind of good. We've adjusted Dancing Storm's appearance to clarify when the projectile trajectory can be altered. While the projectile is glowing pink, its trajectory can be changed once. Note that your trajectory is still alterable just after the pink fades, but this change enhances the move's smoothness and satisfaction. I like that. We increased M Dancing Storm's active frames for easier use. Similar to U, Dancing Storm is less practical than other U skills, so we've reduced its startup and increased its projectile speed. Okay, that's better. To address the difficulty in determining whether of all versions of Deathrite Tempest were landing or being blocked, we've adjusted all versions of this skill. So that's his spiral arrow, essentially, the flying kick. The H version's disadvantage varied depending on whether its startup frames or active frames were blocked. So we've standardized the disadvantage on block. Disadvantage on hit remains unchanged. So now it is consistently disadvantageous if they've equaled the same, so we'll see. Changes to the light version are consistent with the H version. To differentiate the M version, we've lowered its disadvantage, making it viable for stealing advantage in melee situations. So a lot of startup on it. But essentially, it's basically Giovanna's Trovao. If you let it come out, then you deserve to lose your turn. The U version can be followed up from mid-screen, so we reduced its pushback on block and made it easier to counter. H Windcrest, which is the setting up the seals, was too powerful, overshadowing the light and medium versions. So we've increased its cooldown time. For the ultimate version, we've increased its disadvantage on block and adjusted its hit stop, making it easier for opponents to counter after blocking this attack. The mid-air version has also been given this disadvantage, but with increased knockback to maintain its utility and extending the window for follow-up attacks. So we got like a mix of nerfs and buffs, huh? It's interesting. Far Standing H. Active frames for the first hit have been reduced to 2 frames. So it's easier to challenge the gap and whiff punish him. So if you see the shield come out, you're not going to get tagged for putting your hurt box inside of it. Second hit startup and duration total are changed. So yeah, it's basically he can't just whiff it and people will have an easier time attacking with punishing it. That's really good. So that's a nerf. But I think it's a lot of characters got shut down because of the short range against it, right? Dash M. Travel distance and speed has increased, same as Dash H, so that it goes farther and faster. Dancing Storm. The projectile. The appearance of the projectile has been adjusted to make it easier to tell when the wind shift inputs are valid. Because when you throw it out now, it's just the blue tornado. It'll be pink and then turn blue. M Dancing Storm. Active frames of the projectile have been increased from 25 to 30, so the projectile lasts longer. Ultimate Dancing Storm. 11 frame startup. Travel speed is faster. That's a big buff. Makes that a lot more useful. Winds of Temptation, that's his DP. The M version, this is the Spinneroonie. Mid-air hit stun has been increased, so you get more chance to juggle with it and get combos after you hit somebody. Lateral knockback and launch height have been reduced. So they don't pop up as high, so they'll stay close to him. Because that just makes it so it's easier to combo into when you hit an airborne opponent with it. Because they'll stay like at like torso height instead of being too high for certain attacks to hit them, and they'll pop out. So that's a big buff. That's a good buff. L Deathrite Tempest. Hurtbox has been expanded upwards during active frames, during movement. So they made that easier to stuff. No longer begins recovery immediately after hit. Frame advantage now gradually increases the later into active frames a hit occurs, with a reduction in frame advantage on hits immediately after activation and increase on later hits. Lateral knockback has been increased. So they push people further away, and depending on your spacing, you can be more negative or more positive. So, okay. It depends on the active frame. Interesting. Okay. Medium. Again, you can stuff it out easier. You can poke him out of it. Recovery's been shortened by 3 frames, so it's now it's only -7 now. So it's still unsafe, but -7. What did they do to this? I think they said it could steal turns. I guess this one was always if you hit it at the tip, you had more advantage. Okay, that makes sense. What's up, Task? How are you doing? I'm sorry, your 5H is no longer like the stop it. The like do something about it. That's all that button was. Do something about this. Do something about this. Right? But how's it going, Task? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing all right. Yeah, I'm seeing the Nerf City kind of here. But yeah, you're gonna get +2 at best. Yeah, I don't see people using this too much. H Deathrite. Now immediately enters recovery, so basically swapped L and H, making total frame advantage always -8, depending on distance travel. Ouch. Ah, goodness. Eesh. Ultimate. Pushback has been reduced, and again, you can stuff it better. That's another nerf. Oh boy. Cooldown time has been increased pretty heavily on using the H Wind Crest, so you can't set up any more so soon afterwards. Ah, they really want you to use the other ones. Ultimate is now -6, so it's actually punishable on block. Ugh. And you're less hit stop, so it feels better to punish. Okay, so that's another nerf. Ultimate one is increased by 6 frames for recovery on landing. And they made the launch height go a little higher to compensate for the fact that you're in more recovery, so you don't basically give away your turn on a hit. Okay. Gale Dash. Mid-air hit stun is now 30 frames for most directions. Up is unchanged at 35. Up right and back left, up left have been changed from 28 to 30. Okay, so that makes it better, a little better when you hit in the air combo and flying, and all others have been changed from 20 to 30. Okay, so that's like the biggest buff. They're looking at, okay, we make Gale Dash stronger. So your mid-air hit stun, no matter what, at minimum is 30 across the board. And if you actually hit somebody going up, then you're rewarded with like the most of it, right? Okay, that's interesting. I mean, 10 more frames means better opportunity to hit something between that, right? Or guarantee your other Gale forces do hit. Add an input buffer when using aerially. So jumping attacks and aerial skills can be used immediately after. Okay, it makes it easier to follow up. And then Gale Dash no longer launches grounded foes. Anti-air, lateral knockback, and launch height have been reduced. So if you do the Gale Dash and hit somebody standing, they no longer get popped up. Ah. I mean, I guess they want you to, like... I guess you get to jump in afterwards instead of, like, them being in midair. That sounds like a buff. As long as there are enough hits done to follow up with it, because you're able to attack afterwards. A little easier. Okay. So I guess he got a little buff in that regard and get a full combo on that. Yeah, 214M, like you mentioned, like the spiral kick, the medium one, it's like, okay, whatever. H Wind Crest, yeah, can't loop the fuzzies anymore, so you have less time to set up afterwards. With the system changes, yeah, that's rough. I feel like, like, cool, you made Gale Dash mid-air a little better for getting combos, and you increased, like, the combo route mid-screen or, like, in the corner with, like, the M Deathrite Tempest, I suppose. Or, sorry, the M, excuse me. And M Winds of Temptation. And you gave him a better projectile. So it's like they pushed and pulled from little things. He's got, like, little buffs here and there. But, like... It feels like a net loss. It's definitely a net loss. Let's take a look at how everything would look in here. And make sure that Beatrix doesn't just slap me back immediately. Please don't riding free, thank you. So there's a noticeable gap here. So as soon as you see the pink, you can swing and stop the second part from hitting you, right? So that's a little easier to deal. Overhead will go farther now and faster. Dash H, which on hit didn't do much. On hit it just, and you can't even combo off of it. It just goes farther out. On block it is -4. So they gave him just a better, like, advancing mid that you'll combo, like, in the corner, but it's got a good hitbox at the very least. 15 frames is, like, not the fastest thing, but, you know, that's better. I can actually see that being used, so that's something. But, you know, all that does is knock your opponents away, which I guess let you set up a win seal. That's really it. Dancing Storm is going to be blue when it comes out. Pink when it comes out, excuse me. All pink. Because right now it's partly pink. It's pink when I shoot it out, right? So it's easier to tell when you can throw it. That's cool. The M is going to linger longer. So I guess it's actually going to go full screen now. And the ultimate one being faster, right? Oops, wrong thing. Because if I reduce the... With the cooldown it has now... It'll be easier to make into, like, a true block string. Oops. Yeah. Like, light, I try to do it. I would trade, right? So... It makes it a true block string in a lot of cases, and it's much faster. Which is okay, that's something. Winds of Temptation, mid-air hit stun has been increased from 30 to 40. Right, talk off the blocking. It's a hard part. You don't really get a juggle off of that. What's the best way to, like, put an opponent airborne? just want an easy way to do this. Okay. Ah. So it's gonna launch. So that changes his combo route a little bit, I guess. I think you probably have a better chance of actually like following it up afterwards, depending on how you hit it. So that's like, you know, that's a just inch. I don't know how. I don't think it's gonna come up too often, but that's something, I guess, and people like found a way to route with that. No, I get you. Yeah, you lose a lot of the Oki and opportunity for setting that up, especially when you want to have like, you're forced to like have to use just like single seals instead of using like the maximum version for all that.
This is my dominion. The game's afoot.
No longer launches.
To thy death.
So that's probably like the one, like probably the biggest buff he got is the fact that doing this leaves them standing, and hopefully you should be able to combo off of that because they're not going to be airborne. So if hopefully there are enough hits done for that. Deathrite Tempest, which this is like they basically traded the light one with the heavy one. Because light one's always -4 at close range. At far range, it was always that. But if you hit this at a far range, you're going to actually have plus frames. So this is more of like the steal your turn one right here. But you can still get a hit out of it now. Better, so it makes it a little tougher. Deathrite Tempest. I mean, like -1, -10. You mentioned it before. At best, you're like -2. Or you're at least +3. At best. +2, +3, depending on spacing. And this one just sucks. That was like, hey, I want to go full screen and be able to start my pressure or be like up close to you without getting punished. Right? Now, no matter what, you are -8. So like that's like I don't know, that's rough. You will always be punished for doing this from a distance. Any distance, you are getting punished. That sucks. You're getting hit by a light attack every time. Ugh. Ultimate one, hurt boxes expanded upwards during active frames. Pushback and block have been reduced. This was already -6, but now it's going to be punishable on block consistently. So if you do it and they block it, you can't just throw it out. Unfortunately, so that's another big nerf. H Windcrest, a lot more recovery on it. Ultimate Windcrest, which was -4, is not punishable. So you have to do it on hit or not do it at all. Launch height on hit has been adjusted, adjusting frame data advantage due to increased recovering frames. It launches on hit? It doesn't launch on hit. Oh, mid-air Windcrest, excuse me. So the ground one is -6, like they mentioned. The air one pops up. Oh, wait. So you're like your anti-throw, right? You do that. So it launches higher, and you still get like. Well, I guess you don't get much. You have more recovery, so you don't lose your advantage on that hit, right?
This is my dominion.
Because that is plus 53, so it'll stay that rate, because you get the hard knockdown and all that. So at least that stays the same.
Easy as pie.
But blocking it,
The time is right. This is my dominion.
better punish opportunities against that. Because they added more recovery to it. Okay. And then Gale Dash. And I kind of showed that earlier. Mid-air, when you're doing the mid-air ones, those have been increased. These are all 30 frames
Game's
now.
afoot. Yeah! Keep pace. Ha-ha! Cha!
And going up that's all, yeah. It's also all 30 frames on hit stun. Even the diving down one.
Keep pace.
30 frames of hit stun. So when they're in midair. So easier to make sure you can juggle afterwards. So that's like an overall buff at the very least.
There's a bloody storm.
So they gave him the ability to make sure that your combos will have a harder chance of dropping when you're chaining the seals off the Gale Dash. So, going through all of these, it's almost 5 o'clock. Oh my god, I'm almost done. I've been streaming since 10 a.m. I've been at this for 6 hours now, 6.5. Ugh. Nerf buffs. They made it. I mean, projectiles all seem better at the very last. Sort of like they don't talk about the light one, but the M1 is better, and the ultimate one goes faster. Okay. I don't know. Losing it makes it so you can't use Deathrite Tempest. You have to use the light one instead of the heavy one for like approaching. And then like the Wind Crest nerf for the heavy one makes it so you can't loop it as hard. You have to earn a second loop afterwards. But you make Gale Dash a little they gave it quality of life on that. But they nerfed the ultimate ones. Both the ultimate ones on block. I feel like he just kind of falls in the lump in the middle here. Like, he definitely loses something, but it's just like... I want to say, like, he's like a light loser just about. It feels like he's... I don't play the character, so it's harder for me to like judge that because it's a lot of like nuance to the character. Like do the buffs outweigh the nerfs? Do these buffs actually give him anything like much more worthwhile? Right, the better heavy, better ultimate like fireball. Okay, better dash H, so you have a better like neutral tool. Deathrite Tempest, the light one, will give you more frame advantage because that one is better frame advantage compared to like the heavy one. So like they've kind of just said, hey, we want you to use this one to approach and not use the heavy one to approach. Heavy one's just for combos, so they kind of normalized them in that regard. And then Windcrest is just like, you know, make him less oppressive on his Oki because they want you to use the other ones, so and use the one at a time ones, which okay, I get it, right? Feels like he kind of just fits into like the same pool where it's just like, you know, there are things that make him better. You round it out like the other tools, but then at the same time, it's not going to snowball as hard, which he could snowball a lot of characters. So I think I'll put him in like the same pool. He's like at the tail end of it. Like, he will still be like have like the similar character strengths. It's just more ways to play around him. But that's just like thinking of it like as a whole. And again, same just means what their character strength is right now. I put them near Fairy because like Fairy is still bad. Like Fairy is actually still bad. Despite like the buffs they gave to her and making like neutral better for her to navigate because you reduce like the damage she'll take from characters rushing at her, the nerfs like counteract any of the buffs that she gets from like the system being nerfed for other characters. So she's just like She is still whatever. In my opinion, right? So that's like he falls into that. He's just like kind of the same, but his game plan is changing where it's not just wind, seal. It's gonna be more. You have to use more of his kit now. Okay. Nier. Here we go. All right. Here is the big one. Am I almost done? I've been doing this for a long time now. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters to go. Oh my god. I am not getting anywhere near ending this. Goodness gracious. Nier is a powerful character who can leverage her love's redemption stock to press the advantage while taking the offensive against his foes. However, there was little risk in spending love redemption as she was able to maintain her damage output and oppressive pressure in most situations. Exactly. You can use up all of your stocks and it didn't matter because you could just go crazy and you're fine. After considering her strengths, we decided that simply reducing her offensive capabilities or making her lose love's redemption more easily would significantly increase her difficulty of use and diminish her strengths. So they don't want to make her lose stocks more easily, and if we don't just lose her offensive power, it would just like, they don't want to just curb stomp her that way. Instead, we've rethought of her mechanics as a whole with these adjustments, so she basically gets a rework. While keeping her ability to maintain a strong offense using Love's Redemption, we've made it so there's a clear distinction for when the foe can take their turn back. When Nier takes damage while Death is summoned, or when Death returns to her card, with a standing U for example, a gauge will be displayed in place of her Love's Redemption stock. This gauge will gradually fill, preventing Nier from performing any actions involving Death until fully replenished. Oh my god, they turned her into Little Eddie. So if you force an unsummon by hitting Nier, either through like a Brave counter or by hitting her, Death goes on cooldown. Okay. And if she puts it back with the card, they have to wait. Oh my gosh. The gauge will gradually fill, preventing Nier from performing action until fully replenished. The refill rate depends on how many Love Redemption she has consumed. Upon being replenished, her Love Redemption stock will reset to 13. I don't know about that one. But that also makes it weaker. It nerfs her in the sense that she has the buff of more damage when she's low on stocks. But if this makes it so she's never really low on stocks, she gets more stocks and it'll be harder for her to lose all of her stocks. But then that means that she'll have less opportunity to get the buff damage from her SSBA and SBA, that's a nerf. So I like that idea. Okay, that's a good way to rework that. Along with these changes, we've increased the cost of performing her skills and restricted Raging Strike and other actions while Death is unusable. You can no longer extend damage with Raging Strike, thank God, when you have Death out. Death will no longer return to her card after using ultimate skills and will instead stay on screen. With this change, she can now command Death during her ultimate skills to buff her skills afterwards. So they buffed her ultimate skills, which were already very belligerent. Oh. With this change, her standing and jumping U now increases the refill rate of Love Redemption's gauge on hit, so players will need to adopt new strategies to quickly turn the tide of battle while Death is unusable. Previously, we adjusted Misfortune so it couldn't be buffered into other skills when used as a starter. We have now reversed this adjustment, allowing it to be bufferable into other skills again. However, in return, all versions of Misfortune no longer have armor except for the ultimate version. It's not a reversal! You can melee her! She doesn't have a DP! They got rid of the DP! They just said, fuck it. It's a combo tool, but you can't DP anymore. Oh my god. Incredible. World of Death and Love now has a permanent effect. her install. Upon activation, Love's Redemption stock will be replenished at the cost of her health. This makes it a strong choice for going in the offense and allows for a more strategic decision between it and Klagen Tetons. Klagen Tetons cannot be used while Death is unusable, but World of Death and Love can. With these adjustments, we've changed Nier's ease of use from 2 stars to 1 star because she lost. So we made her harder to use. Love's Redemption. A gauge now appears after Death disappears, changing the way that Death behaves. Death cannot be summoned again until the gauge refills. The gauge refills more slowly the more Love's Redemption icons Nier has consumed. 60 extra frames per icon. So if you go to low and you get hit, you take a longer time to get it back. That's crazy. I like that. Icons recover even more slowly than the regular rate if Nier has depleted all her icons. So if you use all of your Love's Redemption, you literally don't have near death for like almost the rest of that round, just about, if things go right. No longer recovers their SSBA or SBA cutscenes and screen darkening effects, so that gauge pauses. Okay. A Love's Redemption icon will be depleted if death is hit by a foe. They did it! They did it! You hit death, it reduces a card? Oh my god. Great googly woogly. That makes it so that when death gets naturally unsummoned, or you hit Nier when death is out, that means that it's going to take longer for it to get there. Oh my gosh. Fix an issue where inputs won't be registered if death was hit by a foe at the same time inputs were made. As a result of this adjustment, death actions are now disabled as soon as death goes into hit stun. Thank you. Far standing M with death summoned. Shorter hitbox on her far M. Crouching M. Less of a hitbox. Okay, so they nerfed the buttons. Vertical hitbox has been expanded upwards. Regular crouching M. Vertical hitbox is expanded upward. Okay. Crouching U with death summoned. Forward hitbox and hurtbox have been shortened, so it doesn't hit as far and it's not easier to get counterpodes. Raging Strike. No longer can be used while death has been summoned, meaning it can be performed only when she's returned to her card. Yay! All skills. The Love Redemption cost of all skills has increased by 1. Light and medium skills use 1 Love's Redemption. Heavy and ultimate use 2 instead of using 1 for the heavy and the ultimate. Buffered skills now use an additional Love Redemption. So if you do a follow-up, you use 2 at a cost. So if I do L into L, that's 3 stocks already. Oh my god, this is such a big nerd. She's a loser for sure. Only true enthusiasts are going to stick to this character. Buffered skill now deals 80% of their normal damage. So if you do the EX slashes, it does less. Input buffering buffer skill has been adjusted to minimize inputs not registering correctly after Nier completed an action, so it's easier for her to do follow-ups. Ultimate skills. Commands can now be given to Death while she is still performing an ultimate skill. Death now stays on standby after finishing ultimate skill instead of returning to her card. Death is no longer invincible during recovery. She is now vulnerable to attacks until going on standby. So if she does ultimate slashes, you can pop her out of it. Or if she does the ultimate like drag, you can hit her out of it afterwards and kill a card. That's great. Fatal Waltz. All versions. That's the slaps. Death's hurt box while active has been expanded, so it's easier to actually hit death during it, or use brave counter to hit her out of that. Okay. Ultimate Fatal Waltz. Death now slows down on block, making her less likely to whiff. Okay, so that's still really good. M Misfortune, Death's forward and rear hit boxes have all been extended while active, so it's easier to hit her out of Misfortune to DP. The light one can now be used to start strings. M1 has no armor. H1 has no armor. Ultimate Misfortune is 8 frame startup. Unblockable skills can be stopped, so she can stop unblockables with it now. And then the game pause is away. Okay, interesting. Remove the pause effect that affected death and foe when death was hit by a projectile. Interesting. Ominous Turn. That's her spin forward. Death's rear hurt box has been expanded while active. So if you do a brave counter when she spins into you and she's going past you, you can brave counter and it'll hit her to knock her out. Especially, and that's useful to punish people who do ominous turn with a follow-up. You do your brave counter, Nier's like, ah, and then you whap Nier by dashing at her. Okay. Ominous turn is now -6 on block. You still want to do the buffer skills, but if they just do ominous turn by itself, you can hit her out of it or punish Nier for doing it. Death reversed. That's the drag, which is probably one of her most busted skills. Again, the rear hurt box has been expanded, so again, brave counters work better. M death reverse. Grounded hits now cause the foe to fall but backwards for 32 frames. So they buffed that a little bit. Love's Redemption. If Love's Redemption gauge is currently recovering, hitting the foe recovers some gauge now. Charge attacks recover more gauge. Okay, so if you're hitting your opponent with attacks, it goes up faster. Okay. Pain. Launch height has been increased. That's jump you. When you have death out. Pain in general. Trajectory change and recovery after landing have been removed. Nier will now maintain trajectory the same as other jumping attacks. So it no longer stops her momentum in the air. It's no longer an overhead. You can block it crouching. It's faster startup. It does not pop foes into the air and calls death back to her card when used while death is active. And that makes the gauge have to go back up because you recalled death. If Love's Redemption gauge is currently recovering, hitting the foe recovers some gauge now. World of Death and Love. Attributes have been adjusted and are permanent after activation. Now causes Love's Redemption gauge to recover faster at the cost of 63 health per frame. SBA gauge recovery penalty activation has been reduced like Siegfried's. Gauge recovery and health loss will pause while Nier is taking damage, throw breaking or guard crushing. So she doesn't lose health or doesn't gain gauge back while she's being comboed, but it makes it not easier to combo, okay, to kill her during it. Because if you can hit her and her health drains down during it, that would have been hilarious. And her Super Skybound art, fixed an issue where canceling multiple times for activation frames, such as throw into SSBA into SSBA would cause the cancel version to activate. There was a glitch where you can make it so that you would get the combo version. That's crazy. Thank God that's a nerf. So this is a bunch to go through. This is the biggest character I think that people were looking forward to getting nerfed, and she definitely did get hit by it.
Everything.
So now if I summon death, that reduces the stock now. And if I call back death, it's going to make that icon up top there be a gauge that has to recover. It'll recover faster if I have a lot of cards. But say if I use a lot of my skills. It's going to take much, much longer for her to get all those cards back. And that's the biggest nerf, is that I cannot summon her back when it's going back up. When you hit death, which is great. When you hit death, it's going to reduce a card, which is huge. That's a nerf that I was hoping for big time, and I'm glad they made it happen. When death is summoned. Oops. Like death with death, it's further out, right? Without death, it has less reach on it, so it's not that good a poke anymore. Crouching M, not as good. This could be harder to hit with. Crouching in by itself. Vertical hurt box has been expanded upwards, so you can actually counter poker better against this. Because this button beat out so many things, because it went under so many other pokes. But now you can actually counter poke this consistently with certain moves. And then crouch you. Hitbox and hurtbox, so the sweep is a lot weaker now. So a lot of normal nerfs. Raging Strike, this is the big one. Let me turn off counterattack real quick. Oops, I'm bad. I can no longer do that while Death is on the field. Reducing the unblockables, getting rid of damage potential. She has to manage Death a lot more consciously, which is another huge one right there. Love's Redemption, using these skills normally don't reduce cards. Now they will reduce cards when I use them. Used to be only when you buffered would it reduce cards. And now EXs do more, right? Because this is one card and that's 2 cards. Doing a EX after an EX will take away 3 cards and make it so it's so harder to manage your cards like that. That's really crazy. Okay. And they do less damage. Biggest thing is now ultimate skills. You can buffer Death in them. And you can have Death do more stuff afterwards. So she did get a buff, and that's a pretty good buff because she has really great ultimate skills. But now, when you do an ultimate skill, Death will linger, and you can hit her now before she recovers. So if you hit her before she goes on standby, like so, if you hit her before she goes in her standby mode, then you can hit her after the recovery of ultimate skills. Fatal Waltz. Easier to hit Fatal Waltz out. Bigger hurt box. Ultimate Fatal Waltz now slows down on block. So she will stay in one place better after it starts making you block, and then you have to take all the chip damage no matter what. Misfortune. You can now, because it used to be Misfortune, you have to buffer it only after if you canceled into Misfortune. So now you can start stuff off with that, but this no longer has armor. You can now hit her out of these moves, but not this move. Not the ultimate one. That's great. No more armor on Misfortune. Ominous Turn. The spin. Because you'll see like situation like this, right? If I do if you try to like Raging Strike, if you try to Brave Counter there, it wouldn't hit Death. But now you can Brave Counter Death more consistently, and it makes a guessing game if Nier cancels into the next thing or not. So that's a big thing, and that happens to Ominous Turn and then Death Reversed, which is this one here. Right? Down, down? Yeah. So you can hit the back of her there. But the biggest thing is grounded hits now cause the foe to fall backwards for 32 frames. This is a buff. Normally, they would be able to recover faster, it looks like. Or maybe it's a nerf, I'm not sure.
Satisfactory.
Hitting foes while you're out of Love's Redemption makes it so the gauge goes back up when it's in recovery. Pain. This move is, Pain Death Summoned.
Satisfactory.
Launch height has been increased. Okay. Trajectory change. So if I jump forward, she stops and goes backwards. She no longer does that.
This is inane.
So you can actually anti-air her now because she doesn't just pop backwards. So anti-airs actually work against her now when she does pain, if you read it right. But it is faster. But it no longer launches grounded foes. It no longer pops them up. It's just going to leave them standing. And finally, World of Death and Love. This now recovers Love Redemption, but you lose health while in it.
Let's destroy everything.
So yeah, that's Nier in a nutshell. So if we look at everything, Love's Redemption is now much worse. Death is now much worse. Her hip, a lot of her normals are worse. Raging Strike, big nerf. No longer using while Death is out. Skills use up more stocks. And she gets stocks back. She replenishes stocks by having cooldown. But again, big nerf. Ultimate skills, you can do a follow-up to them. She gets one buff, right? Nerfs to the hitbox of Death. Ultimate skills you can punish afterwards. So if they try to do a follow-up, you can hit them during the recovery and stop them, even though Death might be active afterwards. Misfortune. No more armor. Another big nerf. But you can do combos afterwards, so it's now just it's a starter for combo fillers at that point. Or you can do it in a block string to guarantee like certain options after Death to mix up afterwards. So that helps a lot. Ominous turn nerfs. More punishable on block if you don't do a buffered input. And brave countering works better. Death reverse, easier to brave counter. You get gauge back, that's a buff, but that's because they made a huge rework to her. Pain is nerfed, even though it's faster. She actually will get close to the opponent. And then an install super that makes you lose health. I don't know about that. I feel like she falls into that pit of biggest loser. Like, if you look at her current version of her, I feel like she's definitely lost the things that made her so oppressive. She still gets great damage. End of the day, her damage is still gonna be absurd. So you at least have that going for you. But she lost everything that made her like super busted. So losing all those things and basically reworking her character entirely, yeah. I think people have some great ideas, but you got to play her a whole different way now. And it's going to be harder to play her because of that, for sure. So we'll see how effective it is. But comparatively, she got hit the worst. With, like, the buffs really not being all much more outside of, like, misfortune comboing and ultimate skills being able to follow up for big damage afterwards, right? 4 characters left. Can we do it? Can I finish before 6 o'clock? Onwards to Lucilius. I think. Yeah. As a character who excels when his blade level increases, we've made significant changes to help you unlock Lucilius' full potential. Designed to ramp up in strength over the course of a battle, we've adjusted the rate at which his blade level increases and enhanced the impact of reaching higher levels to better align with the game's flow. We've boosted the attack power when reaching level 5, and you can now perform follow-ups after landing a medium or H Iscariot, which is his when he does his pelvic thrust. Or the grab and the slam. No, the M1 is the grab and slam. Sorry, the light one is the one where he does pelvic thrust. You can now perform follow-ups at level 5 after landing M or H Iscariot, each of which increases his blade level by 1 on hit. You can't go higher than 5 though. Oh, on normal hits. So they actually raise up the blade level by 1 if you hit with them. So you can get into you want to use that more as a combo ender. Combined with tweaks to Orbital Resonance and Iblis to projectile and Orbital Resonance being his unique skill, which lets him go into his stance. These changes offer more opportunities to maintain the pace of a fight while elevating his blade level. The reach of M. Iblis has been extended, making it easier to connect from the tip of a far-standing M against opponents attempting to evade it. So harder to evade the sword spin projectile. H. Phosphorus, which is the down and up slash, right, has been upgraded to be faster and deal more damage, distinguish it more clearly from the M version, allowing follow-ups in the corner. So you got a combo tool, right? Ultimate Phosphorus can now be activated even when the golden sword isn't present, such as using orbital resonance. So he has his DP at all times. We've also reduced the recovery time for orbital resonance to lower its risk while improving the post-hit scenarios for the L and M follow-ups, making them more effective in mid-combat. So if you do this, the stance attacks are better. Okay. Crouching Ebb is an effective counter poke, but its pushback made it difficult to follow up on counter hits. Reduce the pushback to improve consistency, and Jump U has been adjusted to offer greater rewards when used in air-to-air situations. We've made him easier to use from 3 stars to 4 stars. Blade level 5. 130% damage increase up from 120. Damage increase now applies to ultimate skills, SBAs, and SSBAs. Iscari is strengthened. So Iscari is strengthened because you can follow it up, and all of his other skills do more damage. Crouching M, less pushback on grounded counters so you can follow it up. Jumping U, more mid-air hit stun when you hit somebody with it so you can better follow it up. Lateral knockback has been reduced and launch heights increased, with further knockback reduction on counter hit, so it's easier to follow up if you hit Jump U as an air-to-air. But again, jumping normals like that will have reduced damage. Dash H, lateral knockback and launch height, so it leaves you closer, and Lucilius comes to a stop when connecting. So Dash H now leaves your opponent closer, but also stops Lucilius on a dime. M. Iblis, the projectile. Projectile active frames have been increased from 30 to 40. The speed is faster, and active frames and reach have been increased. Launch height on final hit has been increased, so it's a better tool to throw as a fireball, even though it's going to put your stuff on cooldown. H. Iblis as an anti-air, launch height on final hit increased, so on airborne opponents will pop them up a little harder. Probably give you a better combo chance for a follow-up. H. Phosphorus, the slash, and now does 2,000 damage, is 2 frames faster. Second hit does a ground bounce on standard hit, which lets you combo in the corner. Ultimate Phosphorus can be used when Lucilius doesn't have his Gold Blade and also recalls the Gold Blade on startup. So if you lose the Gold Blade, which is your DP blade, you get it back. That's cool. MH Iscariot, if you hit with it, you go up 1 level immediately. At level 5, you get a ground bounce and a follow-up midstream. And H Tessera, which is his down attack, the teleport, added a hitbox to Lucilius' back for the second hit when the first strike either hits or is blocked, thereby reducing whiffs. So it makes it so it's more consistent to you, because that's a plus on block dive attack that you can anti-air consistently if you're expecting it, but if you block it, it's his advantage and it won't force a whiff even with weird movement. Okay. Finally, Orbital Resonance. He is no longer counter-hittable from frames 19 after activation, when each version allows for follow-up inputs. So as soon as he can do his follow-ups from going into stance, he can no longer be counter-hit, but you can be counter-hit while you're transitioning into stance. Orbital Resonance. L now launches Grounded Foes. Blade recovery has been reduced by 110. So you get your sword back faster, a lot faster. Mid-air hit stun on the M, which is the sword, has been increased by 20 frames. Launch height and pull strength on second hit have been increased. Blade recovery after being used has been 50 frames less recovery after using it. And finally, Axion Control, which is the follow-up to his Skybound art, the laser beams, now activate at the soonest possible timing if the follow-up input is held down during the cutscene. So you can hold down a button to shoot the first beam after that one, because it's the super that does like the timed shots. This one is harder to show, but I'll do my best in this case. So now, this move, at that point, the best it gives on a hit, right? I needed to do like 1, 2, 3. I don't even get a blade level on that, right? How many of these do I need to get a blade level? Again, there's a lot of cooldown on that anyway. But yeah, you see that right there. You get 1 whole level from using this, but it's going to be a long cooldown before you can use it again, right? Oh, I'm jumping ahead, aren't I? Counter hit. This on hit was +9. But sometimes its generous hitbox would sometimes not let you get the follow-up correctly, right? So they made that easier because they go far back a lot. Now they don't get pushed back as far. If you have them jumping. Launch heights increase, so easier to get a juggle, especially nearer to the corner. And they stay in the air a little longer too. And then counter hit, they don't go. They get knocked back even less, so you basically get guaranteed a juggle on counter hit. Dash H. -4, but now this move has on hit doesn't knock back as far and increases the launch height. No, both of it's been reduced. And when you connect to the full stop, they land closer to him, so it's easier to dash forward and go for Oki afterwards. Imbalist, it persists longer, and it also goes faster, and active frames and reach have also been increased. So it goes faster, goes farther, and last hit, a lot of cooldown. The last hit pop-up pops up higher, so you have more time to go afterwards. I guess we just hit this raw, right? Oops. Ah! Boop. And I get a blade level and a change off of that, right? Okay, so better projectile, the H1. If they jump on it, it pops up higher. You get a better chance of getting a combo after that. And phosphorus, H-phosphorus. More damage on it, faster startup, and then in the corner, you get a combo off of that in the corner. Ultimate phosphorus, so I use Stance Sword. How do I get rid of that sword? Like that. I can't do a TP. So now, even with that sword gone, I'll get the option for an uppercut. Even without it, right? Yeah, so that's a big buff. He always have his DP ready on deck and get his sword back when he hit it correctly. I talk about the Iscariot, that gets the level up. M. Tessara.
This will hurt.
Oh wait, sorry. That move hits more consistently now, and then that launches grounded foe, so it puts people airborne. And recovers faster. M has more mid-air hits done. So you can follow it up better once you have someone launched and you extend into that. And then finally, if you hold a button down during this,
Die on the altar.
I'm holding the button down now. It doesn't do a shot. If I hold the button down, it immediately do the first shot instead. So that's nice. And that is Lucilius. All right, he's a winner. There's no nerfs here. Dash L, I mean, this like the same nerfs everybody with the dash attacks, dash lights, and raging strikes. Everything else is better. Better able to power up more consistently and get reduced cooldowns and everything. So I mean, as a whole, they tightened up all the stuff. So I'm gonna have to say he's definitely in the winning pile. I'll put him like right here. Get next to his boo, or Belial. He's in that group of like, hell yeah. We be eating good now. We're eating better. I can't say a big winner, but we'll see how that plays out. I could say a big winner, but I don't want to say a big winner. All right, my girl 2B. Oh boy. In our previous adjustments to 2B, we increased the recovery speed of her skill gauge. Now we've decreased the recovery speed of her skill gauge. Now we've revisited her skills and made further adjustments in order to better suit her playstyle. The skill gauge recovers faster both under normal conditions and while taking damage. It also replenishes during skill actions except for Pod A. Yay! She gets skill gauge back faster again. Woohoo! Maybe not as fast as earlier. 2B's double jump, a unique advantage she has over the roster, will now consume skill gauge to perform. Additionally, grabbing Pod in mid-air will continuously deplete the skill gauge until cancelled, giving it unique offensive capabilities. She can hover on her Pod longer as long as she has skill gauge, but double jumping uses skill gauge. That's crazy. I like that though. Give it a cost. I'm okay with that. Hell yeah. Give her like super good extra mobility tool that makes her impossible to anti-air have a cost. Her various pod programs have been generally enhanced. A significant change is A150, which is the trap overview. It now restores skill gauge while active and no longer disappears when 2B blocks an attack. It also activates automatically upon successful throw, which we saw in the video. Skill gauge consumption of her ultimate skills have also been reduced. So instead of losing half your skill gauge, because ultimate skills use 50% bar and half your skill gauge, now they don't use half anymore. Wow. Her standing M attack, which was effective as a dash L attack for other characters, has had its travel distance reduced. That's fair. As a trade-off, her momentum during normal attack performed in the latter part of the evasive maneuver has increased, enhancing her mid to long range combat potential. So, they buffed her command dash. Her standing M, which is effective as a dash L, has been nerfed, but her momentum during normal attacks performed in the latter part of evasive maneuvers has increased, enhancing her mid to long range combat. Her momentum during normal attacks. So if you do the command dash in normals, you basically get better dash attacks. Dashing light, dashing heavy, that's crazy. They made more reason to use the command dash to run at people and scare them with the fucking normals. And self-destruct can now be triggered by pressing 4 buttons simultaneously, in addition to the previous 720 input. Moreover, it can be changed from the third hit of her attack protocols, and will now activate quickly enough to form a true combo. You can actually combo into self-destruct now. It's no longer a gimmick. We've made her easier to use now. Okay. Skill gauge recovery when taking damage has been increased from 25 to 50% of normal recovery speed. Normal recovery speed has also been increased. Skill gauge now recovers during skills except for Pod A, which is just the shot, because that one doesn't cost any skill. Travel speed on far M, distance and speed reduced, so it's no longer as belligerent as a button, which is fair. We got a nerf there, that's fine. Evasive maneuvers. Frame advantage after a successful parry of a dash has been reduced from 9 frames to 4 frames. So you can no longer parry a dash L and get a free far L. You have to do the follow-up and get the follow-up knockdown, because you used to be able to parry a dash L and get guaranteed far L into a full combo. So not anymore. Evasive maneuver, the command dash. Counter-hittable duration has been increased by 4 frames and now matches up with each action's cancel window. 2B's travel distance has been increased when canceling the normal attack during the latter part of evasive maneuver. So after the startup, when she's hauling ass, she will have farther travel on all her normals. Grab pod now consumes 1 skill gauge on activation and consumes 1 skill gauge roughly every 60 frames while active. 2B will automatically fall to the ground when used with less than 1 skill gauge or when the skill gauge runs out. Now has unlimited duration, but 2B will automatically fall when you run out of skill gauge. 2B is no longer counter-hittable when falling! Yay! A buff! They actually made this better! I could run away, double jump, and grab pod and be like, I'm gone. Grab pod follow-up. Now consumes 1 skill gauge roughly after every 60 frames while active, basically grabbing the pod again. Remove limit on follow-up attacks that can be used during grab pod. Can now be used any number of times when 2B lands or falls. So while you're on the pod, you can just keep kicking and kicking and kicking and kicking until you hit the ground. That's funny. Severing Assault. Damage on 4th hit has been reduced. So they nerfed her damage. Multi-strike protocol, which is the // into the shot. H during striking assault or L during severing assault. Damage has been reduced by 200. Projectile damage is increased. Strike part now causes a wall bounce. Double jump now consumes 1 skill gauge. It can no longer be used with less than 1 skill gauge. That's fine. Pod A now launches grounded foes. Launch height has been increased and is now air recoverable even on grounded hit. So you get an more advantage now when you connect into this. Okay. Pod B, which is the laser beam. Hit stop on counter has been increased, increasing window for follow-up attacks by 8 frames, so easier to follow up on counter hit. And then Pod C, the shots. Oh. Hit stop on counter has been increased from 11 to 24. Increasing the window for follow-ups. Not that you ever use that raw, but okay. Wire, which is her grab. Whiff recovery has been decreased by 9, increasing total animation on whiff from 66 to 57. It's a faster travel speed. Mid-air hit stun has been increased by 27 frames, and some fast movement skills will cause the wire to go through foes, so the rear hit box has been expanded. They can't not just dash past it or do a special. It's a better skill. Oh my god, they made that better. It's no longer just a combo tool. It's better, less chance of getting punished by it, and easier to hit people with. Hammer. The clean hitbox has been adjusted. The entire front part of the skill used to be considered the clean hitbox. Not only the body of the hammer is considered a clean hit. So you have to be more precise to get the bounce. Got it. Wave, which is the pod. Launch height has been slightly increased. So you can actually get you can get a consistent combo on it. It's the jumping pound. Volt no longer disappears if 2B is blocked while active. Skill gauge now recovers at 25% normal speed while active, so you get skill gauge back while you have the volt on people. Animation has been reduced from 40 frames. Now and you can get the follow-up after a throw for free. Laser consumes 3 skill gauges instead of 4. Mirage 3 instead of 4. And so you can use these at lower skill gauges. And then bomb is the same. Bomb. No longer canceled if 2B is hit after the first bomb's hitbox activates. So if the bomb is already out and it actually active, you can't trade with her. Or if you try to like brave counter the first hit, you have to take the last hits. Self-destruct. Doing LMHU as well as 720U will now executes it. The third strike of Striking Assault, Slashing Assault, and Severing Assault can now be canceled until self-destruct, but the skill will whiff if 2B is too far from the foe. So any of the heavy boom and you win. That sounds amazing. Oh, there's so much to go after. This is like a whole nother video on its own. Sheesh. I love this though. I love everything I'm reading about this. It's crazy. So, here we go. Skill gauge now recovers faster. It's going to come up faster after you use them, so they debuff the increase on that. And then while you're taking damage, it goes up quicker. And then if you use skills... Except for that. You get some refund back. If you have more... Or you get some back. Like, you get it back if you use it while you have some skill gauge there. This no longer travels this distance. So this will now whiff at this range. But, and then if you counter a 6XL, you have to do the follow-up to it with the counter instead of going for a far L afterwards. Evasive maneuver. The command dash after it starts is going to increase the power of your normals. So she's going to reach further out. Instead of going to a cold stop, like Heavy is going to move forward more and be better able to like catch hits, which is really, really strong, giving her like dash momentum on things like her dash L. So she gets a real dash L now, but it has the frame advantage of the far L that she has. Grab pod. This now uses the skill gauge, and now she'll stay up here as long as she has skill. Yeah, she'll stay up here as long as you want. That's cool. And it's no longer a counter-hittable state either. Severing Assault. So, Severing Assault is the, Heavy. This does less damage on the last hit, or fourth hit, sorry. So that's been reduced to have less damage. Multi-strike protocol. This or Severing Assault is the heavy one, right? I think they meant M. The strike part now causes wall bounce. Interesting. Okay. Double jump uses a skill gauge. This now launches foes instead of that. So they're not just at point blank and at even. You actually have an advantage when you hit people with that now. Pod B. On counter hit. Easier to actually get a combo from it. Yeah, they doubled the hit stop, so I'm able to get far heavy, which is 9 frames now, after a laser beam connects counter hit. Pod C, more counter hit, and you have much more time to combo after that. This has less recovery, more hit stun on mid-air, so you get better combos when you use it as part of your animator combo, and it will not get... People can't just pass through it by using a fast skill. And it's going to be faster as well. The hammer sweet spot, it used to be just the front here, so whatever hit there, it'd be fine, right? If I was at this range. But now it has to be like right centered to get the bounce. Wave. Down. This. And now launches people higher. So it'd be easier to combo off of when it hits people. Because like on counter hit, you can get like a nice easy hit. But now you're guaranteed a combo if you actually hit people with it. Volt. If I grab, if you saw the video, it activates. And if I block, it no longer goes away on block. Laser beam. Sorry. Laser beam. Mirage. And this no longer used for skill gauge. And now the bomb, if I do it. Oh, okay, you can't brave counter. Can't force the robot to brave counter. So if this is active, you can't hit, you can't trade and it'll disappear. You'll get hit by them no matter what if those come out. And finally, this is no longer 720U. Well, I think it did it, right? Hold on. Boom. I think it just means that you can actually cancel and it will combo. So you can always guarantee a combo off of these. Like this will always work. Ugh. That's amazing. Oops. Damn it, I don't want that. No, do the self-destruct. So, I don't know how much damage that'll do when you do it that way, but it sounds very funny. And that is 2B. Okay, yeah, no. She's a winner. She's actually better. Like, you made skill gauge come back better. You nerfed her most problematic button. Okay. That's fine. Okay. That makes it easier to deal with. Good. Evasive maneuvers, you get more range on those stuff. A double jump has a one skill cost. Alright. Little less damage, which is fine. But then better utility on all of her skills, essentially. Hammer's a little weaker, but everything else is stronger. Yeah, no, she's a winner. She is not the same. She goes into like the winner pile. Put her like right here. Put her like right after Anre. She's actually a better character. They buffed 2B. They said we want her to be good. She got the guest character privilege. We're gonna nerf one thing y'all hate, but we're gonna make everything else like a little nicer. That's great. Hell yeah. All right, we're almost done. 2 characters left. Oh my god, 2 characters left. Vane. Vane in the membrane. Vane is a character who is designed to apply pressure from mid or long range before taking a chance at big damage.
Let's cook
When an opening presents itself, he is able to aim for big damage by comboing off armor destruction, but that came at a cost of him being weaker in neutral and also came with its own set of risks, making him an overall difficult character to play. The adjustments this time around are aimed at making his skills easier to work with and increasing the payoff when his hits land. Vane was lacking in the mid-screen combo department, so now he's able to follow up H Arm of Destruction, the DP. He can chain a triple attack into it, allowing him to deal some damage mid-screen or use it as part of his toolkit to corner carry his foe. M Wild Beat, which startup has been reduced so that it can now be chained into from far M. Okay, so the stabs. H Arm Destruction can similarly be chained into from far standing H, and the payoff for landing a poke has been greatly increased. Nice, because you get a combo afterwards. Energy Destruction's biggest flaw was the fact that it had very poor frame advantage despite having such a big swing, so we've adjusted it to not be punishable on block and to have a greater reward on hit. However, whiff recovery is still extremely long, so its weak point continues to be dodges. One for All's usability has been improved to deal with projectiles with tracking. The U version now travels faster. Originally, the skill was hard to use outside of the corner at close range, so this will allow players to use it as a follow-up from a poke. Okay. Lastly, we revived phased ease of use, especially when compared to the rest of the cast, such as Lancelot, specifically Lancelot, and decided to make him harder to use because he's stubby. He is a man that you have to get those, you really have to work for those hits, but they're supposed to be juicy hits when you do it, but I get it. He is not easy to use. Dash H, less recovery, it's -4 on block, so it's safe on block, and the third hit has more pushback. Jumping U now causes foe to fall backwards on grounded counter hit, which is like the jump air stab. Anti-air, knockback on counter has been adjusted, causing wall bounce even when using mid-screen. So if you do it air to air, boop, you get a wall bounce in a combo. And Wild Beat. 1 frame faster startup, travel distance for active frame, so it travels further out, so you more consistently get the stabs. M Armor Destruction, the DP. Mid-air stun increased from 60 to 80, preventing mid-air recovery when hitting high in the air. So if you do, his typical anti-air combo was crouching heavy into medium Armor Destruction, and it launches higher. So you're guaranteed your follow-up damage afterwards. Again, he's supposed to have like the best anti-airs in the game while maintaining like some interesting range tools that force you to jump, and he punishes you for it. So that makes that more consistent. H, lateral knockback increase, allowing mid-screen follow-ups. So now he can follow up H Arm of Destruction, which he can hit off of far heavy or off triple attack, which makes his damage mid-screen very strong. L Energy Destruction, that is the long, chop, is now 0 on block. Increases ground bout height on counter hit, so you have a better chance of comboing if someone gets bought by it. The M1 is also is also 0. Hit stop and ground bounce height have been adjusted, increasing window for follow-ups. So even on non-counter hit, you can get a simple follow-up. On regular counter hit, a bigger one. Especially you probably do like far heavy into launch, and that's big damage. H Energy Destruction, less knockback, so easier to follow up once you hit it. And the ultimate one, more ground bounce height, so again, more ability to bounce and get stuff. Ultimate Energy Destruction mid-air. Recovery when landing after a whiff has been increased by 10 frames, so if people spot dodge it, they can punish you more consistently. One for all, the shield's rear side now has armor against projectiles. You can actually place it for a fireball war and basically run up, and if it hits, punish people for fireballs. Ultimate, the shield active is much more active by 30 frames. The shield speed is going to be faster, and breakthrough travel distance for attack after absorbing hits have been increased. Breakthrough is his unique ability, so it goes further out after you absorb attacks. Okay, so yeah, positive buffs. He's a winner for sure. I'm saying a regular winner. I don't see it being a big winner. Dun, 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 dun. So Dash H is now safe on block. Jump U on grounded counter hit. It's actually gonna make the foe fall down, so when you land, you'll be able to get a combo. And then on air counter hit, which right now air counter hit, it just knocks back. It'll wall bounce, and you get a combo from that. Wild beat. You see 19 frames active, but at max range, you weren't like. Oh wait, let me put make her standing. Oops. I'll have it on counter hit too. Hold on, sorry. That didn't combo, see? So I can make her block after initial hit. Not a true combo. So that's gonna be a true combo now. M Arbor of Destruction. So let's make her jump. Oops. It's gonna make sure that if it hits somebody like really high in the air, it's gonna make her super jump. She will have to hit the ground. No matter what, you saw that she recovered there. She will hit the ground no matter what. So they buffed that so she will fall all the way and you can make your move. And it actually launches higher too. Okay. H Armor of Destruction. I can't combo off that, right? You see. Only in the corner. So even if I do A, and do this, that's the end of it. Now in a triple attack, A, I get a combo, or off of anti-air, I get a combo as an extension. And that means also, he couldn't normally used to do this on standing. Those 2 hits, never mind. That's the same. This is now safe on block. Went from -6 to 0 frames. And then counter hit. Counter hit, you didn't get anything. Now you get a reward off of the counter hit. Same as the counter hit for the medium one. So you get a better follow-up afterwards. So on counter hit, increased bounce. So you might be able to get a heavy afterwards. And then the heavy one, they don't get knocked back as far. So it's easier to follow up with an attack after that. And then lastly, this one has a better bounce to it. It's easier to confirm off of. So they made these moves like the cornerstone of his kit right now, using those more effectively. You just can't whiff them, or else you're in for despair. Right. This now stops projectiles. Oh wait, hold on. The back one, oh wait, the back part of it, sorry. The rear side, shield side, now has armor against projectiles. Oh, I'm bad. Let me do that. Okay, hold on. How do I set this up? So I guess it hits it earlier, so it's bigger. Its hitbox against projectiles is wider. Okay. And then lastly, this moves more far forward once you absorb things. So it'll have a better reach on it to punish things or have a better chance of hitting. And that is Vane. I definitely think he is in the winning pile, for sure. Not crazy big, but I think it's overall W for him. So, pretty good. We're going to add him to the win pile. I'm going to hold off on putting her because I accidentally put her in there. There you go. Put him in that slot. And that is there because, again, mid-screen damage, better tools, less punishable on his kit that you're going to be using a lot of the times. And his anti-air is going to be even better now with the ability to combo from mid-screen in the H arm of destruction. So he's going to have a lot more value for big chunky hits. It's just his mix-up isn't that great. So you're really like, you're just a big wall. And you got to play him as such. But you have rewards for your stubby or normal. So it's still a winner. He's still better. He's not the same. He's definitely not the same. He's better. All right. One last character to go. And that's it. We're at the home stretch. Oh my god. We've been streaming for 7.5 hours. Beatrix. Short and sweet. Thank you, Beatrix. I appreciate you. Get rid of the appropriate opponent here with Zeta. Beatrix has made quite a few adjustments in version 1.42, so she's significantly fewer changes compared to other characters this time around. Beatrix didn't have many skills to follow up a far-standing L, so L and Brass Sword has been adjusted to add some variation to her toolkit. Foes that try to retreat from the landing area of M or H Thunderbird are now forced into a guard motion even if they're at a distance now. So it's increased block proximity. Finally, we realized that Beatrix is much easier to play when compared to other characters, so we changed her ease of use rating from 4 to 5, because she's very simple Shoto. L and Brass Sword, travel and reach have been increased, so her light projectile is a faster follow-up to use mid-screen and just pepper people with. MH Thunderbird, guard motion range for foe has been increased, so closer block proximity. The kick part now behaves differently when blocked in midair, making it easier to form a block string with the pillar of fire on the ground. So there's less of a chance of a gap appearing between that. U Thunderbird, which is crazy. It's easier to form a block string with the pillar on the ground. Fix an issue with a fire pillar will cause unintended knockback in specific instances. I'm not seeing that. And then fix an issue where Delta Clock would not behave properly when handicaps are turned on. I see. Okay, well, quick and easy. This projectile goes farther and is faster. So now it's just an annoying thing to throw around. Big one. And then medium Thunderbird, they'll be in, like, at this range, if I do this, they're in block stun. Same with the heavy one. When it comes down, it's going to put them in, oh no, I got to be guard motion, right? So if they're holding back. Same with the U one. So that's really all it is. So, she's the same. She's literally the same. And there you go. We have everybody and the reasons why, where they are, and how they fared with the longest breakdown analysis that I think I've ever will do for a game. But we'll see what happens next time with maybe a smaller patch. But that does the ticket here with our grand finale of everybody and everything here for Granblue Fantasy vs. Rising. Here's our final list of where we think everyone lands. Charlotta and Percival, amazing. Vira, her new stance, her new transformation, when she gets activated, is insane. It's so much better what they've allowed for her to do and the potential for damage and just steamrolling, especially being able to cancel into it with only 50% meter. Yuel, making her stance, fleshing that out and making it a viable stance to actually just fight in is really, really good too, because it's got good movement. It beats up any strike attack, right? And they enhanced her ultimate skills as well to give a reward off of those. and they made all of her special moves better. Outside of her DP, that's pretty much the same. But she can also go into stance off all the ultimates. Everything looks much better on paper there. You know, Zooey's stronger. I like what they gave to her. Gran is a full-fledged character now. Soriz is better. Everyone's like, you know, they're better. They're more versatile. They even went and made 2B a better character. And she was already very good. But they took away, like, the one thing that was like, haha, brain dead, which is 4B. And now that that's gone, you have to be more careful about how you swing at your opponents. But, like, the buffs to all of her toolkit is a buff overall. Lowain, his pressure game is much stronger now, and you have a lot more flow to how you want to play him by having the variable summons and the timings you can adjust to your liking by being able to summon Sammy or Tommy individually. When you summon them individually with each other, you can summon the other one while one is still out, as well as the better recovery of the laser from Catalina, better awesome sauce, the ultimate awesome sauce giving a full juggle, and human pyramid attack being a lot stronger. Ladiva, I think she's a winner. It's hard to say. They took away her Ladiva's whole gimmick was that she had a command grab that was okay, but her damage was off the charts when she hit a big combo. Now her damage is weighted back towards command grabs, but they made enhancements to a lot of her other abilities, so it's like she fills that role of grappler much better now. But I think I can see her being in the same depending on how it goes. Cagliostro, they improved her midstream combos, but they nerfed her very like strong ultimate reversals, so it's easier to punish, and that weakens her a lot, as well as weakening the ultimate seal, the trap that she can put down the men in. So that's a small nerf to her. But like beyond that, they improve like all of her other abilities pretty well, but nothing too crazy. So she's just a little better. I could see her being in the same. But like Vasaraga, it's kind of the same way. They buffed things that are interesting to buff, but they made a lot of his skills better. So it's like inherently better character because they made like a lot of his tools that you would see, like the EX tackle, have a wall bounce, so you get a combo guarantee without having to use your meter in the corner to get that going, as well as just a better range on like the low long range sweep from Savage Rampage is really good now. And then just like if you hit these heavy attacks, they're going to be strong. If you anticipate a jump in and you hit that crouching heavy, they're dead. You know, you hit a far heavy, you have more reward for having these big swings in neutral. 6, the less health is a slap on the wrist, I feel like. And his damage being lowered on throwing out random ultimates is across the cast. It's nice, but he's still gonna be very goofy to deal with. He's faster. He's faster now, so he can just run you down so much more. His unique skill knocks down. They made the palm follow up better as well, and that's a lot to parse realistically. And yeah, he's like in the same spot, right? Oh, he has less health and he gets less damage off Raging Strike like everybody else, and dash at L. All right. Catalina, better fireball and better unique skill. It's wins, but like I think like, you know, she didn't benefit too much from like the dash L like everybody else. So everyone not being able to get as much from that is a benefit to her, but like I don't think those buffs really like push her over from where she kind of already is. Which is just like, you know, it's better, but like, eh. Belial, and again, anyone in the same is like their strength-wise. I still think 6 is going to be same when it comes to strength and power, right? Belial, same amount of strength and power. He has not shifted from where he is. He is still very good. Anila, I think those changes are okay, but they don't push her like over to like a point where like, oh my god, these are so good, right? It feels like those are just like helpful for her and aren't going to shift her too much, in my opinion. Narmaya, despite her nerfs, it's like Nier, it's a rework, which I think works out in her benefit. It's just people can't play her the same. So they have to rewire their brains on how they play Narmaya, which is going to be a hybrid character. Jita, her nerf, Vorpal Blade, I think, and with the dash L nerfs, make it so that she is not as strong as she was in those regards, because you played her for Dash L, you played her for EX Vorpal Blade. Her other tools are more usable, but now it's like, okay, it evens her out and leaves her kind of the same spot where she's still pretty good. She has to work a little bit harder, but she has more tools for it. But she's not like explicitly like kicked down as a loser, but she's not a winner either. She's kind of just in the same spot, I think. Grimnir, I think like he got restructured as well to be less like snowbally, with like some minor buffs but a lot of nerfs, so it kind of leaves him kind of in that little limbo area where he's good and can carry a lot of momentum, but I think the skill ceiling got pushed down some. He can be like he's hedging like Fairy. I would say he is hedging on being a loser. Like Beatrix is like right in the middle. She's exactly the same. Whereas like I would put like Narmaya, Jita, Grimnir, and Fairy can teeter on losing. Whereas outright losers, not big losers, but outright is going to be Zeta and Lancelot. Lancelot having less health, getting less skill gauge up, his ultimate skills being weaker, and Far L, his combo game being nerfed down. He got a buff in the sense of his Rekkas are better, but his wall dive is nerfed. So I think overall, compared to like 6, he got he got punched. He got punched in the gut, and it hurts, but he'll be all right. Zeta lost basically all of her damage and her unique jumping attack, which was already nerfed, and they made it worse, except you get a combo off it if it hits, but people just typically should be blocking it. But like ultimate skills being weaker, and them being weaker in general, being reduced in power, just nerfs her down, and basically like where she fits as a role character, I think is not as good anymore. So she definitely is a loser out of this. And biggest loser is going to Siegfried, who lost his game plan. He has to play a more standard game plan because he no longer can throw heavy fireball, follow behind it, and then get his ball rolling with little counterplay, right? The medium one starts up faster, but it's not as high, so it's like, okay, whatever. And then like you gave him some like incremental buffs, you nerfed his DP, so that kind of sucks. You made more recovery on his like super, but like biggest thing is like, hey, guess what? This dude is like has to play a fair game now, and people are gonna switch off of him because of that. And then Nier is reworked. She has the same strengths of damages and combo potential, but the counterplay is so strong, and the fact that she has no more DP at all. So even if you have that used of it, it's gonna blow up the armor. You can get right through it, and then if you ever hit death, it's easier to reduce her stocks. It's like Little Eddie, where she has no death for a set period of time, and she is gonna be weaker because of it. And because when she's in that mode, she relies on Raging Strike to get damage, and she's no longer going to be able to get Raging Strike. But she gets like death back faster, but it's still like her game plan. Fighting her got so much more easier to deal with, and that's like to the benefit of anybody. That's where the big nerf from her comes in, is because she is now much weaker when it comes to having less counterplay. So that rework is not in her favor. And ultimate skills being weaker as well doesn't benefit her either, because those were a lot of her big damage starters were those ultimate skills. So she relied heavily on ultimate skills, dash L's, and then just death being an ever-present thing. So that's where I see that as. But there you go. That is my final idea of where people are sitting at. And that'll do it. I hope you enjoyed this deep dive into Granblue Fantasy Versus patch 1.5 coming out tomorrow. I will work to have this uploaded today on the socials so people can see all of that in a bag of chips. And I wish I could show you visuals of the changes and, here's a change, here's how it looks, but I don't want to spend all that time going through each change again. So we'll leave it at that. I hope you enjoyed watching. Basically, just a breakdown of everything, and I appreciate your time. Thanks again for tuning in. Thanks for all the raids as well today. We hit an 8-hour stream. I am done. I need to eat. I need to take care of some stuff around the house. So, whew. And everyone watching, thank you for watching the stream. If you're still here, if not, I understand. Hold on, I was yapping my ass off today. I'm gonna send you to Tampa Never Sleeps. They are playing 2xKO right now with a big tournament happening right now. And I think it'll be a lot of fun to watch. So please give some love to TNS, and they're doing their big tournament here. It'll be a hoot and I hope that you all take care of yourselves. Be well, be merry, and of course, as always, keep on rocking, all right? Y'all have a great night. I'll see you next time.
You need to get your
B-tier cereal.